Deep in the mountains of Montana is a small town called Eden, and just outside of town is a rusty old toll booth. It guards the only road in and out of town. Now, I've heard a lot of rumors about that old toll booth. Some say it keeps evil away from town. Others say it's actually to keep us from leaving. And a few people say it's a gateway to someplace different from our world. But what I do know for sure is that it's important to our town. So important, in fact, that it's considered a great honor to be chosen to operate the booth at night. Only the oldest families in town are allowed to do it. And my family, well, we pretty much founded Eden. And as the mayor's son, I was finally old enough to do a shift.
James, you know why we're here, right?
Dad's voice was gruff. He always sounded like he'd just finished yelling, which, to be fair, he usually had. I nodded, knowing better than to take this lightly. Yeah, it's about more than just watching the booth, I said. It's about keeping everything in order, right?
Exactly, he began. It's an honor. You're not just keeping the town safe, you're maintaining a tradition that's protected us for generations, he said.
We reached the toll booth. No one has to pay for it during the day. The arm stayed up. Anyone can come and go whenever they want. But at night, it's a different story. Someone was always in the booth after sundown, but no one really talks about what happens during those shifts. We weren't allowed to leave town at night anyway, so nobody really bothered to find out. In front of it is a wooden sign telling people about the payment. It cost 1 penny to pass through. Dad unlocked the door. The old wood creaked loudly as it opened. He led me inside. It was cramped with the two of us there. The air was filled with a musty smell of old wood and tobacco. He reached into his coat and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. He handed it to me with a stern look.
All right, now listen. Anyone can pass by as long as they pay the toll. That's more symbolic than anything. These are the rules you really need to follow. Do not break them, no matter what you hear or see. Can you do that? Dad said.
Yeah, I can, I replied. I tried to sound more confident than I felt. He patted my shoulder.
I know you can. I wouldn't ask if I didn't think you were ready.
His voice softened for just a moment. Then Dad turned to leave. It was getting dark fast, and he needed to be home soon.
Remember, son, rules are what protect us. It's how the town has survived all these centuries.
I watched him disappear down the road before unfolding the paper. I read through the rules. Some of them made no sense. Number 1, do not respond to your name. Number 2, trace the symbol when the clock strikes midnight. Number 3, ignore the reflection in the mirror from 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. Number 4, do not accept anything from the old woman. Number 5, never turn off the old radio. Number 6, ignore all cries for help. And number 7, always salute the headless officer. I stared at the list, trying to figure it out. What headless officer? And what's with the old woman and a mirror? Were these some riddles or something like that? But Dad wasn't the type to do that sort of thing. He wouldn't pull a prank like this. Nothing made him happier than keeping order around here. So I figured I'd better take this seriously. I flicked a switch by the door. A single light bulb came to life. But honestly, the booth wasn't that bad. It always looked pretty cozy. There was a plush chair with a thick blanket draped over it. A space heater sat on the floor. A small sink with a mirror stood in one corner. Some books and an old radio rested on a table mounted on the wall. The radio hummed softly in the background. I turned up the volume, and I found an easy rock station. I started to make myself at home. I brought some water and chips with me, plus a thermos of chicken soup Dad made. I unscrewed the cap and took a nice big gulp. Dad wasn't the best cook, but the soup reminded me of home. It was nice and familiar. "All right, let's do this," I said to myself. I looked at my watch. It was 6:15 p.m. The sun was completely gone now. Dad said I could only leave when dawn broke. I locked the door behind me before I settled into the chair and pulled the blanket over my legs. I figured it would be a long night, so I might as well get comfortable. The first half hour was peaceful. I flipped through an old mystery novel until I saw some headlights in the distance. They came from a tiny blue car headed out of town. It was shiny and newer looking than most around here. It cruised towards the toll booth. I set my book down, watching as the car eased up close. The driver rolled down the window and dropped a shiny penny into the collection basket. Routine stuff, right? I hit the button to raise the toll arm, and I gave a friendly wave as the car rolled past. But then something odd struck me as the taillights faded into the distance. I realized I couldn't picture the driver at all. All I could remember was a smile. Just a blurry, indistinct smile. I couldn't remember if they had hair, what they were wearing, or even if the driver was a man or a woman. Nothing. Nada. I rubbed my eyes. I had to be more tired than I thought. But the more I tried to remember anything about that driver, the more that smile seemed to float in my memory. I couldn't attach a face to it. All I remember are the teeth. Perfectly straight teeth. Like something out of a dental magazine. And the blue car. Well, I racked my brain, but I couldn't think of anyone in Eden who drove one like that. The whole thing made me uneasy. How could I not remember anything about someone I just saw? I shook my head, trying to shrug it off. But as I was still trying to shake off the weird feeling from earlier, a shiny green sedan rolled up to the toll booth. The driver was a middle-aged guy with a friendly face. He rolled down his window. The familiar lyrics of "Take Me Home, Country Roads" by John Denver filled the air. Man, that song took me back. Dad and I used to sing that in the house when he was in a good mood. "Hey, great song choice," I said with a nod. The man replied with a smile and a thumbs up. He dropped a penny into the collection basket and drove off, humming along with the song. But then things got weird, like deja vu weird. Another green sedan, identical to the first, pulled up. The window rolled down, and there was the same guy with the same smile. And the music. It picked up right where it had left off. I swear it did. Nice to see you again?" I tried to joke, not sure what was happening. He just smiled again, dropped another penny, and drove off. The song continued to play the entire time. Before I could even process what happened, another green sedan rolled up. The same guy, the same song, continuing from where it left off again. This repeated over and over again. Each time the song resumed exactly where it had stopped, until the whole thing finally played through. It was like watching the same scene on repeat, except the song stitched itself together a bit more each time. I checked my watch when the final country roads notes faded away with the last green sedan. 45 minutes had passed. 45 minutes of the same car, the same guy, and the same song over and over. I swear those sedans came by right after one another. It shouldn't have taken that long to get through the whole song. I rubbed my eyes, expecting to see the sedan appear again. But it didn't. The road was quiet. The night suddenly felt a lot colder. A few minutes later, a police car showed up. It sped towards the booth with its lights flashing, and it was coming out of town. That caught me off guard. Our town only had one police car, and this was not it. Did something bad happen back home? The car pulled up to the booth, and I braced myself for some bad news as he rolled down the window. But instead of a familiar face, there was no face at all. No head, even. It was just a bloody stump where the officer's neck should have been. Yet his uniform was spotless. It was perfectly pressed, like he was ready for inspection. He wore a badge, but I couldn't make out the name. I could hear angry, growling noises coming from the back seat. Something fierce and wild that didn't sound human or animal. Remembering the rules, I quickly saluted the headless officer. He returned the gesture. A crisp, precise movement that seemed normal despite everything else. And then, without a word, he drove off into the night. After that encounter with the headless officer, I took another long look at Dad's list of rules. Seemed like they were more literal than I thought. The old radio crackled to life as I read them over, making me jump. It started jumping channels until it landed on a station I'd never heard of before. Called itself Radio Harmony. The radio host's voice came through, smooth and calm. He was saying how it was almost time for the midnight record. I glanced at my watch and my stomach dropped. It was nearly 12. It didn't feel like I'd been in the booth that long. I scrambled to figure out how to follow the rule about the symbol. The list said I had to trace something. But with what? I searched the booth for some sort of clue, and that's when I noticed a small box under the desk. Inside, I found an old paintbrush and a dusty bottle of ink. Just in time, a strange song started playing on the radio. I assumed it was the midnight record the host mentioned. But it wasn't like any song I'd ever heard. It was a mix of drums and a high-pitched whirring sound that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I tried to change the station, but the radio wouldn't let me. It was stuck. Behind me, a glowing blue symbol appeared inside the toll booth's door. It formed a circle, with runes drawn on the inside. I dipped the brush in ink, and I carefully traced over them. The symbol glowed brighter with every rune I traced. By the time I got to the last one, it was blinding. I could barely keep my eyes open. In the background, the song on the radio was nothing but screaming now. I squeezed my eyes shut instead, waiting for it all to stop. Finally, the light blinked out as suddenly as it appeared. The symbol was completely gone. The radio went silent for a moment before it switched back to my easy rock station.
Everything was back to how it should be.
But my heart was still pounding. I struggled to catch my breath. I took out some water and just gulped it all down. And that's when I heard it. A loud cry coming from outside. I looked up, and in the distance, I could see a woman stumbling to the booth. She had a worn-out coat. Her face was covered up by her long, stringy hair. She staggered to the toll arm, trying to push her way into town. I pointed to the sign and called out to her. Ma'am, all it costs is 1 penny. Please don't break the arm," I said. But it was like she couldn't hear me. Instead, she got even more upset. She slammed her body against the barrier hard enough to shake it. And the whole time, she's sobbing like her heart just broke. I yelled for her to stop, hoping to snap her out of whatever panic she was in. That caught her attention. She froze. It was like someone hit the pause button on a movie. And she stayed like that for a few seconds, not moving even an inch. And then suddenly, she dropped to all fours. Her limbs scrambled across the road, headed right at me. Her head bobbed up and down as she moved like her neck was on a string. She kept sobbing even as she jumped to the window. She hung onto the booth, demanding I let her in. And then without warning, she started banging her head against the glass. I tried to calm her down, but all she did was cry and smash her face against the glass. And that's when I saw police lights in the distance. They came from the direction of the town. The patrol car pulled up fast, and out stepped the headless officer. He went straight for the woman. He grabbed her and quickly got her off the booth. I could see her struggling to break free as he put her in the back of the police car. I did the only thing I could think of. I put a hand up and I saluted the headless officer. Rules are rules. He returned the gesture before driving off with the crying woman. I settled back into the booth and figured I'd call Dad to ask what the hell was going on. Who was that headless cop? But of course, my phone had no signal. The questions would have to wait until morning. I glanced at my watch. It was almost 2 a.m. A beat-up green pickup truck covered in rust rolled up to the booth. It looked like it would fall apart any minute. The driver was an old woman who began fumbling for a penny as she reached the toll arm. And that was when I remembered one of the rules. Do not accept anything from the old woman. I wasn't entirely sure if this was the old woman the rule mentioned, but at this point I was not taking any chances. I quickly hit the button to raise the arm. No need for that, ma'am. You can go right ahead," I told her, trying to sound as polite as possible. But she wouldn't have it. She insisted on paying, pushing this dirty coin at me. I reassured her. Really, look, it's okay. You don't have to pay tonight. But that made her more agitated, shoving the coin closer to me. I looked at the coin she was so desperate to give me. It wasn't even a penny. It was larger, weirdly shimmering under the moonlight. The longer I looked at it, the more it seemed to flicker, like it wasn't entirely real. "Please, just go through, okay?" I said. I didn't want anything to do with that coin. Whatever was going on with it, it didn't feel right. Despite my protest, the old woman wouldn't budge. She leaned closer to me. "Do you know who I am, young man?" I shook my head, taking a step back. "I've never seen you before," I said. She laughed.
I've known you since you were born, James. I've been here every time a child was born in Eden, ever since your ancestors first settled this land and made a deal with me."
As she spoke, I noticed the rust from her truck begin to spread like a disease. It crawled up the sides and over the hood. It didn't stop there. The rust spread to her, creeping onto her skin. It flaked off her whenever she moved. She continued, her eyes locking onto mine.
"Your town owes much to that deal, boy. We had an agreement. Safety and prosperity for Eden in exchange for certain concessions."
Her words made my stomach drop. I didn't want to believe her, but the fear in her eyes and the supernatural spread of a rust were all too real and immediate to just dismiss. "What kind of deal?" I asked. She smiled, the rust on her lips cracking.
"A deal that's kept this place alive and thriving."
The rust was now eating away at her clothes, hands, and her face. Her features slowly started turning less human. It was like she was slowly turning into a statue.
"Remember, James, every rule has its reason. Every pact has its price,"
she said, her voice becoming a croak as the rust claimed her throat. With a final nod, she threw the coin on the road and drove toward town. Her truck left a trail of rust particles in the air. I watched until her headlights disappeared into the darkness, turning my attention back to the ground where she dropped the coin. But it wasn't a coin anymore. Lying there in the dust was something else. A giant, dirty fingernail. But I didn't have time to dwell on it. Headlights shone in the distance. But these looked different. They weren't from a car this time, but a motorcycle. It rolled up to the booth from out of town, its engine cutting through the quiet of the night. The guy riding it wore sunglasses. I thought that was weird, considering it was pitch black outside. He pulled up to pay the toll, pushing up his sunglasses to flash me a smile and a thumbs up as he passed through. But something went horribly wrong just as he got past the toll arm. He suddenly lost control of his bike, which skidded across the road, leaving harsh black marks on the asphalt. The motorcycle crashed, and the motorist ended up pinned underneath, not moving. "Hey, you okay?" I called out, my heart racing. He groaned in response and weakly raised his arm, signaling for me to come over and help. I was about to leave the booth when I remembered the rule: ignore all cries for help. I was conflicted. I wanted to help him, but those rules, they were there for a reason, right? Just then, I smelled gasoline in the air. A fire erupted from the bike, and the motorist started screaming. Thick black smoke rose, making it hard to see what was happening to the guy. My instincts screamed at me to do something, and I was just about to leave the booth when he started calling out my name. But wait, how did he know my name? I never told him. I paused, my hand on the booth door. Another rule flashed in my mind: do not respond to your name. His scream sounded real enough, but the way he said my name, it felt off. It was calm and monotone, almost like it was a recording playing over his cries for help. It didn't sit right with me. I hesitated as the flames grew, reaching maybe 7 feet high. The screams grew louder, more high-pitched, but I'd hear my name every few seconds. It sounded like it was being dubbed over the screams. Just then, the familiar police car appeared down the road, and it pulled up right to the burning wreckage. The headless officer stepped out. He walked straight into the flames and carried out the motorist. He didn't even look human anymore. He looked more like a being made of fire. He walked normally as the headless officer guided him to the back seat of the cop car. I gave the officer another salute. The road cleared, and the car drove away. There was no trace of the wrecked motorcycle or the fire now. I kept staring at the road. I felt sick at how close I'd come to breaking a rule. I was snapped out of it as I heard a loud banging coming from inside the booth. I followed the sound to a small bathroom mirror above the sink. I hesitated, and I remembered the rule about not looking at mirrors between 3 and 4 a.m. It wasn't quite that time yet, so I quickly looked. What I saw nearly knocked the wind out of me. In the mirror, another version of myself was desperately banging on the glass. It wore my clothes, but they were torn and filthy. A nasty cut was bleeding down its cheek, and its fists were bloody as it pounded against the glass. The reflection looked utterly terrified, eyes wide with panic. Remembering the rule about mirrors, I glanced at my watch. It was still a few minutes shy of 3 a.m., so technically, I could still look. But what I saw was making me wish I hadn't. Turning back to the mirror, I noticed that headlights appeared in the distance behind my desperate reflection. I spun around to check the road, but it was empty. No car, no lights, nothing. Looking back in the mirror, I saw a vehicle had pulled up to the booth. It was an ambulance, and my reflection pounded harder on the glass. I watched, horrified, as a tall man in a dark suit stepped out of the ambulance. The weirdest part, he was wearing a pig mask. The man in the pig mask reached the booth in the mirror and did something unthinkable. He crawled right through the small booth window. I rechecked my watch. It was precisely 3 a.m. I forced myself to look away from the mirror. Behind me, the banging grew louder, more frantic. I could feel each thud vibrating through the floor of the booth. It sounded like bones cracking as the reflection punched the mirror even harder. I squeezed my eyes shut, placing my hands over my ears as I tried to block out the noise. The rule was clear: do not engage with a mirror from 3 to 4 a.m. I had to ignore it, no matter what happened. As I stood there, trying to block out the horrific sounds from the mirror, the bone-cracking sound suddenly stopped. But it was quickly replaced by a new, equally disturbing sound. A loud, wet thudding. It was repetitive and consistent, and each thump sounded wetter than the last. Just then, a car rolled up to the toll booth. Trying to look normal, I took the driver's penny and I raised the toll booth to let them through. The driver gave me a nod and drove off. Nothing unusual there. Then another car came, and another. Each driver looked completely normal and paid the toll without any fuss. For a moment, I almost felt normal, like I was working a regular toll job. Except it wasn't. It was 3 a.m. on some backcountry road. It shouldn't be this busy. Who were these people heading in and out of town? Something was off. The steady stream of cars seemed too timed, too regular. Throughout it all, that awful, pulpy, thumping sound continued against the mirror. It was relentless. And as I waved through the next car, I heard a new sound. I could hear the sound of pigs in between each thud, squealing, snuffling, even the occasional snort. It was unmistakable. I tried to focus on the road, the drivers paying their tolls, anything but the sounds behind me. But it was hard. The thudding seemed to grow louder and more desperate with each passing minute. It felt like each sound was being drilled into my brain. As soon as the clock struck 4 a.m., the familiar sight of the police car cut through the darkness. It was the headless officer again, but this time, something was strapped to the roof of his car. It was a giant pig head, much larger than any I'd ever seen. The thing was so big, it looked like it might just fall off at any second. This wasn't like any pig you'd picture. It had a face covered in thick, matted hair. It had jagged teeth that stuck out from its mouth. Yellow pus dripped from its nostrils. The strangest part, it had antlers growing out of its head. As he passed by the booth, I remembered the rules and I gave the headless officer a quick salute. The moment his car passed through, the disturbing thumping noise haunting me from the mirror, it just stopped. I sighed with relief. I checked my watch. It was safe now. Cautiously, I turned to look at the mirror. It looked normal, like any other mirror, except for a small crack in the center. As the night wore on, the booth settled into a routine. Sometimes, the radio I listened to would turn to that weird station, Radio Harmony. It would play some gospel music before flipping back to my rock tunes. I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on the road and the cars that came through. And then a white van approached the booth. As it neared, the driver rolled down the window to pay the toll. That's when I noticed something alarming. His head was turned entirely backward, as if somebody had twisted his neck. Struggling to maintain my composure, I quickly allowed the van to pass. As it drove away, I saw more faces in the back window. They were all staring at me, their heads also twisted backward. Not long after, a woman driving a shiny green pickup pulled up. The truck was so new, it practically gleamed under the booth lights. She leaned out to pay, and she asked if I'd seen her mother drive by. I couldn't be sure. So many cars had come and gone. The woman just laughed, a light, carefree sound that seemed out of place with everything that happened. She drove off, leaving a trail of flower petals on the road behind her. As dawn approached, and I counted the minutes until my shift ended at 6 a.m., I suddenly heard what sounded like a crowd of footsteps in the distance. I squinted down the road, trying to make sense of the shape approaching the toll booth. As it drew closer, the sound clarified into the scuttling of numerous legs against asphalt. What came out of the darkness was horrifying. A giant, dark centipede with a human head at the front. The rest of its body stretched out into segmented lengths down the road, rushing towards me. This was not mentioned in any rules. As it reached the booth, it started slamming against the window. Up close, I could see that its body was made up of stitched up skins, so gruesomely put together that I couldn't tell if they were human. Despite the violence of its actions, the centipede's human face remained eerily calm. As it continued to smash its body against the toll booth, with each crash, I felt the booth shake, the structure straining under the assault. The centipede monster began to wrap its long body around the booth, constricting it like a snake. The windows fogged up with the press of its dark, stitched skin against the glass, and soon I could barely see outside. The booth creaked and groaned under the pressure. I backed away from the windows. I didn't know what to do. The rules had prepared me for a lot, but nothing like this. Through the twisted, stitched mass of the centipede monster, I could see the flashing of police lights in the distance. Thinking about all the times the headless officer had saved me, I scrambled to raise the toll arm, hoping somehow it might signal him or anyone else who could see me. Suddenly, there was a loud crash outside, and the booth shook violently. The centipede creature hissed, its grip tightening around the booth. I couldn't see what was happening outside. Then gunshots rang out, followed by wet, chopping sounds, like something being cut or torn apart. The booth went dark. I could only wait, hoping that it was over. More gunshots erupted, closer this time. The booth shook again, worse than before. It was so forceful that it threw me off my feet and must have knocked me out. Everything went black. When I came to, my watch alarm was beeping. 6:30 a.m. The early morning light filtered through the booth. To my shock, everything looked normal. No signs of a monster, no damage, no headless officer. Just silence and the sunrise. I felt a dull ache where I hit my head, but I picked myself up and I made my way back to town. As I approached, I saw my dad waiting for me. His expression was serious, and there was a hint of concern in his eyes.
Now do you understand why the rules are important? Why someone must always be at the toll booth at night? He asked.
I nodded, still processing everything.
But what was that thing?
The centipede, I asked. His face grew somber.
We call it the skin taker. It's why we don't let anyone go out of town at night. It doesn't come often. I'm sorry it came on your first shift, he said.
I think I was saved by that headless officer, I said, trying to make sense of the night's events. Dad nodded.
The rule about saluting him, it's a new one. He's been trying to get his head back from that thing for decades now. In the meantime, he helps out at the booth when he can."
And then Dad paused, smiled, and said one last thing.
"He'll always protect you, you know. You're his great-grandson."
Working at a gas station might not sound like anyone's version of a dream job, but if you're hoping to become a veterinary assistant, it'd be nice to be able to study at work. That's what I thought 3 years ago when I got this job. My name is Cooper, and I found out how strange this place really is my first night at the gas station. I needed a job to be able to pay for my first semester of classes at the local community college. I was driving around when I saw the Help Wanted sign in the window of a run-down old gas station. Milton's Gas and Convenience Store was a few miles outside town on the edge of a small national forest. I'd never seen it before, but then again, I'd only moved here 2 weeks ago. The owner, Milton Jackson, was behind the counter watching a rerun of Supernatural on a small TV. He looked up as the bell hanging over the door jangled.
"You here for the job?"
He spoke slowly, looking me over. Yeah, how'd you know?" I mumbled.
"Tic-Tac told me you were coming."
"Tic-Tac?" I asked.
"Yeah."
He nodded towards the front.
"That's Tic-Tac there, over the sign."
There was a rusty metal sign that read Milton's Gas and Convenience Store above the door, and perched on top was a huge black and white crow.
"I named her Tic-Tac 'cause she likes Tic-Tacs, and popcorn and gummy bears. But I wouldn't name her Gummy Bears 'cause, that's not dignified."
Sure," I mumbled, now starting to wonder if there really was a job.
"You able to work nights? If you are, the pay is $20 an hour from 6 at night till 6 in the morning. Sundays off. I take the day shift, that's the busiest. And you take nights. It'll be just the two of us," he said.
The thought of making $20 an hour, working at a place that looked like it barely gets 10 customers a week, it seemed like a good deal to me. So without the slightest hesitation, I took the job. I showed up for work the following evening at 5:45. Milton told me I was expected to keep the shelves and counters clean and stocked, showed me how to work the register, and gave me his home phone number and a key to lock the front door in case of emergency. He said I could help myself to snacks, and there was an electric hot plate in the office if I wanted to heat up a can of soup. And then he unlocked a drawer underneath the cash register and brought out a red notebook. Written in bold black letters across the top were 3 words: "Always keep watch."
"Now this here," he said, "is what you really do. Read this after I leave. You're not going to believe everything at first, but eventually you will. Just do your best, and Tic-Tac will warn you if anything is coming."
I started to ask what could be coming, but he just shook his head, tapped the notebook, and said he was going home to cook dinner. He said he would see me at 6 a.m., and then he walked slowly out to his old truck and just drove away. I stood at the front door, looked up at the crow, and said, "Okay, Tic-Tac, I guess it's just you and me for the rest of the night." The first thing I did was familiarize myself with the store. I also wanted to make sure there was no one else in the building, so I checked out the bathroom, the storage room, and the small office. All clear. That done, I got myself a can of Coke from the refrigerated section, settled onto the stool behind the counter, and I opened up the red notebook. Listed in numerical order, in careful hand-printed letters, were several pages of instructions. Number 1. Do not alter this book. Do not erase or change any words. When new information is discovered, add to the back of the list. Number 2. Customers. If customers ask about campsites, direct them 2 hours north to the Hadley Preserve. Tell them about Hadley's beautiful views, clean restrooms, and the campsite right next to the river. Play it up as best you can. If they insist on staying in one of our 7 campsites, check their clothes for the color red. Do anything you can, from offering cash to outright stealing, to get them to remove anything red. Number 3. The color red attracts the watcher. Never go into the woods wearing red. In fact, it's best if you don't wear red while you're working here. No red t-shirts, no red tennis shoes, and don't have a red car parked out front. He usually never comes this far out of the woods, but better safe than sorry. I stopped reading, picked up my can of Coke, and I walked over to the front door. When I stepped out onto the porch, the old boards creaked under my feet. Tic-Tac tilted his head to give me a one-eyed stare. I sighed and walked onto the road. There were no cars in sight. To the left, the road passed through flatland and scrub, weaving its way back to town. 500 feet to the right, the road began to rise into the foothills and disappeared around a sharp curve into thick old-growth forest. This was my time for a decision. Did I stay or did I go? $20 an hour was a lot to give up for such an easy job. Was the old guy crazy? I didn't know, but at least he didn't seem dangerous. I decided I'd give it 2 weeks and see how things went. I'd agreed to this job and I would make the best of it, period. I went back inside, and taking my place behind the counter, I continued reading. Number 4. The crow is an early warning beacon. She will tell you when something's coming. She is never wrong. When you hear her caw, you may expect visitors to arrive shortly. Every morning at dawn, retrieve the stepladder from the storage room and use it to fill Tic-Tac's silver cup. It's at the end of her perch over the door. Fill it to the brim with fresh popcorn and a sprinkling of green Tic-Tacs. That's the only color she likes. This is her payment as guardian of the South Road. Do this every morning. Never forget. Number 5. If you see a black and gray German Shepherd out in the road, listen to him. That's old Sarge, and he's here to help when things go bad. Number 6. Every 30 minutes, stir the cheese for the nachos. If you don't keep stirring, the cheese will harden into a brick. Number 7. If you ever see green thunder in an approaching storm, get out the flashing hazard lights and the road closed sign from the storage room and shut down the road into the park. Number 8. If the sky over the mountains ever turns a deep purple, this is a code purple. Load all the emergency supplies into the tow truck. It's always parked out back. Then close the road and evacuate all hikers and campers. Search all 7 campsites looking for parked cars. Get the campers and hikers out immediately. Say whatever you have to. Just get every single person out of the park. Number 9. Keep the coffee pot full. If it goes below the halfway mark, make a fresh pot. And that was the end of the weird instructions. There were several more pages, but they were mostly scribbled notes. I kept reading until I got to a paragraph titled Possible Weapons in a Code Purple. It read, "The beings may be affected by bright light, but this needs further testing." I closed the notebook. The Watcher, Green Thunder, The color red and color purple, this was completely ridiculous. And more than that, I was getting a little spooked, you know? The sun was setting, and the world, past the bright sodium lights over the gas pump, was getting dark. A loud triple caw nearly made me jump out of my skin. Tic-Tac hopped twice on her perch, gave me a hard stare, and flew off into the night. I was alone, and apparently, something was coming. 15 minutes later, a hatchback pulled up to the pumps. The back was piled with camping gear. I breathed a sigh of relief when a woman got out, swiped her card, and started filling the tank. I'd been here since 6, and it was nearly 9 now. This was the first person I'd seen in almost 3 hours. I watched her check to see that she had her keys, and then head towards the front door. She was tall, thin, and dressed for hiking, in jeans and heavy boots, with long brown hair pulled back in a ponytail. I could see a plaid shirt under a lightweight jacket. I was looking forward to having some interaction with another human being. When the bell jangled over the door, she walked in, and the smile froze on my face. The jacket she wore was bright red. I watched as she went through the snack section, picking out 3 packs of beef jerky, marshmallows, and a giant-sized 3 Musketeers. My mind was racing through possible scenarios. So I tell her she's the 1,000th customer, and she can trade her jacket for anything in the store. Nope. I mean, her jacket looked pretty expensive. She probably wouldn't go for that. Do I put my hand in my pocket and tell her this is a stick-up? Give me your jacket? I mean, that sounded ridiculous, and it will probably land me in jail. I could just ignore the crazy old man. But no, I mean, I said I would do this job to the best of my ability, so... She placed her items on the counter, and as I rang her up, I asked her where she was heading. Smiling, she said, "I'm headed up to Red Rock Canyon. It's not much further, is it?" "I'm new around here," I replied. "But I think it's about 45 minutes up the road. If you drive another hour farther north, you could camp at the Hadley Preserve. I hear it's beautiful, and you can camp right on the river." "No," she said. "I've been driving for 5 hours. It's getting dark, and I'm ready to set up camp, heat up some dinner, and go to sleep. But, I mean, maybe I'll check it out another time, thanks." "All right, well, that'll be $18.42, I said. And as she rummaged in her purse, I stammered out the only thing I could think of. "You shouldn't wear red out in these mountains." She stopped rummaging, and she looked up at me. "Oh, why is that?" "Well, because it attracts mosquitoes. Yeah, there's this new terrible breed of mosquito. And this breed, it attacks people wearing red." I smiled awkwardly, feeling like an idiot. "Okay, I'll keep that in mind," she said, as she slid a 20 across the counter and said, "Keep the change," as she headed back out the door. And I'm sure that as soon as she got in her car, she hit the door locks. Well, that went well. And, the rest of the night was quiet. And in the morning, I found the stepladder, made some fresh popcorn in the popcorn machine, and I filled the cup on Tic-Tac's perch above the door. I sprinkled in some green Tic-Tacs as instructed, but the crow was nowhere to be seen. Milton relieved me at 6 a.m. sharp, and I told him about my one and only customer. He nodded and said, "You can only do what you can do." The next 2 nights were uneventful. I had only one customer, and he wasn't wearing red. I resigned myself to making $20 an hour for doing very little work. I just had to follow Milton's instructions. After straightening the store, I spent the night reading and watching YouTube on my phone. At 5 a.m., Tic-Tac gave 3 sharp caws before she flew off into the dark. 20 minutes later, a police car pulled into the parking lot. An officer got out and walked into the store. He identified himself as Officer Jim Langston, and he was investigating a missing person. When he showed me a printout of a woman, my heart sank. Her long brown hair was pulled back into a ponytail, and she was wearing a red jacket. My first customer. And I told the officer everything. Well, everything but the mosquito story. I'd left that out. He wrote down what time she left, where she was headed, what her car looked like, and what she purchased. He asked if anyone was with her, and I said she was alone. Before leaving, Officer Langston handed me a photo and said to put it up on the bulletin board with the others. It was 5:45. The sun was just starting to break through the clouds, and I stepped out onto the porch and watched the flashing lights of the police car fade away. The bulletin board was on the left side of the porch. Until today, I hadn't paid any attention to it. It was large, maybe 6 by 8, and it was covered with paper notices. There was the typical notice of a car for sale or a lost dog, but mixed in among those was an unusual amount of missing people. There was no certain age or race, but they all had one thing in common. They were all wearing something red. Maybe there really was something strange going on in these woods. After that morning's visit by the police, I started to take my job more seriously. Every night at work, I looked over the park maps, and I tried to memorize the campsites and various trails. I started keeping a record of where people were going and how long they planned to stay. I even got Milton to write down people's names, what they were driving, and which campsite they were staying at. I tried getting him to explain the Watcher and Code Purple, but his answer was always the same. "You'll have to see those things for yourself, boy." 2 weeks later, a couple stopped for gas. They had a little boy with them in an old Volkswagen van. I noticed a red tent tied to the roof. So I told them we were having a promotion at the store. They could trade in their old tent for any tent we had. We did have an excellent selection of camping supplies. While they considered my offer, I said I'd throw in a new camp stove. And that closed the deal. A few weeks after that, a guy drove up with his gear piled into the back of his pickup truck. While he was in the restroom, I stole the red sleeping bag out of his truck and replaced it with a top-of-the-line green one. He never even noticed. My scariest moment was around 7 in the evening one night. A mom was camping with her little girl, and they stopped for gas and supplies. The girl looked to be around maybe 5 or 6. She wore a purple t-shirt with her name Bella written in sparkles on the front. She also wore a pair of little red tennis shoes with white laces. When I found out they were headed up to the Red Rock Canyon, where the last woman disappeared, I panicked. I tried everything, including telling the mom there were daily glitter craft parties for campers at the Hadley Preserve. Nothing worked. I was seriously thinking of following them in my car to stage a minor accident when Tic-Tac saved the day. As mother and daughter were headed out the door, the little girl heard a soft cooing from above. She stopped to look up at the huge black and white crow. And as she did, Tic-Tac left her a present. A large puddle of bird crap landed right on her on one of her little red shoes. The mom swore, gave me this dirty look, grabbed her daughter and hurried to the car. From the counter, I could see her removing her daughter's tennis shoes, throwing them into a plastic bag, and putting them in the trunk. Mission accomplished. As a reward, Tic Tac and I split a full bag of gummy bears. And things went on like this for a while. I was beginning to think that I had things under control. When everything went to hell, all in a single night. It started when I arrived at work at 6, and I found the gas station empty. The store was unlocked. His truck was parked in the lot, but no Milton. I searched everywhere, inside and out, and nothing. I called his home phone number, but Milton didn't have a cell, and there was no answer. And as I was standing there, phone in hand, I heard a dog barking. Walking outside, I looked to the right, and there in the middle of the road stood a large black and gray German shepherd, barking his head off. That must be old Sarge, I thought, remembering his name from the notebook. And hadn't it said I should listen to him? Standing there, not sure of what to do, I felt a current of air rush past as Tic Tac flew by. She glided over the barking dog and flew up over the trees towards the park. My eyes followed her flight, and that's when I noticed that the sky over the park was this deep, dark purple, and it was slowly turning, like the formation of a tornado. Oh shit. What did the book say? Evacuate the campers and hikers? Shut down the park, right? Load all the emergency supplies in the tow truck. I ran back into the store and I grabbed the keys to the tow truck. In about 4 minutes, I'd thrown all our emergency supplies into the back and was pulling out of the parking lot. I made one quick stop at the park entrance to throw out some orange cones and the road closed sign, and then I floored it. And I followed that dog. As fast as I drove, that dog, it was always 100 feet ahead of me. And when we reached campsite 1, the dog turned off the road, ran past a blue SUV in the parking lot, and dove into the trees. I slammed on the brakes and I followed, running. Every couple of minutes, old Sarge would bark, so I followed the sound until I burst out into a clearing. It took me a minute to register what I was seeing. There was a dad, his teenage daughter, and a little boy. They were sitting by a campfire roasting marshmallows with old Sarge barking frantically, not 3 feet away. He was right in their face, and they didn't even see him. I think maybe the little boy could, because I saw him draw back and move behind his dad. They did look startled when they noticed me, standing by the woods trying to catch my breath. You gotta go. Didn't you see the sky? The tornado coming? I managed. The dad looked up at the darkening purple sky, and he finally did start to question. I didn't hear any storm warnings when we drove in today, he said. It came up suddenly. Emergency personnel are on the way, but you need to go now, I said. Leave everything behind. Take only what you can load in 5 minutes. I have to go warn the other campers, I said. The dad paused, then looked at the kids and nodded. Okay, thanks, he said. He poured water on the fire and started packing up. The dog seemed satisfied. He stopped barking and headed back towards the main road. When I made it back to the tow truck, old Sarge was standing in the middle of the road, just waiting for me. I started up the truck, and I followed. The dog ran right past campsites 2, 3, and 4, which, I assumed, meant there were no campers or hikers there. But when we got to number 5, he just flew past a green Toyota, the only car around, and headed back into the woods. As I jumped out of the tow truck, the wind began to pick up.
and I followed the barking. And this time when I broke through the forest, I was at the top of a long hill. At the base of the hill was a river. There was one large tent set up, and I could see 2 adults sitting in camp chairs along the river. A little girl must have been napping inside the tent, because the adults didn't notice when she stepped outside and walked behind it. She was wearing a red sweater. And that's when I saw the ball. A large red plastic ball was moving slowly towards the trees, against the wind. And the little girl was following it. Squinting my eyes, I looked to where she was headed, and from the distance, I could just make out a man standing in the trees. He was dressed in black with a long coat, and it looked like he was wearing an old-fashioned top hat with a bright band of red along the base. I saw his long, bony fingers pointing at the red ball, like he was calling it forward. I realized right then that this was the Watcher, and my heart sank. I knew I'd never make it there in time. And that's when the dog took off. Growling and snapping, he headed for the man in black. The little girl was only about 20 feet away from the woods when the dog reached her. He stopped a few feet in front of the girl, blocking her path. And the girl could clearly see the dog, because she reached out to touch him, and old Sarge turned and licked her face. She laughed, and I could see the dog slowly begin leading her back to her parents. I was running now, halfway down the hill, when I noticed that both the man with the top hat and the big red ball were gone. At the river, I told the parents about the tornado warning, and that got them moving. They were packed and heading towards the city by the time I got back to the top of the hill. There were only 7 campsites with parking. Old Sarge raced past number 6, so there was only one more to check. Campsite 7 was known by the locals as Red Rock Canyon. I'd spent many nights looking through the trail maps, and I knew there was a small maintenance road that ran alongside the trail, all the way down the river. So this time, instead of running through the woods behind the dog, I turned onto the maintenance road. It was barely wide enough for the tow truck to make it through, but I drove as fast as I could. The tow truck jolted its way over large potholes and rocks along the road. Coming around a wide curve, I had to slam on the brakes. There was a hiker standing in the road. He had a large rucksack on his back, and he was staring directly at me. But he didn't move a muscle. He looked terrified. I could see he needed help. My hand moved automatically to the door handle, and that's when I saw something huge move through the trees 10 feet behind him. And I never would have seen it if it wasn't moving. It was at least 20 feet tall, and I could only really see its outline. The creature's torso, head, arms, and legs were nearly invisible. It was like looking through water. It was clear, but wavery. Its body was massive, and its arms reached almost to the ground. It stopped a few feet into the trees, and then its head snapped around to the hiker. The creature lumbered forward until it towered over him. Now it was right behind him. His eyes were just locked on mine. I thought about honking the horn to distract it, but the hiker was between us, and if it took one step, I think it would have crushed him. And that's when I remembered the notebook. There was something about light being used as a weapon. I hit the switch for the bright lights that ran across the top of the tow truck, praying that maybe that would work. And the creature screeched and stumbled back. And that's when the dog ran out of the woods, across the creature's path. Old Sarge was growling and barking as he backed up. drawing the beast away from us. It screamed again, and then it went after the dog, and they both disappeared into the forest. As soon as it seemed safe, I jumped out of the truck and I ran to the hiker. I quickly shoved him and his gear into the passenger seat, and then I floored it back to the main road. And by the time we got back to the gas station, I'd found out that his name was Samuel. He'd been doing some solo hiking for the past 2 weeks. This had been his last stop before going home. Samuel, still in shock, laughed and said, "Hey, this really was almost my last stop, like permanently." And then almost in a whisper, he said, "What was that thing?" I answered honestly, "I don't know, Samuel." We got back to the store around midnight. He called a friend to come pick him up. While we waited, I got us a couple of Cokes, chips, and some beef jerky. He asked if the dog would be okay, and I said, I hope so. I almost said, "You can see the dog?" But I stopped myself, thinking that would lead to a lot more questions. Questions that I couldn't answer. After he left, I got a call on my cell. It was Milton. Turns out he'd had a heart attack. A random customer found him collapsed on the floor of the gas station and called an ambulance. Luckily, it was a mild one, and with medication, he should be back on his feet in no time. In the end, I decided to stay. I'm needed here, and maybe I can't exactly explain what's going on, and I still haven't seen the green lightning, but I think I'm gonna stay, at least for a while. When I first got this job, I thought Milton was just some crazy old man. But now, I think that maybe he's the gatekeeper. And I guess that makes me the gatekeeper's apprentice. Alright, so I work at a gas station in the middle of nowhere, where strange things happen every day, but you know what? It's not boring. The first step to recovery is admitting you have a problem. My name is Cooper, and I think this might be my dream job. I quit working at my uncle's junkyard after only 3 days, and the ghosts weren't the reason why. There was an evil there, an evil that no one else but me would have understood. I only hope that it's truly gone now. I wasn't even supposed to be spending my summer at Uncle Ned's. There was a party, some beers, and then me behind the wheel of a car. Thankfully, I didn't get hurt or cause any real damage, except to my college career. A DUI arrest put my life in shambles. I was given community service, which was a relief since I was looking at jail time. I was sentenced to teach English Lit at the local juvenile detention center during the day. My term of service was for 10 weeks, starting exactly when I was supposed to go back to school. There was also a hefty fine that my parents didn't want to pay off, which is why I took up a night shift job when my uncle offered. I know, I should have been grateful that I'd avoided jail, but at that moment, it felt like I was entering my own personal prison. The place was surrounded by a 10-foot-high fence that was topped with barbed wire. The only thing missing were tower guards. I passed under the sign for my uncle's place as I opened the main gate. The weathered lettering read, "Last Chance Parts." The guard dog, a huge Rottweiler that was chained to a metal post, greeted me as I walked up to a tiny one-story office building. A few windows were glazed over with brown grime. One window held an air conditioner that dripped water, which the guard dog lapped up between growls. I was about to open the door when my Uncle Ned walked out. He was wearing a gray designer suit and a red silk tie. I didn't get a hug or even a handshake. Well, there he is, my darling nephew, nearly 10 minutes late on his first day. Great way to make a first impression, he said sarcastically. I mumbled out an apology and hoped we'd go into his air-conditioned office. Uncle Ned went right into a tour of the place, though. And as we walked, he went over the rules for working the night shift at the junkyard. The first rule was don't go to feed Rascal, the guard dog. Uncle Ned gave me a proper introduction to the pooch. Rascal did not let me pet him, but he did stop growling and flashing his teeth. We passed by a row of 16 cars that were in various states of being picked for parts. Some just had metal frames left. Others looked like they could be driven out of the junkyard, until my uncle lifted a hood to show there was no engine. All the parts, from door locks to windshields to specific bolts and screws, were cataloged and held in the storage warehouse that sat in the middle of the junkyard. Every mechanic in western Nebraska would call up my uncle whenever they needed a part. He thought of himself as the junker king of the Midwest. But who was I to judge? Since I practically had to beg him to even let me work here. We walked into the section of the junkyard where they crushed the cars. There was this huge machine, painted a shiny yellow. It looked like a giant toaster oven, but instead of throwing in a slice of bread, you slipped in a car. I asked if I could see it in action. I mean, who doesn't like watching things get crushed? Uncle Ned climbed into a forklift, speared an old car, and then dropped it in the space for the automobile. The walls of the car baler then squeezed in from all directions until the 10-foot-long car was nothing more than a coffee table-sized chunk of steel. The sounds of the metal crunching and crackling made me wince. The noise was surprisingly violent, and it was amazing to watch. After the car crushing, Uncle Ned told me another rule. Don't even think of touching, operating, or starting the car baler. If I did, and he found out, I would be fired on the spot. He then started to walk me around the perimeter of the place, next to the fence. He spouted off the next rule as we strolled. I wasn't allowed to let anyone in after my uncle left for the day. There were no junk car drop-offs at night, and business hours were from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., so there was no reason for anyone to come by. He also made it clear I wasn't to let in any of my buddies or my girlfriend to hang out with me. If I did and he found out, I'd be fired. To make sure that no one would come in after hours, Uncle Ned would be locking me in when he left for the day. Like I said, it was like my own personal prison. I asked what if something happened to me and I needed help. He laughed, and he told me that if I was dumb enough to get hurt doing this job and needed an ambulance, I deserved to die. Besides, if I really needed help, I could call him. Which led to my question, what exactly was my job? Uncle Ned stopped, the metal fence just to his left. He reached out and let his fingers curl into the intertwined steel loops, and he gave it a shake. Uncle Ned then turned and told me that he'd been having trouble with thieves jumping the fence at night and stealing copper parts from his cars. Things like radiators, brake tubes, and the alternator all have copper in them, and the market for copper was through the roof. It seemed Rascal's bark was worse than his bite, and Uncle Ned needed someone to act as a night watchman, someone making the rounds with a flashlight, so the copper poachers would think twice about breaking in. I suddenly had second thoughts. He assured me he didn't want me to play hero. Although he thought of me as a bit of a slacker, I was still family, and his sister would have his scalp if anything happened to me. Uncle Ned felt that my mere presence would keep the thieves out, and if anything did happen, I should call and he'd be there in a few minutes. Feeling a little more reassured, we kept along the fence when I noticed something strange. Every 20 yards or so, someone had used some wire to attach a small crucifix onto the fence. I'd counted 3, and looking ahead, I spotted more. I had to ask my uncle about it. He told me the workers did it, weaving the crosses into the fence. Why? I asked. And Uncle Ned was quiet. His mood changed. He suddenly became agitated, evasive, almost scared. I asked him again, "What's with the crosses?" He pointed to 4 cars at the far end of the junkyard. They were set apart from the others. There were 2 minivans and 2 small sedans. All of them had been in crashes, some worse than others. Our walk brought us right in the middle of them, and he seemed very nervous to be there. Uncle Ned told me that these were what his workers called the debtors, cars that were in fatal accidents. It seemed that once police were done with an accident investigation and the insurance company had settled all claims, the cars would end up here, where they'd be stripped for parts. The problem was Uncle Ned's employees hated working on these vehicles. They felt it was like picking the jewelry off a corpse in a casket. His workers thought that nothing but bad karma came from working on these cars. There were also a few incidents, he added. Incidents? What the hell do you mean by incidents? I said. I'd stopped walking. That's a word that covers a lot of ground. Uncle Ned recounted that a few of his workers had suffered their own accidents after working on the cars. And again, my uncle was being very vague. I wanted clear answers. Okay, how many workers? What kind of accidents? Uncle Ned explained that one of his workers was crushed under an old debtor a few months ago, and another had lost his hand after he accidentally sliced it open when pulling parts from another one. That's why the employees started putting the crucifixes on the fences. It was to keep the bad aura inside the junkyard. They didn't want anything following them home. My uncle thought his workers were being overly suspicious, but he allowed it. I glanced over at the 4 debtors. It suddenly felt like I was standing in a real graveyard, and each of these cars were giant metal tombs. I asked my uncle about them. How many people died in each car? What's their stories? I asked. He said he didn't know and didn't want to. Nothing would change if he knew any of the details of the accidents that brought the cars here. His job was to junk them, and that's what he did. His shuffling feet and gruff voice betrayed his uneasiness, though. I felt it too. Something about that spot felt wrong. I noticed 3 of the 4 debtors weren't totaled. They didn't look like they'd been in any serious accident at all. They had pushed in panels, and one had a badly crushed roof, but nothing that screamed fatal. Though the one small blue sedan had its windshield pushed out, with a hole in the middle of it. My imagination pictured someone's body thrown forward and their head smashing into the glass. I wondered if there were bits of hair still stuck in the shards. I shivered at the thought. The one car that looked like it was totaled into oblivion was a black minivan. It was mostly a crumpled hunk of steel, though the driver's side door was still attached and looked like it could be opened. The rest of the car was nothing more than folds of metal. For a moment, I thought the car had blood seeping out of it, but I realized it was just rust bleeding out from its undercarriage. Uncle Ned explained the final rule. This area, like the car crusher, was off limits. He spouted something about insurance issues with these cars, and there was no need for me to worry about this section of the junkyard when I made my nightly rounds, which was fine by me. This area gave me the creeps. Uncle Ned walked back towards his office. The tour was done. I followed him, hanging a few steps behind. I heard this noise, a thumping sound, and I turned to look at the deaders, and for a split second, I thought I saw a young woman in the blue Mazda. Her blonde hair was matted, her face white, eyes black. She was banging on the glass as if trying to get my attention. And just then, Rascal barked and then let out a howl, and I turned to see the dog wailing and barking like he was warning me. When I glanced back at the Honda, the face in the car was gone. I shuffled to my uncle's side, very creeped out, but convinced I was letting all the talk of death get the best of me. Rascal stopped barking, which also brought things down a notch. I watched my uncle drive out through the gate, park his car, and walk back to the fence. He pulled his keys out, and then he officially locked me in for the night. He managed a wave, and then left a trail of dust behind his car as he drove away. When Rascal nudged up against me, I realized at least I wasn't totally alone. I made my way into the air-conditioned office, and I grabbed a scoop of dog food from the bag, and I poured it into Rascal's bowl near my uncle's desk. He scarfed it down like he hadn't been fed in a week. Although I felt like a jerk for doing it, I had to take Rascal out of the office so he could do his guard dog thing after dinner. It took some coaxing. I had to use another bowl of food to get him out the door. I noted the time. It was 7:30. I had another hour before sunset, when I'd have to make my first rounds of the junkyard. I had my feet up, and I was playing some game on my phone when Rascal started to bark. It was throaty, guttural, and full of anger. I opened the door, and I was hit with the heat. It was still very hot, even as the sun was about to dip below the horizon. I followed the sound of Rascal's barking, and in between his yelps, I heard voices. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but it was at least two people yelling. I ran up along the right edge of the fence, and I found the dog facing the barrier and yapping up a storm. I let him know it was okay, and after a minute or so, he tired himself out and stopped. There was nobody in sight, but there was a blanket on the other side of the fence, and in the dust, you could see footprints. It looked like someone was planning to climb the fence and throw the blanket over the barbed wire to get into the junkyard. I suddenly felt very protective of my uncle's place. I yelled out to the empty landscape on the other side of the fence. "I'm calling the cops, I see you. You better give it up for the night." I stood there for a good 5 minutes, just staring, letting him know there was a new sheriff in town. Rascal gave up before me, turning to the office and shuffling his way back. Then I let out one more yell. "I'm here all night. Every night." I decided that at least for the next hour or so, I should spend it on the office's small outside porch. There was a metal rocking chair for me to sit on. And as I rocked back and forth in the fading twilight, with the old dog at my feet, I kinda did feel like one of those old sheriffs in an old Western movie. I didn't take out my phone. I just sat there and watched as the day gave way to night. And then I heard the voices again. I was surprised that Rascal didn't let out a bark. Instead, he started to whine, and when I looked down at him, he seemed to curl into a tight ball, his tail tucking under his hind legs. I figured the thieves had come back to get their blanket, and they might try another break-in. I grabbed the flashlight my uncle gave me, and I marched back to the fence. I shone my light at the fence, and I yelled that the cops were coming. But the voices didn't stop. My flashlight found the blanket, exactly where it had been when Rascal and I saw it this late afternoon. And then I realized that the voices weren't coming from outside the junkyard, but from inside. Maybe they'd already jumped the fence? I spun around, letting the beam stretch across the junkyard, trying to find the voices. And my light settled on the deaders. The sound was coming from one of those cars. It was the green Chevy Cavalier, the one with the crushed-in roof. The tiny light was on inside the car's interior, and the voices were coming from it. As much as I didn't want to, I slowly walked towards the car. I then realized the voices were talking about sports, yapping about how the Nebraska football team was going to do that fall. It was the local radio show. The car's radio had somehow turned on. I fought against my fear. It's probably just a short in the circuit. Maybe a rat chewed up a wire into the hood. But what if it was the thieves and they were inside the car and pulling out the radio? I was about to dial my uncle's number, but I thought I should at least make sure. So I took a few more steps closer until I could get a good view inside the car. And there was no one in there. Without realizing it, I had walked all the way up to the green Chevy. The voices from the radio were now debating whether they had a quarterback that could lead them to the championship. I surveyed the inside of the car and double-checked there was nobody in there. I leaned in to get a good look through the back window and confirmed there wasn't a body hiding in the back seat or tucked under the dash. It was just me and the green Chevy. I reached for the driver's side door and I gave it a tug. Sure enough, the dashboard was lit and the radio was on, and I sat down in the driver's seat, having to scrunch down because of the crushed roof, and then I reached over to the radio dial to turn it off. And that's when the car door slammed shut on its own. The flashlight dropped from my hand, and it landed outside the car. I tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. And I couldn't help but think of the blonde woman's face I thought I saw in the other deader. And I started to panic. I rammed my full body weight against the door, and it didn't move. I then reached across the passenger side and tried the door. Again, nothing. My hands reached out to the steering wheel. I grabbed it in frustration, shaking it and yelling. And as my palms held the wheel, everything went black. I was in this darkness, an ink-black void. And then as quick as that happened, there was a light. Or lights, street lights. I wasn't sitting in the junked car, but I was driving it along the road. The radio was on, the sports dudes were yapping again, but the players they were talking about were from 2 years ago. The streetlights were whipping by me, and I looked down at the speedometer and saw I was doing 110 miles per hour. Whoever was driving this car was a real speed demon. Suddenly, my right hand reached down and hit a button on the radio, changing the station from the talk radio guys to music. The song Freebird came on, and the guitar was wailing. I felt my foot pressed down on the gas. A blur of the highway sign passed by. It was for the Hemlock Road exit on Route 88. And I knew where I was, heading east towards Lincoln. I felt the adrenaline rushing through my body. I wanted to keep feeling it. My hands gripped the leather wheel tighter. I let my glance shift from the road into the rearview mirror. But I didn't see myself. I was a 40-something-year-old man with a brown goatee, the driver of the Chevy. The driver that died. And just then, a deer leaped out onto the road. I cranked the way all the way to the left to avoid hitting it, but the car's momentum caused it to keep going forward. I started to flip, and then kept flipping. I counted 8 rollovers, and on the last spin, my skull hit the roof of the car, and I felt my neck crank. I heard it too, a loud snap. It made my head fall forward, dangling down. It was like a head on a rag doll, the neck bones and muscles just useless. My cheek rested on my chest, and I was looking at my shirt buttons. My eyelids fluttered, and then I let go of the wheel. I was back in the junkyard and sitting up in the Chevy. My hands went to my neck. It was all good, nothing broken. My heart was pumping, and every nerve in my body seemed electrified. For a second, I thought about grabbing the wheel again, but questioned whether my body could take another round of what just happened. I was also scared, thinking that if I went back, maybe there was a chance that I didn't return. Instead, I reached for the car's door handle, gave it a push, and it opened. I was barely able to stand. When I looked out, I noticed that the sky was getting brighter. I pulled my phone from my pocket, and I saw that it was nearly dawn. What I thought took only a few moments had been hours. My uncle would be pulling up soon. I staggered back to the office, Rascal at my side. I plopped down into the rocking chair, and I tried to make sense of what happened. But I really couldn't. I figured I might have hit my head on the door jamb when I went to turn off the radio. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. But it was all too real. I knew it happened, and my uncle's car pulled up just then to the gate. I was still in a bit of a daze as I gave him the rundown of the night. I did let Uncle Ned know about the attempted break-in, and walked over with him to where the blanket was still sitting outside the fence. He managed to give me a hearty pat on the back, and let me know I was already a worthy hire. On my walk home that early morning, all I could think about as I shuffled along the highway was what happened in the car. The speeding Chevy was replayed over and over again. The combination of fear and thrills was still racing through me. I managed to get a few hours sleep before my brother dropped me off at the juvenile detention center so I could serve my community service. And I was distracted the whole day. I practically ran the mile from my house to my uncle's place that late afternoon. And just then, a car came speeding down the highway, way faster than usual. I stopped and watched it get closer. It was about a quarter mile away, and it was hard to see exactly what kind of car it was, but the music blasting from the car radio made me stop and stare in disbelief. I heard that song Freebird again, and it was the green car. The 2-door Chevy, the deader from the night before. It drifted out of its lane, heading towards me. I could see the driver. It was the man with the goatee, his head upside down and swinging from his broken neck like a pendulum. His eyes were on me, and he was smiling. I snapped out of the moment, and I ran for the junkyard's front gate. My feet slipped on the loose gravel. The music got louder. I didn't want to turn around. The car's wheels hit the gravel driveway. It was right behind me. I reached out and grabbed the fence, and the car was gone. I turned to see an empty driveway. There wasn't even a dust cloud. and just then, my uncle stepped out. He yelled out a hello, and I half-heartedly gave him a wave, while still trying to figure out what the hell just happened. My back was wet with sweat, and I struggled to catch my breath as Uncle Ned walked over to let me in. Of course, I couldn't tell him what just happened. No sane person would understand, you know. My uncle took off earlier than the night before, since he didn't have to go over the rules this time, the ones I had already broken. Even after what happened earlier on the road, I still kind of wanted to experience being in the deader again. The curiosity was overwhelming. I dragged the metal rocking chair over from the office porch, and I sat right in the middle of the creepy cars. Rascal didn't follow me. He still seemed uneasy about that section of the junkyard and stayed back at the office. I felt manic, and it made me anxious. I'd never been addicted to any drug in my life, but this was what a junkie must feel waiting for their next hit. I was trying to decide which car to go into next, and my eyes kept settling on the black minivan, the one that was almost totaled. For some reason, I felt that I had to wait until the sun went down, as if that was part of the ritual. Was this now my ritual? I looked over my shoulder. The sun looked like a tangerine about to roll off a table, and then it was gone. But it still wasn't dark, so I waited. The black minivan's door creaked open by itself. It had read my mind. Somehow these cars were now connected to my thoughts. I slid into the driver's seat. I had to wedge myself in. I sat there, and then the door closed by itself. There was a moment of doubt, a feeling that this was wrong, but the overwhelming desire to know about the other debtors, it overruled everything. My hands found the wheel. There was a flash of black, and then I was driving in the minivan. It was a rainy, wet afternoon. I looked over to the clock radio, and it blinked out 3 p.m. Now, I couldn't place the highway I was on this time. It was a big 3-laner in both directions. Probably one of the interstates. My eyes drifted down to the speedometer. It clocked a reasonable 65 miles per hour. The rain pelted the windshield. I clicked the windshield wipers up another notch, but it didn't do much to clear the glass. There was a boom of thunder, and then the highway lit up as lightning hit the ground nearby. I wanted to see who I was, so I glanced into the rearview mirror, and I saw a woman with red hair tucked under a baseball cap that read Princess on the front. Probably late 30s. I smiled to see if the woman would smile too, but then I saw something that made that smile disappear. In the rearview mirror, I not only saw the woman, but a big 18-wheeler flashing its lights to clear me out of the lane. No. I do not want to experience this. I tried letting go of the steering wheel, but I couldn't. It was as if my hands were welded onto the wheel. The car wasn't going to let me out. I tried closing my eyes, but I couldn't do that either. Suddenly, I wasn't waiting for some euphoric thrill ride experience. My arm muscles ached as I struggled to pull my hands free, and I saw the truck coming up fast behind me in the rearview mirror. But she, or me, didn't click on the blinker. She was one of those stubborn drivers who doesn't want to switch lanes. The truck sped up. It was nearly on top of her, or me, we were one of the same. And I screamed, hoping that I could somehow shock the driver into moving, to do something, to try and change what was about to happen, but I knew I couldn't. My view shifted from the rear view mirror to the windshield. and through the haze of the water, I could see brake lights. Someone stopped ahead. My foot hit the brakes, slowing down, but the truck behind me didn't. It slammed into me with the force of 1,000 sledgehammers, ramming me into the stopped truck just ahead. Glass and bits of metal showered down on me. Airbags exploded. And then everything went black again. My hands released from the wheel. I fell out of the minivan, my face hitting the dirt. I scrambled on all fours from the car, and when I was about 20 feet away, I turned and watched as the door just closed. My legs felt like jelly as I staggered up back inside the office. I collapsed in the chair by Uncle Ned's desk. My fingers clicked off the switch of the air conditioner. I was already shivering. The next 5 hours were spent staring at myself in a mirror above a gray filing cabinet. The horrific crash of the minivan was replaying in my brain. My uncle's car pulling up to the office snapped me out of it. Uncle Ned asked if everything went all right as I blew past him towards the front gate. I shouted back that nothing happened and I'd see him later. And on the way home, I was on edge, my eyes scanning the road for either the green Chevy or the black minivan. Every oncoming car caused me to run off the shoulder and hide and wait for the vehicle to pass before I'd walk again. What should have been a 25-minute stroll took nearly an hour. When I finally made it home, my mother wanted to know what was wrong. There was no hiding the pale shock on my face. I told her it was nothing, just the lack of sleep, and I let my bed swallow me up when I got to my room. The alarm woke me up. Somehow I was able to grab a few hours of sleep before I was to head out to my teaching job. My brother texted me that he was outside and ready to drive me to the center. I scarfed down a banana and was about to walk out the front door when I caught a view of our driveway. There was a black minivan sitting in it, the undamaged one I was driving the previous night. I stopped and went to the front bay window, and I peeked out through the blinds. My brother's car was on the street waiting for me, and the minivan was in the driveway. I took a step back, blinked a few times, trying to clear away any insanity that might have crept into my mind. Before looking out the window again, I texted my brother, and I asked him if there was a van in our driveway. He texted back that I should stop messing around if I didn't want to be late. I stepped to the window and glanced out again. The red-haired woman had her face pressed to the window, her eyes black orbs as she stared at me. Just then, I got another text message. It read, "We'll take you there." The phone dropped from my hands. There was the sound of another text, and I picked up the phone, terrified at what it might read. But it was only my brother giving me a final warning. I texted him that I wasn't feeling great, and that I was going to miss doing my community service that day. And I heard him pull from the curb. When I looked out the front window, the van was gone too. I went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I got that urge again. The strange urge that I needed to sit in one of the debtors. And I can't explain it, but it was useless to fight that urge. Something was compelling me to go back to the junkyard. Some unseen force wanted me inside those cars. Why? I didn't know. The only thing I did know was that I couldn't fight that desire to be inside the debtors again. I didn't remember leaving my house and walking along the highway to my uncle's place. When he let me in at the gate, he was a bit touchy. My uncle wanted to know why the rocking chair was in the middle of the debtors. I just told him it wasn't me. which just made him angrier. I mean, it couldn't have been anyone else.
Remember the rules, he said.
I just shrugged it off, and I said I'd keep an eye out for thieves that night. Uncle Ned issued a final warning to do just what he was paying me for and nothing else. And then he was gone. I left Rascal at the office porch. He was curled up near the rocking chair. Sitting on the dirt in the middle of the Deaders, I set my sights on the blue Mazda, the car that had first caught my eye. The one with the ghostly woman's face that stared at me the first day. The door swung open, and I heard Rascal whine. I lowered my head, and I crouched into the blue car, the one with the hole in the windshield. The door closed with a loud bang. I looked around the interior. There was no real damage. The airbag had gone off, and all the glass on the dashboard gauges were shattered, but otherwise the car didn't look like it was in a fatal accident. My hands rested on the steering wheel, and then my fingers curled around it. A curtain of black rolled down all around me, and then I was driving in the dark. It was nighttime. I was on a back road. It could have been anywhere within 500 miles. There were no signs, buildings, or highway markers. It was a 2-lane country road cutting across a patch of nowhere in particular. There weren't any streetlights. The only light was from one of my front headlights. I stared into the rearview mirror to see my face. It was the one I saw in the back window when I was walking away from the Deaders the first day on the job. But this time it wasn't a corpse. Instead, I was a vibrant 20-something with blonde hair and pale blue eyes. A small stuffed unicorn hung from the mirror. The radio was on. The song was some country-sounding dude singing about lost love. There was no rain. I wasn't speeding. And for a moment, everything seemed just fine. And then the Mazda's headlights caught something up ahead on the right side of the road. There was a white car, a small coupe with its hood up. I felt myself touching on the brake, slowly pulling behind the broken-down vehicle. And then something strange happened. A new twist in the Deader experience. I, or she, we both left the car. Now standing, we looked around, poked our head into the car. There was no one there. And then I heard the blonde driver scream out if anyone needed some help. And there was no reply. And then we took out our phone, took a picture of the car and its license plate. I was back behind the wheel, key in the ignition. We pulled away from the white car. She was about to snap in the seatbelt when she took one last glimpse of the broken-down coupe in the rearview mirror. But instead of the car, we saw someone sitting in the back seat. A man with a red ski mask on and wearing mirrored sunglasses. There was a scream. Her scream. And then I felt a leather belt around my neck and pulled tight. I couldn't breathe. The stiff leather cut into my skin. I had to let go of the steering wheel to try to slip my fingers underneath the belt and gain some space to suck in some air. The car meandered on the road, drifting left and right. My legs kicked out, smashing into the dashboard. My heels cracked the glass on the gauges. My eyes found the rearview mirror again. I could see the ski-masked man with sunglasses was leaning over the front seat. I saw a metal mile marker on the left side of the road, and with all my might, I stretched my foot to hit the accelerator, and I got my hand on the steering wheel. I gave it all the gas and sped to the sign. The ski-masked man released the belt and ducked behind the seats just as we crashed into the steel pole. The airbag exploded, and then his voice cut through the sound of the last gasps of the blonde girl, and I heard him say,
"I am the red mask of death. Behold my presence."
Everything went black for a moment, and then I was back in the junkyard. I gulped for air as I fell out of the car. I felt something wet on my forehead. My hand reached up, and when I pulled it back, it was covered with blood. My blood. My neck also felt like it'd been squeezed in a noose. Okay, that was it. I was done. I wasn't just experiencing other people's deaths. I almost died this time. It was nearly dawn, and my uncle would be there soon, but I didn't care. I was officially quitting, and I wanted out of this junkyard now. I couldn't spend one more minute in this place. I marched over to the office, swung open the door, and started to ransack the room, looking for another key to get out. I rifled through the file cabinet, and then I pulled open every drawer on my uncle's desk. Laying in one of the drawers was a red ski mask, a leather belt, and mirrored shades, and the room started to spin. I stepped back. I would faint if I didn't sit down. And just then the office door swung open. Uncle Ned's gaze met mine, and then his eyes went to the desk and the open drawer. I backed up into a far corner of the office. Not a word was said between us, but he knew that I knew. My uncle reached down and grabbed the ski mask, and he pulled it over his head. He slid on the mirrored shades, and finally the belt was stretched out between both his hands as he stepped towards me. In the blink of an eye, Uncle Ned had transformed from an annoying relative to pure menace. He wasn't slumping and middle-aged anymore. Instead, he stood straight up, his shoulders back. He seemed big. His breathing seemed amplified, the huffing and puffing of a large animal, a predator. He kept coming forward, and he said,
"I am the red mask of death. Behold my presence."
He snapped the belt in his hands. It sounded like a whip cracking. Rascal appeared in the doorway and whined. Uncle Ned turned for a moment to look at the dog. A distraction, meaning a chance for me. I bolted forward and I pushed past my uncle out of the door. I scrambled to the front gate, passing my uncle's car, and I reached it, but it was locked. I turned to see Uncle Ned stomping towards me. I tried to climb the fence, but I couldn't. A hand grabbed the back of my shirt and it threw me to the ground. And then the belt was looped around my neck. I was being dragged backwards, and I couldn't stop it. After about 30 yards of being pulled through the dirt, my uncle stopped, and I looked around and realized we were by the car crusher, and then a boot smashed into my ribs. I was almost unconscious. Through the haze, I saw my uncle open a trunk on one of the junk cars. Even though I was almost passed out, I knew what he was going to do. And I tried to stand, but I couldn't. Uncle Ned stepped toward me, the belt once again in his hand. And then he paused and turned to his right. He dropped the belt, and his hands went up in front of him, as if to stop something coming his way. The blue Mazda, the deader car, smashed into my uncle, his body rolling over the hood and bouncing off the roof. He then fell with a thud on the ground about 20 feet away from me, and I heard him moan in pain. And then the forklift started up, even though there was no one behind the wheel. I watched as it drove over to Uncle Ned, and it slid its 2 forks under his body, and it lifted him up. He was dropped into the trunk of the car that was meant for me. I managed to stand up then, still just watching. The trunk shut, and then the forklift speared the car and took it to the crusher. I saw the car smasher as the walls closed in. I looked over to the Mazda. The young woman watched as my uncle's car was slowly squeezed together. The 4 walls of the car crusher released to reveal the metal hunk that was now Uncle Ned's coffin. The forklift pulled it out of the machine, and it laid it on a pile of other metal hunks ready to be recycled. It was done. The Mazda started up again. The blonde woman at the wheel nodded and drove back to her spot amongst the other debtors. After all the violence and noise, there was only silence. I stood for a moment, and then I realized that each of the cars I'd been in was leading me to this. The green Chevy wasn't trying to run me down. It just wanted to make sure I did go back to my uncle's place and get behind the wheel of one of the debtors. I just chose the wrong one. The black van and the text offering, "We'll take you there," was about making sure I did return, since I'd chosen the wrong car again. They wanted me to learn the truth about my uncle. He'd killed, and he would kill again if he wasn't stopped. Somehow a living person had to acknowledge his evil deeds to complete his punishment. It seemed that the dead do communicate, at least in this junkyard. I looked over to the main gate, and I saw that it was now open. At this point, I didn't question it. I was just happy that it happened. I gave Rascal a final pat on the head, another bowl of water and food, and I started my long walk home. Later that afternoon, when I went back to work at my uncle's junkyard, pretending everything was okay, I reported that he wasn't around, that his car was there, that the office was ransacked, but there was no sign of Uncle Ned. For the next week, my uncle's disappearance was big news. The cops' theory was that he surprised some copper thieves, and he might have been killed and then buried in a shallow grave anywhere in the country. There was a funeral a month later, and my mom grieved for her little brother. And then as it happens, things moved on. My parents actually ended up adopting Rascal, and I think he's much happier as a spoiled couch potato instead of a guard dog for a junkyard full of ghosts. As for me, I got a job at the local Applebee's, working the overnight shift. On my first day, my manager pointed to the wall with the photos of past Employee of the Month, and I looked over him, and the star for February, 7 months earlier, was a familiar face. It was the young woman who drove the blue Mazda. I could only hope that she's in peace now, and no longer driving along that dark, lonely road.
There's one rule we astronauts have to follow. We don't talk about the first International Space Station. Now, people forget that one of the first things NASA screens for are people who can follow orders. You don't want to know what happens to astronauts who don't, but for our sake, we need to get the word out. The public has to know what they're really doing up here. It was supposed to be the best moment of my life. The moment I had prepared for since I was a kid. As I sit here talking, it's the last memory I'm choosing to remember. I could still remember it all so clearly. The view from the shuttle as we approached the International Space Station 2.
It was the second greatest sight of my life. Only after my first ever look at the Earth from orbit. Ever since I was small, I wanted to be an astronaut. I grew up in D.C. My dad worked in a senator's office as an undersecretary. Mom was working for a nonprofit that provided aid for humanitarian missions. Dad loved museums and science centers and things like that. I was taken to the air and space museums a lot earlier than I probably should have been. Dad, he always said I'd be doing something with aeronautics from the way my 3-year-old eyes lit up at the display pieces. And from then on, both my parents nurtured my love of flying in outer space. When I was 18, I went into the Air Force. I got my mechanic's license, studied aeronautics, and became an engineer by 24. I was getting ready to work for Boeing or Airbus straight after graduation. But then I received a letter that changed everything. It was from NASA. They wanted me to come work on the brand new International Space Station too. And I was speechless. I went over the letter a million times, trying to believe what I'm reading. And it was a dream come true. I called them immediately, and I told them I would be honored. I spent the next year getting ready to go to space. I thought that boot camp was the toughest thing I'd ever have to go through. It was way worse than the engineering degree for sure, but none of that prepared me for the training I had to do to go to space. There were simulations in zero-G, training with the space shuttle controls, and a rigorous exercise routine. I wasn't there alone either. NASA had 60 candidates competing for 40 spots, but I was told that as long as I passed all the tests, one of those spots was mine. The head of the program was an old airman himself, and he was eager to get the right person in the sky. Now, I wasn't blind to the clear nepotism at work, but I couldn't deny that I was still excited. 14 months, 2 weeks, and 6 days later, I was strapped into a shuttle with the first 8 that would be going up. By that point, going through the launch sequence was second nature. As we launched ourselves out of the Earth's atmosphere and towards the stars, it felt like something I've done my whole life. And when I got my first look at my new home for the next 2 years, I knew I was where I belonged. Now, the ISS-2 is larger than the first one. It's capable of holding 4 times as many crew and housing 40 full-time staff. It had been operational for about 5 years at that point. The construction was in the works long before the fatal disaster on the first space station. You could still see the ISS-1 out there, floating in reverse orbit from the new station. It looked like a tugboat beside an ocean liner compared to the ISS-2. The crew of the second station had been cannibalizing it for parts from what I heard, but they were very careful about what they took and how deep into the station they went. No one was quite sure why. Details of the salvage operation were a closely guarded secret known only to the head of the station, Captain Shaw. The only thing most people knew was that something had happened on the ISS-1 that resulted in the death of 9 crewmen. It was an accident the upper brass weren't interested in repeating, especially when the death toll could be much higher on the new station. As we docked, I couldn't help but watch as the sad old relic drifted by. I wondered if someday someone would look at the station I was now entering and see nothing but a pile of broken metal. Captain Shaw met us in the hangar as we disembarked. He was a middle-aged man. His hair was a blizzard of salt and pepper sculpted into a high, tight flat top. He surveyed us critically from between a pair of officers in security uniforms. He seemed to approve of what he saw for the most part. He looked like 100 other higher-ups I'd seen in my time in the service. It was comforting in its own way, if that makes any sense. He was a known quantity, and I could work with that. The captain then cleared his throat.
and addressed us in this big, booming voice. Good to have you all on board. I am Captain Charles Shaw, and you will all be serving under me for your tour of duty here on the International Space Station 2. This station currently houses 20, and when the 40 of you who pass the screening process get settled in, we will be fully staffed. Some of you will belong to the Engineer Corps under Chief Engineer Roberts. Some of you will work under Dr. Williams in the Science Corps. A few of you will work security under me personally. But no matter where you work, you should consider yourselves one team and one family. We are all here to help each other and to ensure the safety of this great station. So, engineers, follow the arrows to your left, science staff to your right, and security staff, well, you're with me.
We split off for our respective departments, and so began my first day working in the ISS-2. Roberts is one of the best supervisors I'd ever had, and turned out to be another past airman. He was unbelievably calm, and the 15 of us who made up the engineering corps were proud to work under him. He assigned us into 3 main groups, 3 engineers for each wing of the station. We spent our days working like Santa's elves, trying to stay out of sight as we made the repairs that kept the ship floating along. You would think that working on a space station would feel odd, but it's amazing what you can get used to. There's simulated gravity in some of the areas. They're the pods under the rotating rings on the end mostly, but the rest just has you free floating. I was under the engineering corps, so most of my job is just rigging things up and fixing consoles. We go out every now and again to fix problems with the exterior, but spacewalks are harder to get clearance for unless it's an emergency. The station housed around 60 people at any given time. We had a few more from time to time, and a few less from time to time, but most of the time there were 35 members of the science team, 15 engineers, and 10 security personnel. Why we needed so much security became clear during my first week. The members of the science team were brilliant, but they did get passionate about their work sometimes. Fights were not uncommon, and the security staff was constantly being called to help settle disagreements. For our part, we mostly stayed out of sector drama, but there were more than a few times when the engineers would be witness to some of the more spirited debates from the science team. Speaking of the science team, well, they were the ones doing the real work. I used to love going to the botanical labs to rig up different systems or work on their hydration systems. It was like stepping into a greenhouse back on Earth. And they were always developing something new. Most of it was over my head. My thumbs are greasy as opposed to green, but the gist of it was that they were growing plants that would be able to survive on other planets. The focus currently was Mars. But they were preparing for things like deep space colonization as well. The botanical labs also provided most of the oxygen for the station. They were considered one of the more important sections of the ship. One of my earliest spacewalks was to install thicker siding on that part of the station in case of bombardment by foreign bodies. Besides the botanical labs, there's Lab 2, which served as the engineering bay. This was something I was a little more experienced in. They were working on hypothetical aircraft there, things that could survive in space for long periods and travel long distances on small fuel reserves. A lot of the science was concepts I could understand, but rarely was I asked to design an aircraft on Earth that needed to sustain that amount of pressure. They were building some prototypes on site. My teammates often had to pull me away so the scientist would stop picking my brain for ideas. Lab 3 was long-term food sustainment, and it was essentially a bunch of engineers trying to make a replicator. All of us had grown up watching Star Trek, and we knew that every spaceship needed a replicator to make meals and snacks and hot Earl Grey tea. They were trying to make a 3D printer for food, but it was hard to decide on a food base that would be easy to store and replicate for long journeys. Lab 4 was focused more on Earth problems and had the usual think tanks for things like pollution and deforestation and such. They were working on compounds for removing oil from seawater, solvents for putting out wildfires, things that seemed to be plaguing people's lives recently. It wasn't a lot of practical work, mostly hypothetical stuff, but they were always hard at it. Finally, Lab 5 was deep space broadcasting, and they seemed to need our help the most. They were trying to get something to return one of their signals, something to return a broadcast. They had so much equipment in there, so much weird tech that always seemed to be breaking, and a lot of it was older stuff that I had no idea how to fix. With all these things to look after, it was no wonder that I blinked and I'd suddenly been in space for 6 months. And that was when they sent us to the ISS-1 for the first time. We arrived at the start of our shift, and were told that 4 of us needed to report to Captain Shaw's office. He was reading some reports when the 4 of us arrived. He seemed to be weighing something heavily. He kept looking up at us as he chewed over whatever was in the report, before finally steepling his fingers and taking a look at us. I felt extremely judged in that moment, and I found myself hoping that I wasn't in trouble.
"Gentlemen," he said, "this is an extremely important job. It will need to be followed to the letter, and there's no wiggle room here. You'll be going back to the ISS-1 to remove 3 of the large dishes from the northern face. Broadcast team needs them to replace the ones they lost to debris this morning. Unless we salvage them from the ISS-1, it could be 3 weeks before we can get a new one up on the next shuttle. That being said, I need all 4 of you to follow the rules in place for going to the station." He raised a finger, raking us all with his gaze as he prepared to lay it out. 1. Under no circumstances are you to enter the ISS for any reason. 2. Do your best not to look at the station while you work. 3. Whatever you may or may not see while on the ISS is not to return with you. It is not to be spoken of with anyone, and would be best left in the airlock when you return. Understood?
We all nodded, but it seemed pretty weird. What was he worried that we would see? There shouldn't be anything to see on the space station, right? It was abandoned after the disaster, and the only thing to see there should be whatever had been left behind. The more I thought about it, the weirder the request seemed. As we piled into the small shuttle, I expressed my concern to the others. Beside me, there was Rob, Patty, and Clemens. All solid guys I'd become pretty good friends with. Rob was an engineer from MIT, with a background in aeronautics like me. He was another victim of Lab 2's intense Q&A sessions. Patty was retired Navy, and he bragged about working on nuclear submarines back in the day. Clemens was Army, but he'd done a lot of battlefield engineering in war zones and was good at rigging things up on the fly. They all just shrugged at the question, saying it was probably just something they told everyone. Probably had something to do with the NDAs we'd signed before they sent us up.
At the end of the day, it's his show," Patty said. "We gotta play by his rules."
Still, I couldn't shake the weird feeling as we came to the station, and docked on the outside. We had about 2 hours before we needed to leave. Plenty of time to do what needed doing. As we disembarked, I remembered feeling a rush of excitement that tamped down on my uneasiness. Spacewalks were always so cool. It's hard to be anxious about anything beyond the quality of your suit while you're floating through the void. We came hopping around the outside of the station, probably looking silly to anything that might have been watching us. We found the first dish pretty easily. Patty set to work with a torch while Rob helped him. Meanwhile, Clemens told me to follow him so we could get the second dish. It was close, but this one was near one of the observation windows. It was hard not to look inside as we got to the dish ready to remove it. Behind the glass floated all sorts of discarded items. And as they smacked silently against the pane, I dragged my eyes back to the task at hand. Clemens had lit the torch and was removing the bolts that held the big dish in place. I held onto it, not wanting it to go floating off after it was free. But I found myself glancing back to the window again and again. I could see a teddy bear floating near the glass. Its black button eyes seemed to be begging me to come and rescue it from the station. And then the first bolt went floating off into space as Clemens started on the second. A food bag danced lazily past, the cellophane twinkling a little in the reflected light.
"Put your foot down on the left side, please. It's pulling against the third bolt,"
Clemens said through the walkie. I did as I was asked, turning back to the task at hand. The arc light made me squint as he cut the third bolt free. I turned away so I wouldn't get a retinal burn. As I did, my gaze went back to the windows of the station, and that was when I saw it. A gray-skinned humanoid, its eyes the color of glaciers, staring out at me from the inside of the International Space Station. Its eyes were no more expressive than the teddy bears had been, but they seemed to stare right through me. I screamed, but it was only heard by me and the void. When the last bolt was removed, I felt a sudden weightlessness take over as the dish that I'd been leaning on suddenly came loose. I tilted, my terror giving me momentum as I tried to flee from the blue-eyed thing behind the glass. As I began to float into the void along with the satellite dish, I wasn't sure I'd be able to stop myself. Luckily, Clemens grabbed me by the ankle as I floated past. He yanked me and the dish back from the void.
"Easy there, kid. Lose your balance for a second?"
I looked back at the window, wanting to show him what I'd seen, but it was gone. There was nothing there but floating garbage, and I couldn't help but notice that the bear was gone too. Whatever that thing was, had it been after its teddy? And now neither were anywhere to be found.
"Kid?"
Clemens asked again.
"You okay?"
I nodded after another second or two. I thanked him for the save and sang I must have just lost my footing. As we returned to the ISS-2 with our dishes, my head was filled with the image of the creature now, and I had more questions than ever. Someone was waiting for us in the airlock when we returned, and I wasn't surprised to see it was Riley, the chief of security. Riley looked more like a nightclub bouncer than a NASA security officer. He was 6.5 feet of intimidating muscle with arms that would definitely feel cramped in your average spacesuit. Rumors were that he was a Marine who'd been handpicked by Shaw. He answered to the captain and no one else. I knew that my boss was terrified of him. The science lead avoided him at all cost. Other than Shaw, it seemed that no one was in a big hurry to interact with him. He was smiling as he blocked the door to the airlock, but it was hard to miss his hand resting on the lever that would open the hatch and send us all careening into space.
Successful trip?
He asked Clemens, who happened to be in the lead.
Yeah, very. Got all 3 dishes as ordered, and we came back early. Terrific,
he said, showing way too many teeth.
You guys find anything else out there? Bring back any souvenirs by chance?
Clemens shook his head.
Nope. Again, as instructed. Good,
Riley said, still resting his hand against the pull-down.
Head to decontam, and then get back to work. We'll have a couple of guys from Lab 5 come and get those dishes. Can't be too careful after all.
He let us pass then, and I saw Clemens sigh deeply when he finally got to the end of the corridor. Apparently, I hadn't been the only one afraid that he would pull that lever. I tried to put whatever I saw out of my mind. Really, I did. But it just wouldn't leave me. Sometimes I would wake up with those piercing blue eyes looking at me from across the void, and I'd remember it all over again. And I just had to know more. I had to figure out what that had been. And my first step was research. The station had a wide array of digital media that could be used for research purposes and work studies. But surprisingly, there was very little info about the first International Space Station. We all knew the story, how they'd been hit by debris when a meteor collided with another passing meteor. The trajectory threw the shards into the station. It had been sudden. The crew had barely known what was going on. The cabin had depressurized far too fast for evacuation to be possible. 7 people had lost their lives that day. 3 women and 4 men. 3 had been Americans, 2 Germans, and 2 from Russia. As I was flipping through the pictures of the deceased, I stopped on one of the Russians. I felt sick as I examined his perfect blue eyes. Yuri had been a scientist studying the effects of zero gravity on the human body. He was also the ship's doctor. He looked miraculously unchanged for a man who had gone through sudden decompression. Other than the graying skin, he was the picture of health. It made me wonder how many others might be in there after they were presumed dead. Were they hiding something in the first ISS? I began quietly making inquiries about the previous crew, but most of the information I got was vague and unreliable. Chief Engineer Roberts had known one of the astronauts, Major Glenn. He was working on some kind of deep space protocol or something. It was all really hush-hush. But he said NASA was getting ready to attempt manned missions out of our solar system. One of the scientists in Lab 2 said that Dr. Haber had discussed a new engine with him once when they'd been searching research assistants at Boeing. It was supposed to improve space flight and trip time. One of the guys in Lab 3 told me he'd been emailing with Engineer Kirst about a new compound for the food printers. Their joint research helped push forward his current project until the incident with ISS-1. I talked to more than a few people, careful about the questions I asked, but I was careful not to let the security staff see me being nosy. I couldn't say why exactly, but after the little incident with Security Chief Riley, I didn't want this falling back into his radar. But I wasn't careful enough, it seemed, because one day I looked up the article about the incident, and I found that it had been altered to remove the names of the deceased. A memo came out a few days later about interest in the old ISS being counterproductive to the current mission. And people were suddenly a little less willing to talk to me about old times and dead friends. It was only a couple weeks later that I found myself face to face with Riley again. I was fixing a console in Lab 5 when I looked up to see him looming over me with a wrench in his hand. Now, he wasn't being threatening, but just the sight of a hulking musclehead lightly tapping a tool against his palm, it got me on edge. He was smiling too, something I wasn't used to seeing. Riley was the kind of guy I could imagine petting bunnies to death, and not by accident.
Hey there. Heard you been asking some questions about the old station, Hoss.
Riley never bothered to learn people's names. Everyone was Sport or Bud or Hoss with him, unless you outranked him, and then it was Sir. Yeah, I said, trying to act nonchalant about it as I finished wiring the console.
Any particular reason?
He asked. I was just curious, I replied.
Oh, you writing a book report or something?
Why does it matter? I asked, getting a little tired of this.
Well, it matters, because Captain Shaw doesn't like it when people look too closely at the ISS incident. He lost a lot of friends on that station, men and women he knew well, and he doesn't like it when people decide to pick at old wounds. Now, you wouldn't want to make the Cap upset, would you?
I told him I understood, and he left after that. In reality, I only want to learn more now that I knew there was more to the story. Turned out, there was a deeper mystery here than even I was aware of. When I got back to my bunk later that day, there was a note tucked inside the pillow. It read, "Meet me in the East Passage storage room. I have something you might be interested in." I didn't know who'd left it, but it had to be one of the people who bunked here. We were the only ones with keycard access, other than security, so it had to be Rob or Mackie or Davies. I suppose that it could be a trap by security, but why would they bother? Riley had scared me. Wouldn't that be enough? In the end, I decided to go out and see who it was. I mean, what did I really have to lose? The storage rooms were where we kept extra parts and equipment that we might need for certain jobs. Wires, tools, insulation. It was all in here waiting for us. The storage units were not under the areas of artificial gravity, so the bins were topped with plastic covers so they didn't float off. It was spooky inside the East Passage storage. But as the lights came on, I found Davies waiting for me there, looking impatient. Now, Davies was an old boot, a guy who had been here before I arrived. He was the right hand of Roberts. We all liked to joke that Davies had been waiting here for them to build the second station. But he definitely knew some things when it came to the crew and the inner workings of the compound. Some even said he'd worked on the original space station before the accident, but no one could verify that.
I heard you've been asking some questions about the old ISS,
he said, leaning in close as he floated towards me. He almost whispered then,
"Did you see them on the old station?"
I didn't have to ask what he meant. I just nodded. He pressed a little notebook into my hand before floating for the door. He didn't say anything else. But when I got back to my bunk and started reading, I realized he didn't need to. Inside was confirmation that I wasn't crazy. There were others in that old station, and Captain Shaw knew. Davies wrote about a meteor that the station had been studying, a meteor with some strange bacteria living in it. The crew had been experimenting with a metal in the rock. They were taking all precautions, but accidents still happened. One of the scientists had been exposed to the bacteria. It was Dr. Haber, and his skin had turned gray from it. He was fine, better than ever, but they also discovered that he didn't need to breathe. His new skin was thicker, too, not capable of withstanding the vacuum of space indefinitely, but he can survive exposure for quick periods of time. He also needed much less food to sustain his body. Whatever it was, it had changed him on an evolutionary scale, and they were fascinated by it. The crew had been experimenting with this change when they made another discovery. The bacteria was infectious. Soon they all had it, and that was when NASA, specifically Captain Shaw, had decided to quarantine them. The accident had been to cut them off from the rest of the world, but it allowed NASA to experiment on the affected crew. Now Shaw was hoping to test the limits of their affliction and present them to the scientific community as the crew of his new deep space exploration program. They would be the pioneers of the next generation, but at the moment, they were being held in the old ISS like prisoners. That was the real reason we had to take those dishes. They were trying to get messages out to the real world, and Shaw was having trouble keeping them quiet. The journal suggested that I destroy the book after reading, but how could I? It was evidence of what Shaw was doing. I thought I could keep the journal hidden until I could somehow get the word out. I carried it around with me at all times, thinking of what to do next. But after a few weeks, I got complacent. I hadn't seen security following me around, and I hadn't received another visit from Riley. So I thought maybe I was forgotten about. I forgot how easy it would be to get rid of me and make it look like it was an accident. There was an infinite void to take advantage of. Turned out, there were fates worse than that. It all started when I came back to find Davies missing. The story was that he'd returned to Earth, something to do with his family. But I knew better. Davies didn't have family on Earth, and the station was his home. I felt a knot growing in my stomach for the rest of the day, and when I settled into bed that night, I wondered how long it would be before they came for me. I didn't have long to wait. I struggled, but the hand over my mouth was clamped down hard. I guessed my crewmates slept through my abduction. They had me in flex cuffs before I could figure out what was happening, but it hardly mattered. Riley had come with 2 other security guys. They manhandled me as easily as they would have a toddler. The corridors were dark as they pushed me through them. I'd never questioned how soundproof the cabins might be, but most of them likely knew better than to mess with the security team either. They took me down to the airlock, and I was afraid for a minute that they would just launch me into space. Captain Shaw was waiting for us there, instead of looking triumphant like I expected. He actually looked disappointed.
Kid. If you wanted to know what was on the old ISS so badly, all you had to do was ask. I hope your answers were worth it, kid, he said.
When Riley shoved me onto the little carrier that we used for missions to the ISS, I knew I wasn't getting a quick death. They slid a needle into my neck before they pushed me out the door and towards the opening to the station. I only had to gasp for a few seconds before a gray hand came out to grab me, and Davies pulled me inside the rotting ISS-1. And now, I'm a permanent member of the International Space Station 1, and, I suppose, of the Deep Space Program. Hopefully after they've catapulted us beyond the solar system, someone will find this console entry. I hope word gets out. People need to know that my participation was far from voluntary. It is far more likely, however, that this log will end up in the recycling bin after I'm space dust. I'd just finished training for oil rig work. My mom thought I was nuts. But honestly, I was excited. Adventure had a new name and it was called the Kraken. Yeah, that was the actual name of the rig. The helicopter was headed straight for the middle of nowhere. I couldn't help but stick my face against the window. I felt like a kid on his way to Disneyland. Except instead of roller coasters and Mickey Mouse, I was headed to the Gulf of Mexico and getting a huge paycheck out of it. As we started our descent, the rig came into view. It looked like a giant metal monster in the middle of the ocean. It was one of the oldest in the Gulf. The pay was unbelievable, and the recruiter said something about a special bonus if I finished my contract. I signed up as soon as I got my certifications. The moment my boots hit the deck of the Kraken, I was hit with the smell of salty air and oil. The noise was louder than I expected. There was a constant hum of machinery that made the ground vibrate. A couple of guys in different colored vests waited for us. I was told to go to the guy in orange. He looked like he'd been out here for months. He had rough, leathery skin and a slight limp. "What's your name, son?" he asked over the noise. "You can call me Sully, sir. I'm the new welder," I said. "Sully, huh? Well, welcome to the Kraken. I'm Gene, the head welder around here. Now, first rule of survival. Always wear this." He handed me a silver pin. Engraved on it was a sea monster attacking a whale. "Put it on. Keep it on you at all times. In the shower, in bed, it doesn't matter, okay? Just make sure you have it," Gene insisted, fixing me with a stare that said, "Don't ask stupid questions." I clipped the pin to my shirt, noticing for the first time that everyone around me wore the same thing. Gene started walking, and I followed, trying to take it all in. The rig was a damn maze. I'd never seen anything so big in my entire life. "So here's the deal. This place is more than nuts and bolts," he began. "There are rules that aren't in the manual, but it's important you follow them if you want to survive the job. So, you remember what rule number 1 is?" Gene raised an eyebrow at me. "Yeah, always wear the pin," I said. The old man nodded with approval. "That's right, rookie. It lets them know you're part of the crew. They can't take you before your time." As we walked, Gene kept the tour going, pointing out parts of the rig I remembered from the safety videos. "Yeah, and over here is the rec center. This is where you spend most of your downtime." We entered through the double doors into a surprisingly cozy area
There was a gym and a snack counter. Next to it was a small library filled with books and board games. Jean opened another door to a room with a few sofas and a large TV. And yes, a ping pong table. So here's the lounge. We got decent internet too. It's all about keeping sane out here. Being cooped up for weeks, it can mess with your head if you're not very careful, he said. It made sense. You see, people couldn't just leave the rig when the weekend rolled around. The deal was, I'd be on the Kraken for a whole month. After that, they'd fly us back to shore for 3 weeks of vacation. Then it was back to the Kraken until the contract ended. So it was nice to know there were plenty of ways to unwind here. Finally, Jean showed me to the dorm room. It was basic. Bunk bed, a small desk, and a locker for personal items. My roommate was a guy named Clive. He was the only other welder on the rig. But we wouldn't be seeing each other much. With only 2 welders on board, someone always had to be on duty. So we worked around each other's shifts. Before entering the room, I noticed a red metal door at the end of the hall. Jean grabbed me by the arm and pointed at the door. That's the second rule here, Sully. That door. You never open it, you got that? No matter what you hear. What's behind it? I asked. Restricted area. You don't want to end up like Joe, he said. Jean told me the whole story. It was just before his time at the Kraken. Joe was an odd guy, mostly kept to himself, but he was damn good with the machines. Always had his wrench at the ready. But one day, things got weird for him. He just started packing up all of a sudden. Boots, clothes, even snagged his pillow off his bunk. Everyone was scratching their heads because his leave wasn't due for another week. His friends asked him about it, but the only thing Joe said was that he needed to go home. So they thought it was a family emergency. But instead of heading up to the chopper pad, he walked straight to the red door with all his stuff. Nobody followed him, of course. Even back then, everyone knew the rule about the red door. But management lost their heads. They said anyone who even touched the door would lose their job. And then a day later, oil started leaking out from under it. Lots of it. It came out as a trickle at first. The techs thought there was a system leak. The last thing you want on a rig is an oil spill. But the operators, they just waved it off and told everyone to ignore it. But it kept coming. Soon enough, petroleum filled the hallway. Jean said it got up to 1 inch deep. Took 3 days before it stopped. And it took the cleanup crew a whole week to mop it up. But the smell lingered for months. Joe's family was told that he fell off the rig and drowned. But one of the cleanup guys found something in the mess. It was Joe's wedding ring, right in the middle of the oil spill. It was pretty clear what I was supposed to get from that story. Rule number 2, don't enter the red door. After dinner, I decided to get some fresh air and headed to the upper deck. The rig operated 24/7. It was still noisy at night. But beyond the Kraken, the Gulf was pretty peaceful. It was miles and miles of endless ocean. As I looked out over the water, something caught my eye. It was too dark to make out clearly at first. Whatever it was, it blocked out the stars. I moved closer to the edge to get a better look. A massive shape moved in the distance. It rose up, and I realized what it was. A tidal wave. It was forming not far from us. The wave grew taller until it was as high as the deck I was standing on. I couldn't say how quickly it was moving,
but I knew those things traveled very fast. I turned to run, and I slammed right into Jean. "Whoa, what's got you running like a scared cat?" he asked. It's a tsunami or something. It's huge. Look, it's going to hit the rig," I replied. "Hey, relax, son. We don't get tsunamis here in the Gulf. Not like that, anyway," Jean said, not bothering to look at all. Instead, he put a calming hand on my shoulder. "But look at it," I insisted. Jean paused, then asked, "Did you look east after sunset?" I don't know, I'm not maybe," I said. "That's the third rule, Sully. Never look directly into the eastern sea after sunset. You can't trust anything you see out there," he replied. What the hell was he talking about? How could we just ignore a massive wave coming right at us? I tried to shove him towards the railing so he could see for himself. But he was stronger than he looked. He didn't even budge. Instead, he steered me around until I was facing away from the swell. "Son, look. The ocean screws with a man's head," he began. "You're gonna see a lot of things out here you won't understand. That's why we got these rules. You'll learn each of them when the time comes. So if you see anything off, you come to me first, you got that?" But I couldn't let it go. "Look, I know what I saw. We're gonna risk everyone's lives over a bunch of superstitions." Jean remained calm, but there was an edge to his voice now. "If that wave was real, don't you think we'd all be drinking seawater by now?" I froze. He was right. Jean led me back down to my room. He told me I had an early start tomorrow and to get some rest. I just nodded and began kicking off my shoes. But just before he left, he made me say the third rule. Rule number 3. Never look at the Eastern Ocean after sunset. My alarm rang, marking the start of my first official day on the Kraken. Rolling out of bed, I noticed Clive was knocked down on his booth, exhausted from his own shift. After getting ready, I headed to the mess hall where I grabbed a quick breakfast. The day ahead was going to be a full one. Jean handed me my schedule after I ate. As a rig crew, we were on for 12-hour shifts, but thankfully, they fed us 4 times a day and we got plenty of breaks. Being the new guy, my job for the day was to shadow Jean. This meant I'd get a first-hand look at what it took to keep the Kraken running. Our work as welders was crucial out here. Sea air corroded metal very fast. My first task was to help Jean replace a section of railing that had rusted through. And as I cut it away, I could see how much the salt had eaten into it. We measured and cut a new piece. Then I followed Jean's lead, fixing the new metal into place with clean welds. As the day went on, we moved from one job to another. I got a real education in just how much work it took to keep everything together. We spent most of our time fixing leaky pipes and replacing rusty bolts. By the afternoon, I was getting the hang of things. That was when Jean said we needed to go to the drilling floor for urgent maintenance. As we made our way there, he dropped another one of his rules. Rule number 4. Don't speak unless spoken to when near the drill, he said. Jean led me down to the drilling floor, a whole different world from the rest of the rig. It was hot and cramped down here. The entire crew was covered in grease. As I followed Jean, I noticed everyone was using hand signals to communicate. Made total sense, considering how loud the machines were. But they kept silent,
even when they were standing next to each other, only using hand signs. I guess down here, they took that rule seriously. We kept moving deeper into the rig, and the deeper we went, the smell of petroleum and seawater got stronger. There was a constant rushing sound around me, like being next to a fast-flowing river. The walls vibrated with the force of the machinery and the ocean around us. Finally, we arrived at a section where the pipes on the wall were shaking. They looked like they could fall off at any moment. Gene pointed them out and gestured to his kit. I got the picture. We got straight to work. I grabbed the welding gear while Gene held the new mounts in place. Working here wasn't just about sticking pieces together. It was about making sure everything stayed where it should. The job took all my concentration as I tried to make the welds as strong as possible. In this part of the rig, a bad weld didn't just mean a repair job. It could mean disaster. As we worked, I heard a sudden groaning noise. The whole space tilted to one side. I lost my footing, and my head banged against the pipe. Damn it, what the hell was that? I cursed. Gene quickly gestured at me to keep quiet, his eyes wide and serious. But before I could respond, a deep moaning sound echoed around us again. It was louder this time. It vibrated through my chest. It came in waves that got louder and then softer, almost like a whale song. But it felt like it came from something much bigger. I was suddenly aware of how small I was, and how easy it would be to get crushed by the steel above me, or how easy it would be for the ocean to just knock us down. We shouldn't be here, I thought. Some deep part of my mind was screaming at me to get out of here because something big was coming. It felt like my head was splitting open. Gene ripped off his helmet and put a hand over my mouth. I noticed blood trickling from his nose. The terrible noise continued as he kept his hand firmly over my mouth. I did my best to stay calm. I don't know how long we stayed like that, but eventually the noise faded away. The rig steadied, and I could hear the familiar sounds of machinery again. Gene removed his hand before wiping his nose with his sleeve. He put a finger to his lips to remind me to stay quiet. Then, when he was sure that I was okay, he went back to welding like nothing happened. I followed his lead. I could still feel my head throb. I was sure this was going to give me a migraine. After we finished the job, we packed up our gear and walked out of the lower decks. I felt the crew's eyes on me when we passed by. Once we reached the surface, I couldn't hold my questions any longer. Okay, Gene, what the hell just happened down there? I asked. That's why there's a rule about talking near the drill, he began. The closer you are to the drill, the more it can hear you. It. Oh, okay, what is it? I asked. Gene shrugged. He looked tired. Look, that's what I was told when I started here. I don't have all the answers, Sully. This rig, it's different. You've got to respect the rules if you want to stay safe. Okay, and are there other rules I should know about? I said. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. There are 3 more rules you need to remember. Rule number 5, no red meat on Wednesdays. Rule number 6, do not ignore the bell when it rings 3 times. Then, Gene looked around to see if anyone was near. He looked scared.
This last one, it's the most important rule of all. But you're not supposed to know about it this early. But trust me, it's for everyone's sake. I'll tell you when it's time, he said.
Alright, come on, Gene, cut the bullshit, okay? If it's so important, why keep it a damn secret? How am I gonna keep people safe if I don't even know how to do that? I said. Gene looked exhausted, like all the years on the rig were finally getting to him.
Look, son, please just trust me on this, alright? I've kept you alive this long. Just remember those 6 rules, and I'll tell you the last one when you need to hear it, okay?
The rest of the shift passed by without anything else happening. Gene was all about business after our talk. His calm attitude helped me get back into the routine of the work. I started to relax, forgetting about what happened in the lower decks. As the days passed, life on the rig fell into a predictable pattern. Wednesday came around, and like he said, we didn't get any red meat that day. I heard a few grumbles from the crew about not getting bacon for breakfast, but it seemed like everyone knew this was coming. I didn't mind. The chicken fajitas I ate were the best I'd ever had. But I did see something that day. I was getting a second helping of beans when I saw the cooks filling up an oil drum with meat, chops, sausages, even a whole leg of lamb. They threw them in straight from the freezer. A steward checked off a list every time they put something in. But that drum wasn't just full of meat. Every time they threw something in, I could see crude oil splash against the rim. When it was full, they wheeled the drum out of the kitchen. I had no idea where they were headed. Gene saw me looking at the whole process. All he could do was shrug and say, "That's Wednesdays for you." Other than that, the week went by peacefully. We went around the rig, replacing anything too rusty to be useful, or doing minor maintenance when we weren't busy. Sometimes, I'd get time in the afternoon to play a game of pool. But at night, I'd see things from the corner of my eye when I was on the upper deck. If it was from the east, I ignored it. Sometimes, there'd be lights on the water, bright yellows and greens. Other times, there'd be a thick fog. One time, I swore something huge flew past the rig. It was a massive shape passing behind us. But overall, I was getting used to being on the Kraken. I did finally meet Clive at some point. He was a funny guy when he wasn't snoring into a pillow. He told me his contract had been renewed 6 times so far. He had 2 kids he was putting through college back in Louisiana. And that was something I noticed a lot too. The crew would often talk about how many contract renewals they'd signed up for. But it was like there was an unspoken hierarchy about that. The more times someone had signed up again, the more respect people seemed to give them. Didn't matter what rank they were. I'd seen guys get into arguments against their supervisors. And you know what the crazy thing was? I'd seen drilling heads back down when renewals got brought up. Other than that, the crew got along really well. Before I knew it, I was a couple of days away from going on leave. But something happened that made me question whether I'd even want to go back to the Kraken. It was a Tuesday. Me and Gene were back below deck. We were fixing up railings on the walkways. I'd gotten used to the occasional groan or tilting under there. Just as we were about to finish up, a bell rang over the PA system. 3 loud clangs, one after the other. Gene paused and looked at me.
You remember what that means, right?
I knew we weren't supposed to ignore the bell, but I was fuzzy on the details. Yeah, we shouldn't ignore the bell, but what exactly are we supposed to do? I replied.
Leave your gear. Follow me to the safe rooms, he said as he took off his helmet.
Safe rooms? I couldn't remember anything about safe rooms during training. Still, I followed Jean's lead. We made our way back to the upper decks. Other crew joined us, all headed the same way. The safe rooms turned out to be 3 large rooms on the rig. Each one was equipped with a small medic station and bathrooms. Jean led me into one of them. Looking around, I noticed some guys who looked like they'd just woken up. Clive was one of them. His hair was a mess, and he was standing around in his boxers. And yet, he was still wearing his silver pin. Once everyone was inside, the bell rang out 3 more times. Then, a couple of operators slid the door shut. My eyes were drawn to the inside of the door as it closed. It was covered in writing, though it wasn't any language I recognized. They looked Egyptian to me because of these little drawings. There was a drawing of a fish with big eyes, a circle with tentacles coming out of it, a snake with 2 heads, and a bunch of other characters made up of dots and sharp lines. Jean wandered over to one of the chairs lining the back wall and sat down. Everyone around me started making themselves comfortable. Seemed like we'd be here a while. I saw Clive sit in a corner and nod off. And then there was a knock on the door. Everyone froze, like they were very scared of what would happen next. I looked over at Clive. He was wide awake now, his face going pale. The knocking continued. Then a voice started shouting to let him in. The operators were huddled by the door. It was clear they were arguing with each other, but I couldn't really hear what they were saying. All around me, people were getting into their own debates. Tensions were rising. I looked back at Jean, but his eyes were fixed firmly at the door, his fingers rubbing at the pin on his shirt. The man outside continued to yell. He begged us to let him in. He said it wasn't fair that he got locked out. He was asleep when the bells rang, and his dorm was the farthest away from the safe rooms. The operators seemed to come to a decision. 2 of them opened the doors just a crack, but it wasn't big enough to let the guy through. A couple of the guys behind me started shouting. They said not to risk everyone's lives. Some of them yelled about how the rules needed to be followed. The senior operator walked up to the opening and whispered something. Hobbs, I think his name was. Shouting broke out. The man outside started shoving his fingers through the door. He was trying to force himself through. I could hear Hobbs now. You get back or we'll crush those fingers, Barker. You know the rules. We can't let you in. Barker, the man behind the door, started pleading, saying he renewed 10 times, that he was almost done paying for his wife's medical bills. Then you shouldn't have left your damn pin. Barricade your dorm. Maybe you'll survive, all right? Hobbs said back. And then I saw something that still haunts me to this day. The senior operator grabbed his radio and he slammed it on Barker's fingers. I heard something snap. Barker howled like a dog as he pulled away. And just like that, they shut the doors on him. Silence fell over the crowd, and then the rig pitched to one side. I could feel the floor vibrate,
before I heard a loud noise from below. "Everyone get down. You know what to do," Hobbs said. People fell on their knees, trying not to fall on one another as they sat down. I followed their lead, and I waited for it to be over. But behind the door, Barker started screaming. The rig was tilting side to side now. It was like we were in a hurricane. All around me, people were rubbing their silver pins. Their eyes were wide with fear. Then, another groan came from below, but this one sounded more like a howl. It completely covered up Barker's yelling. The vibrations bounced around my chest and worked their way up to my fillings. Someone gagged behind me. I could feel the nausea building up too. This was just like that first day, when Jean warned me about talking in the lower decks. I looked up, and the writings on the door looked like they were moving. The fish with 2 eyes blinked at me. The 2-headed snake wrapped around a drawing of a human. The thing with the tentacles spun around like a whirlwind. Human figures danced in a chain. And then suddenly, it all stopped. The kraken stopped rocking. The painful groaning disappeared. The writing on the door was the same as before. For a few moments, no one said anything. Then the bells rang out on the PA system again. The guys at the front started opening the doors, but no one else moved. Hobbs walked out and immediately ran back in. "You all stay in your dorms until further notice," he told us. I wasn't going to argue, but as I got to the doors, I could see why he said that. There wasn't much of Barker left outside the safe room. I saw his shoe caught in some pipes on the ceiling. I tried to avoid stepping on anything red, but there were chunks scattered all over the hallway, and mixed in with the gore was shimmering black oil. I went on my assigned leave a few days after that. I didn't really have anywhere to go. I just bummed around Cancun till it was time for me to go back. Now, I did think about quitting, but I really should have read the fine print on that contract before I signed. Turns out, I was under bond, which meant that if I quit early, I'd have to pay up 3 months' worth of my salary, plus a bunch of other penalties. I didn't have that kind of money, and I was still paying for the loans I had to take out to get certified for this job. People like to say that we always have a choice. What no one ever tells you, though, is that a lot of times you get screwed no matter what you pick. Soon enough, I was back on the copter on my way to the Kraken. The atmosphere was a lot more tense than when I started a few months ago. People really didn't joke around as much anymore, or even talk to one another during breaks. And I'm not the type to rat somebody out, but a lot of empty tequila bottles started popping up in the rec areas. At the end of my first week back, Gene brought out his own and poured me a shot. "You still remember all those rules, Sully? The ones not in the manuals?" he slurred out. I turned down the drink, but I nodded. I could never forget them. "Well, here's the thing. Now's the time to tell you about that last one. The most important one." Gene leaned over, and he lowered his voice. So rule number 7. Everyone joins the raffle," he whispered. I had wondered for weeks what the big secret rule was. That was the last thing I expected. A raffle. Okay,
What does that mean? I asked. But Gene looked like he was about to pass out.
Oh, it's a big thing. Lots of money going round. But remember, my boy, you gotta be there, he said, as he pushed himself off me, and he wandered off to bed.
He wouldn't tell me anything else about the raffle after that. All he said was that it's something the company does at the end of everyone's 3-month contract. I pretty much kept my head down for the next couple weeks. I did my job, had my pin on me all the time, and I stayed out of people's way. Things were getting a lot more hostile among the crew. I heard a lot more arguments break out. I never actually saw a fight, but I've seen some people walking around with cuts and bruises. And then finally, it was time for the raffle. It was everyone's last day on the job, unless someone agreed to renew, of course. I looked over my shift schedule that day, and I saw the entire evening was blocked out for the raffle. Everyone was supposed to gather at the main deck after the last dinner shift. The cooks went all out that night. Steak and lobster for everyone. But no one seemed hungry. I finished up my food and I hung around the rec center until it was time to go up. At around 9 p.m., the PA system told everyone to go to the main deck. When I got there, the crowd was forming a rough circle around Hobbs and the other senior managers. They were setting up a bingo cage and some speakers. Behind them was a large oil drum. I found Gene in the crowd, and I got up next to him. Everyone looked nervous and twitchy. Then Hobbs picked up a mic and addressed the crowd.
Evening, everyone. Good job on getting to the end of your contracts. Now, before we do the raffle, I want to clarify something. What happened to Ron Barker was tragic, but it did not count. We made a deal to keep the oil flowing, to keep the Kraken floating, to keep the money coming. We follow the rules, and we do the raffle every 3 months. Now, Mr. Barker, he broke the rules, and we still have to do this.
Hobbs cleared his throat and continued.
The good news, though, is that the company will be doing a 10% increase on this round's bonuses. Just this once. Everyone who doesn't win the raffle will get the usual bonus plus the increase on top. Sound good?
That did sound good to me. I'd forgotten about that end of contract bonus. I remember reading something about that in the paperwork, but no one else seemed as excited about it as I was. The only reaction Hobbs got was a couple of weak cheers. He didn't really care, though. He signaled to the guy mixing up the bingo cage. He gave it a few more turns, then took out a wooden ball. Without looking at it, he handed the ball to Hobbs.
The winner of this round's raffle is Mr. Clive Harper, Hobbs said.
A loud cry erupted to my right. There was a scuffle and some shouting, until finally, Clive was brought to the middle. 2 big men held him down. Gene's hand clamped on my arm. He leaned down and whispered in my ear, "It'll be over soon, all right? Just think of that bonus. Think of all the good it'll do for your family. That's why most of us are here now," he said, and it sounded like he was pleading with me. One of the managers opened up the oil drum behind Hobbs. She dipped a large cup in it and walked over to where Clive was kneeling. He was crying and begging now. A man grabbed him by the hair and forced his head back. And then she poured thick
black oil down Clive's throat. She didn't stop until the cup was empty. I could hear Clive gagging until he threw up the oil. And as soon as he did, the other managers ran up and they dipped paintbrushes into the mess. Then they ran off to the edge of the rig and they started painting. They drew symbols on the floor going around the perimeter of the Kraken, symbols like the ones I saw in the safe room. Every now and then, they'd go back and dip their paintbrush in the stuff Clive threw up. The crowd was silent. No one moved, except to let the managers pass through. The only thing I could hear was Clive gagging. "Jean, what the hell is going on? What is this?" I demanded. Jean looked at me. "Someone has to do it, kid. That's part of the deal the company made with whatever's keeping the well full. But the bosses, they give everyone a bonus for having to go through this. Some of these guys, they've been renewing their contracts for years without getting chosen. It's all down to luck in the end," he explained. "But Clive, the medics are gonna save him, right? He got it all out," I said. Jean's eyes glazed over. Kid. Once the managers finish painting all around the rig, move to the back of the crowd, you hear me? You don't have to do this next part, but you need to stay inside the drawings for the whole thing," he said. The crowd tensed up then. It was like they were all getting ready for something. And then I saw the managers stop painting. Jean pushed me to the back as the crowd surged. Everyone ran towards Clive. Their hands reached out for him. I heard Clive scream for hours.
When I graduated high school, everyone was shocked when I told them my area of study. Mortuary science isn't exactly the road most traveled. Those closest to me were not surprised, however, since I'd always had an interest in things people tend to view as weird or unusual. I spent a lot of my free time learning about topics related to death, Victorian mourning traditions, plagues, cultural celebrations like Day of the Dead. You get the picture. My dream was to open my own funeral home one day. I enjoyed the solitude and straightforward nature of working with the deceased. Working with grieving families could certainly be tough, but I like to think that giving the family a good funeral service helps them start their grieving process. I'm no stranger to grief. In 7th grade, my best friend, Lorelei, was hit by a car as she was walking home from school one afternoon. She spent a few days in the hospital, then died from internal bleeding. We'd been best friends since 1st grade. A lot of people assumed my interest in death started with her, but that's simply not true. I've had a fascination with death for as long as I can remember, and Lorelei was one of the few people who didn't make me feel like I was a freak because of it. I remember going to her funeral and asking the funeral director some questions. On the somber drive home, I announced to my parents that I wanted to work in a funeral home. They assumed it was a phase for the first year or two. I was lucky to find a job right away in a local funeral home, Hughes Funeral Service. My boss, Scott, who was a retired naval officer, ran a very tight ship, no pun intended. He had a very detailed procedure that needed to be followed to the T. My coworkers often found this annoying, but I didn't mind the structure. Towards the end of my training, which all took place during the day and early evening, Scott asked me how I felt about working the overnight shift the next night. I nodded, and I let him know that would be fine.
Scott seemed tense and a little skeptical of my request.
Working nights here isn't like most places, where you can just goof off because the boss isn't around,
he warned me.
If you think there's a lot of rules to follow during the day, you're really in for it at night. Do you think you can handle that?
I did my best to reassure him that I took my job very seriously and would do whatever he asked. On my way out, he gave me an envelope and advised me to keep it handy whenever I worked nights. I was told to read it completely before coming in at 10 p.m. for my first night shift. When I arrived home that night, I got the envelope out and began reading. The rules were as follows. Number 1. At the beginning of your shift, place coins over the eyes of the dead. Make sure to complete this task by 11 p.m. Then, prop the morgue door open. If at any point you hear a coin drop, lock yourself in the janitor's closet until midnight. At midnight, go directly to the mortuary and make sure everything is back in place. Number 2. Keep the window next to the main office open. A black cat will enter at some point during the night. When he arrives, give him a treat from the jar on the desk. When he's finished, the cat will walk over to the empty mortuary rack on the bottom left. Don't ever put a body on this rack. Do not disturb the cat once he's asleep. He will likely remain there until morning. Leave the window open so he can leave whenever he's ready. Failure to complete any of these steps will result in a tall, pale woman wandering around the inside of the building, calling out to him. This will quickly progress to crying and screaming if she's not able to find the cat. The screaming will continue for the remainder of the night. Number 3. Sometime before midnight, a man in a sailor's uniform will appear in the hallway, staring at the clock. He will talk and mutter to himself. Do not touch him or attempt to speak to him. If he is interrupted, he will begin bashing his head into the wall. If this occurs, all electronics in the building will malfunction. This is permanent, and they will all need to be replaced. Number 4. If you start to smell smoke, don't panic. It's unlikely that the building is on fire. Walk past the parlor to see if there's a family sitting there, a husband, wife, and 2 young children. If the family is there, go to the kitchen and prepare coffee for the parents and cups of milk for the children. You may smile and nod to them as you serve, but do not speak to them. If you do this incorrectly, the room will catch on fire, and you will be responsible for any damages. Number 5. Finally, the most important rule. If a hearse arrives at 3 a.m., unlock the door, but do not speak to the driver. The driver may look strange, but do not react to his appearance in any way. The last overnight employee we had didn't follow this rule. He's been missing for over a year. I don't know for sure if this is connected, but I wouldn't take any chances. Okay, I thought. This definitely wasn't what I expected. There's no way this is real. I was a strong believer in the supernatural, but this level of activity in an operating business was next to impossible. I chuckled to myself. Scott was probably just hazing me. The next night, I went in for my shift. Kate, my coworker, wished me well. I could hear the trepidation in her voice. I gladly took over and walked her out to her car. The silence of the place after dark hit me. I put on some music. I glanced at the list, unsure of what to do. Surely it was all a prank, but I started to wonder if maybe it was more of a trust exercise versus hazing. Scott was very particular about who he hired and serious about the responsibilities. I decided that this time I would err on the side of caution and follow the rules. I started by grabbing the jar of coins and took them down to the morgue. I placed them on the eyes of each body. Doing this felt strange. I felt like I was partaking in some ancient ritual. Next, I headed up to the main office. I opened the window just in time. A black cat practically dove inside, making me jump. "Hey," I said, gently petting him. He purred and seemed to warm up to me quickly. I gave him a treat, as requested, and he took off to the basement morgue as the letter said he would. I didn't have much actual work to do this time of night, so I sat and watched some TV on my phone. And then I began to hear something. I paused the show. A low, shallow voice emanated from the hallway. I quietly stepped out of the office. As someone who binge watches horror movies, I wouldn't say I'm easily scared, but what I saw gave me goosebumps. There was a man standing there, murmuring as he glanced back and forth between the clock on the wall and a compass he held in his right hand. As I got closer, I could hear what he was saying.
"There's no way. This can't be right. This has to be north. Why isn't it working?"
He wore what looked like a naval uniform that appeared to be damp. Bits of seaweed dangled from his clothing. At first, I thought this was just Scott playing a trick on me, but I changed my mind as I got closer, and I was able to see his face. I knew then this wasn't a prank. The man's face was gray and appeared to be decaying. I was careful not to say anything as I stood there, and then a maggot fell from his ear, landing right in front of me. I jumped and very narrowly avoided yelling and grabbing onto him. I backed away, shaking, as I began to realize this may not be a joke. I went back to the office and I tried to calm down. I started doing some busy work to try to keep my mind off things. The cat came back upstairs and stretched. He sat at my feet for a few minutes before heading back down to the morgue to finish his nap. And then I heard a faint noise. I jolted. Had a coin dropped? Maybe it was the cat knocking something over, I thought. Still, I headed to the janitor's closet just to be safe. I sat there for 10 minutes. It was 11:57. I hadn't heard any other commotion. Curiosity got the better of me then. Having a fascination with death and the supernatural made it hard to stay put. I decided to try to take a look into the morgue right before midnight. Even if something supernatural was occurring, it would stop a minute or two after I got down there, since the letter said it was safe to exit the closet after midnight. I snuck out. I couldn't hear any noise from the morgue, so I crept down the stairs. To my dismay, the motion light didn't turn on as it always did. I heard a faint, dragging noise. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked around, and nothing seemed out of place. And that's when I noticed movement in one dark corner. My flashlight didn't help much. The dragging noise stopped and was replaced by cracking. In the darkness of the corner, a thin figure stood up. I recognized it as a body Scott and I prepared for a showing the previous day. I could feel myself stop breathing. The bones and cartilage cracked as it rose. Its posture wasn't normal. The spine was curved at an unnatural angle. The body's head practically turned around backwards to face me, and I felt frozen. A noise that was part hiss, part raspy breathing came from its lips. Its mouth opened unnaturally wide, ripping the wires used to keep the cadaver's mouth closed for the showing. The figure darted towards me. I saw something in its hand then, a hypodermic needle. The same ones we used for embalming. I think the thing was trying to embalm me. I turned and I ran down the stairs. I could hear it crashing after me, bones and cartilage still cracking with every movement. I felt a cold, stiff hand grab my calf just as I was about to reach the top step. I kicked as hard as I could, but its grip held. Frantically, I shook my leg and I began punching it. And then something shifted. Its grip loosened, and I saw its body go limp. I looked at the time. Midnight. It took me over an hour just to make sure everything was back in place. What I experienced tonight had me questioning everything I believed about death and the supernatural. I went back upstairs to take a break. I was eating my lunch when I began to smell smoke. I checked the list. Walking past the parlor, I saw a family sitting there as promised. The wife was a lovely woman who appeared to be in her 30s. The husband was tall, with kind eyes. There was a son and a daughter. They both looked around 5 or 6 years old, and they were playing some kind of board game, laughing and talking together. I stepped into the kitchen to brew some coffee. I took the small glasses out to get the kids' milk. To my dismay, there was only a little milk left. I went back and forth about what to do for a few minutes, then decided to divide the milk in half between the 2 glasses. This ended up being about 1/4 cup. I hoped that was enough to fulfill the 4th rule. I walked back into the parlor and presented the tray to the family without saying a word. The parents graciously accepted the coffee. The children looked at the cups of milk for a moment before accepting them. The parents seemed to notice. I backed off for a moment, afraid of how they might react. "Wow, we really need to go to the store," said the woman. The husband nodded and returned his attention to the game. Breathing a sigh of relief, I backed away and headed back to the office. I tried to distract myself with a podcast. I'd finished all my actual work earlier in the night, but I still needed something to do to keep busy. An hour or so later, I was starting to feel normal again. I wasn't sure about working the night shift regularly, but I could probably handle this occasionally. And then I heard a knock on the back door. I glanced down at my list. I knew the last rule was arguably the most important. The last rule read, "If a hearse arrives at 3 a.m., unlock the door but do not speak to the driver." Easy enough, I thought. The knock grew louder as I approached the back door. I unlocked it and stepped back. An extremely tall, thin man approached, wearing a long black trench coat. He wore a hat that covered the majority of his face, other than his thin lips and sunken cheeks. He was pushing a stretcher that appeared to have a body with a white sheet over it. He brought the body back to the mortuary and was in the process of bringing the stretcher back to the hearse when it happened. I noticed a ring of keys fall off the driver's belt loop as he was leaving. I picked them up and impulsively said, "Sir." I immediately realized my mistake and covered my mouth, hoping he hadn't heard me. I wasn't that lucky. He slowly turned around and began walking towards me. I stepped back, and then I began to run. I could hear him gaining on me. Suddenly, I felt bony arms grabbing onto me. Despite being so thin, the driver seemed to have superhuman strength, easily overpowering me. He forced a cloth over my mouth and nose. I began dizzy and felt myself slipping away. I felt dazed as my eyes opened again sometime later. I strained my eyes to figure out where I was, but it was pitch black. I went to sit up, but there was no room. My head hit a wall. I attempted to stretch my arms out beside me, but they hit the side walls of where I lay. I felt a velvet material beneath me. I felt around in my pocket for my phone, and when I found it, I turned on my flashlight. Oh my God, I thought. I'm in a coffin. My hands began to shake, and I felt myself start to hyperventilate. I hated cramped spaces. I also knew I'd run out of oxygen soon, so I made an effort to slow my breathing. I still felt dizzy from whatever was on that rag, maybe chloroform. I pushed at the top of the coffin and shouted. I tried kicking it open. I tried to dial 911, but my phone had no service. It was no use. I was gonna die in here. I started to hear a faint scratching on the top of the coffin. It grew stronger. I began to feel sick, wondering what hell waited for me on the other side of this prison. Was it the body from earlier, waiting to inject and embalm me? The children from the parlor, maybe. Upset I didn't fill their glasses all the way and ready to set the coffin on fire with me in it. I tried to quiet my breathing as much as possible. Maybe it was the driver, preparing to finish what he started and lower me into the ground alive. I hoped maybe I'd get lucky and run out of air first. I thought back to my lifelong interest in death. What would be waiting for me on the other side? Would I see Lorelei again? I would probably know the answers to these questions soon, and weirdly enough, this helped comfort me. Just as I was accepting my fate, I heard a familiar voice.
Damn it, Shadow, what are you digging at?
Scott! I yelled. Scott followed my voice to the coffin, and I breathed a sigh of relief as I heard the latches open. His expression looked equal parts confused and horrified. The driver had left me for dead in the back storage room, behind the mortuary in the basement. Scott had left his wallet at work, and sensed something wasn't right when I didn't greet him from the office. He told me he never would have found me if it wasn't for the cat. Shadow got an extra treat that night. Now you're probably thinking I left this job after all this occurred. And you'd actually be wrong. I continued to work at the funeral home for the next year until I got an opportunity to move out of state and become a funeral director myself. After my first night shift, I made a habit of placing tape over my mouth at 3 a.m. just in case. And in my time at Hughes, I learned a lot about everyone there, living and dead. Mrs. Smith, Shadow's owner, came to Hughes when she died 2 years earlier, and Shadow never stopped showing up to look for her. The Anton family passed in a house fire almost 10 years ago, and had a large, well-attended service. As for the man in the naval uniform cursing his equipment for not working, I never did find a record of anyone matching his description having a service at Hughes. However, the summer before I left, Scott was a few drinks deep at a barbecue and made a toast to a friend he lost in the Navy. I never felt right asking him about it in more detail. The place was very strange and mysterious, but also beautiful. Working my last night shift was kind of bittersweet. I was more than happy to never risk being locked in a coffin again, but I knew I'd miss Shadow and everybody else I worked with. I did have the displeasure of meeting Mrs. Smith one night when a newbie forgot to open the window for Shadow and then called me in a panic when she began roaming the halls, crying. I made it a point to install a cat door. Luckily, no fires or equipment malfunctions happened during my time there. The very last night I worked, the driver arrived as usual at 3 a.m. I already had the tape over my mouth as a reminder not to speak. I unlocked the door and stepped aside as usual. He delivered a body, as was typical, then headed back to the hearse. His demeanor was different this time, though. He was a lot slower in his movements, and paused to look at me before leaving, which he'd never done. His red and yellow eyes pierced into mine, and I felt a chill run up my spine. This shouldn't be happening, I thought. We'd never had any interaction except the time I spoke by accident. He continued to stare at me. It was almost like he knew this would be his last time seeing me. I could feel a strong emotion from his expression. It was either anger or guilt. I wouldn't make the mistake of speaking to him again, but I thought of another idea. I grabbed a notebook off the desk and wrote, "What are you?" and handed it to him. He looked surprised and began writing, not breaking eye contact to look down at the paper. He handed it back to me, and I reached for it. He grabbed my hand, clamping down on it with that superhuman strength I remembered. I tried to pull away, but I was taken over by this strange sensation. I wasn't in a funeral home anymore. I was in the passenger seat of a hearse. The driver was a male in his 30s. It was sunny outside, and he sang along to some 90s song on the radio. He stopped at an intersection, looked around, then began driving forward. All of a sudden, I heard the gut-wrenching sound of metal on metal crashing. A car had T-boned him. The driver was bloody and disfigured. I blinked, and I was outside the car then, watching paramedics try to free him. Eventually, he was pronounced dead on the scene and was wheeled away on a stretcher, covered in a white sheet. On the side of the road, there was a woman in her 30s wailing in the arms of the police. And then suddenly, I was back in the funeral home, and the driver was gone. At my new job, I never told anyone the details of what went on at Hughes. There was one person who'd always understand, though, and that's my wife, Kate, formerly my co-worker at Hughes. Our funeral home in Georgia is very successful. I feel I have an air of empathy and respect for the dead that helps families trust me. There are some strange occurrences at times, especially at night. That's okay, though, because I always follow the rules. I work at a place that doesn't technically exist, watching creatures that I hope you have never seen. I've been a Marine since I was 17. I got out of school early. At the time, joining the military seemed better than the orphanages I'd grown up in. So I made it through basic, and I spent some time on tours. And then one night, I messed up. Well, not really messed up. I just let some people talk me into some things that I shouldn't have. It all started with the killings in a remote village. The base had us investigating some murders in the area. It was some real brutal stuff, and they wanted to make sure it didn't turn the public opinion against the troops stationed nearby. Some of them knew the Marines. They had a reputation. They wondered if maybe it was one of us who was doing it. The village elders were supposedly collecting evidence of their own. We needed to catch whoever was doing this before the public consciousness turned against our squad, and it became real bad. But the more we looked, the less we believed it was even a person doing it. The bodies had been chewed up, like a dog had been going at them. The teeth marks, they led us to believe it was a very big dog. Ramsey jokingly said maybe it was a werewolf, but Tex said that there weren't no werewolves in this part of the world. Turns out, they were both right. We heard a noise one night while on patrol, and as we pulled the Humvee into an alley, We saw the thing, and it was huge. 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders. Its pelt made me think it was a hyena. Ramsay and Clyde were out the door before they could fully get their bearings. It dropped the old lady it had been mutilating, and it just charged at us. Charged in like a hungry kid after some chicken McNuggets. Dinner had arrived, and it ate well. It ate shot after shot from our rifles, and as I ducked behind the Humvee and shot into it, its skin seemed to shrug off round after round. Wasn't until I finally got the idea to climb up and use the machine gun mounted to the Humvee that it finally started feeling it. I saw Tex's arm hanging out of its mouth, and it turned and got down on all fours as it just ran at me. And I kept firing. When its claws slid into my stomach, my finger locked onto the trigger, and it was the worst pain I've ever experienced in my life. The claws had gone through my body armor like cheesecloth. As I blacked out, I saw it slump on top of the Humvee as a giant pile of blood and fur. I didn't expect to wake up, but it seemed that the military wasn't done with me yet. I opened my eyes to find an older man smoking a cigar 2 feet in front of my face. It was hard to tell through the reflective glasses, but he looked pissed.
"You killed my were-hyena," he said,
breathing a cloud of smoke into my face. I coughed, trying to respond, but for a few seconds, nothing would come. "What?" I finally asked.
"You killed my were-hyena,"
he said, shaking his finger.
"Now how do you intend to repay me for that?"
I couldn't figure out an answer, but he hardly needed one.
"Well, don't worry, son. I'll find a way," he huffed.
Now this was Colonel Banther, and I would find that the first time we met was one of the more rational times I'd interact with this guy. The military had done a number on me. The were-hyena's claws had shredded my insides, my stomach, my large intestine, my kidneys, and one of my lungs had been damaged. But that's okay, because the government had given me some experimental replacements. I was only the second or third person to be added to these medical trials. The other two had also worked for Tartarus. Tartarus, as it turned out, was my next assignment. While I was in the hospital, Colonel Banther, he came to visit me a lot. He told me that after I was healed up and ready for duty, I was his baby. I looked at him oddly, not sure what the hell he was talking about, and that seemed to amuse him. He tossed a file folder at me.
"Congratulations, son. You're the latest corpse hired by the 7th branch of the United States military."
"There are only 5 branches of the military, sir," I said. And at the time, it was true, at least as far as I knew.
That's what they tell new boots. But most grunts haven't seen a were-hyena and lived to tell about it. Speaking of, son, my menagerie is -1 were-hyena. Time to start paying off your debt to Uncle Sam. And, more importantly, to me.
Soon enough, I was moved somewhere else. I did the last of my recovery in a place that no one has ever heard of. And as soon as I was able, Colonel Banther gave me the grand tour of Tartarus. Now Tartarus, it's a secret compound somewhere in an area hostile to human life. I know that's a little vague, but I've honestly never been outside the facility. It could be at the bottom of the ocean, for all I know. Or in a volcano. Or in the heart of Detroit, I don't know. But wherever it is, no one has ever just wandered in. At least to my knowledge. So, it's a big circular facility that houses 3 full-time staff members and around 110 things that can't really be described.
This is where we put all the things that go bump in the night,
Colonel Banther told me as he finished the tour.
You'll be keeping the night watch at first. Prove yourself, and I may let you join the capture team. But for now, just familiarize yourself with the rules.
Now, Tartarus. It has about 5,000 rules, but I've been assured that only certain ones are important on a daily basis. Like Rule 5. Don't forget to feed Cell 12 before midnight. Cell 12 holds something that we like to call the Snot Goblin. It's a weird little creature with a perpetually oozing body. Legend says that it draws its form from things people wipe under chairs and things. The longer it goes without eating, the smaller it gets. It eventually gets so small, it can escape, and then it can start finding something to eat soon and regain its size. That's why there's a button next to its cell that dumps kibble on it to keep it large and well-fed. Taxpayers probably feed this thing close to $200 of dog food a day, so it's usually just a pair of eyes peeking through the slot at the top of the door. That's one of the easier ones to remember, like number 20, which is wearing your earplugs near the siren container. Some of them, however, they're a little harder to remember, like number 37. Don't bring anything you find on the housing floor back to the booth with you. Now that one I found out the hard way. I was doing one of my rounds. I was checking the cells when suddenly I found a fork sitting on the wall of Cell 19. Cell 19. It holds our English werewolf, who was sound asleep at the time. Seeing a random fork outside the canteen, it was weird, so I picked it up and I brought it back so it couldn't accidentally fall into the wrong hands, you know? I laid it on the console, but as I looked up to watch the cameras, I could swear that it wiggled a little. It would never do it while I was looking right at it, you know, but it always seemed to move in my peripheral vision. This went on for about an hour, until I looked down to find it was missing. I started looking for it, wondering if it was something more than a simple fork. When Garth got there to relieve me a few hours later, he laughed as he watched me crawling around on my hands and knees. You lose something? He called out. Yeah, I said. You know, I found this weird fork in the hallway, and now it's gone. I stopped as his foot came down suddenly, and when I turned, he had the fork trapped under one thick boot. That was a close call, he said, as he reached down and picked up the utensil. Didn't you read the rules, newbie? Don't bring things in from the hallway. I followed him down the corridor, the fork still trying to escape his grasp. When we reached Cell 29, he opened the peephole to reveal a room full of everyday items. Forks, spoons, kettles, signs, slippers, umbrellas. There were all kinds of things. He threw the fork back inside, and as it landed amongst the mess, the other items, they started inching their way towards the window. Garth closed it shut with a metallic smack. Next time, just throw it down in there. Rule 38, newbie. Remember it. And this leads us to Rule 38. If you find a mundane item in the hallway, put it back into Cell 29. Other than remembering the rules, though, the job, it's pretty much just walking my rounds and keeping an eye on the creatures. Some of them are pretty easy to handle. The various were animals we have, they mostly just eat, sleep, and hang out in their human forms. But a few of these creatures, they do take some getting used to. For example, did you know that the Slender Man everyone keeps talking about online is actually an offshoot of a skinwalker? Wild, right? They aren't even all men either. The Slender Women? Well, they have one major difference from the males. The males have long tendrils that come out of holes on their backs, but the females, they have these tough spider-like arms that can actually carry them around like legs. Nobody knows why they choose the form they do. Skinwalkers can take on almost any form they want, but for some reason, these ones seem to like the suit and blank face. Speaking of skinwalkers, actually, that brings us to Rule 7. If at any time something familiar appears in a cell without warning or notice, don't let them out. No matter how much they beg, threaten, scream, do not let them out. I encountered this one on my 4th night in Tartarus. I was doing my 1 a.m. round. I was just sipping some coffee and keeping my eyes on the cells, when I suddenly see Colonel Banther standing in the middle of a cell, dressed in his usual getup of a white polo and khaki pants, but his face, it was spread in this wide grin. I tripped after taking a few steps past him, almost dropped my coffee as I walked back to make sure of what I'd just seen. And he was just standing there and smiling as he looked back at me. Colonel? I said, reaching for my keys. What the hell are you doing in there? Kid, he said. His voice sounded strange. It didn't match the wide grin on his face. I got in here, and now I can't move. Help me out, kids. I had the keys in my hand, and they jingled as I approached the door. But I stopped as the last of his words sunk in. There were such weird choices in words, and the tone and inflection seemed different. It was like someone doing a bad impression. And when I looked up at him, the rule flashed through my head in bright neon. Rule 7. Don't open the door for familiar faces. I looked at his oddly smiling face for a few more seconds before putting the keys on my belt and slowly walking away. What you doing, kid? Get me out of here right now. Don't walk away. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. The voice in the cell said. I moved away quickly, his words following me as I went. And when I came back for my next round, the cell was empty, at least far as I could tell. As time passed, the rules, they became easier to remember, especially the first 15. Rules 1 through 15 were things we did daily, so they were easier to keep track of. I'd remember the rest when the situation calls for them. I tried to familiarize myself with all the rules in my spare time. Very few of the rules wouldn't get you killed in some way or another, so it was best to remember them so the knowledge would be there when you needed it. All employees, we were issued a little handbook with all the rules and regs in it that was actually part of your working uniform. Handy, right? So anyway, Tartarus became my life pretty quickly. There were no such thing as vacations, and since no one ever left, you had to have entertainment brought in. There were 4 of us on shifts. Garth, Mabry, Colm, and myself. Colm and I took turns on the night shift, so we could have nights off sometimes. Our schedules rotated enough so that we got every other weekend off. There was a lounge near the sleeping areas, where you could play video games, surf the web, and watch TV. If you were hungry, there was a machine in the galley that could make you anything you wanted. And when I say anything, I mean anything. I've had Japanese for breakfast, sashimi for lunch, and dollar store top ramen for dinner. There was a full-service bar as well as a bathhouse with a steam room. There were rumors that you could get girls in sometimes if you were feeling lonely. I always felt a little scummy doing something like that. In a way, it was paradise. But it's easy to lose paradise if you weren't careful. I had been living in Tartarus for about 5 or 6 years when I arrived one day to find Garth and Mabry with the Colonel. They were waiting for me in the station. "What's up, boss?" I asked, taking off my coat as I hung it over the chair.
"Capture team has a new one they want to add tonight. Nasty piece of work. Had the boys searching for months looking for this, but we finally found it."
I knew better than to ask what it was at this point. I just went to get my rifle from the law cabinet. "Okay, when's it getting here?" I asked, as I slid on my body armor, doubting it would help me.
"In about 2 hours," he answered. "I want to get it in quick. It's going into cell 102, and I want us ready to receive it."
So that led to the 4 of us sitting around for the next 2 hours as I went about my rounds. Gavin and Mabry played chess, and the Colonel napped in one of the control chairs. It was odd how little we saw of the Colonel for someone who was the head of operations. He'd pop in once or twice a week, observe operations, and then go back to whatever the hell he did in the rest of his time. I knew he spent a lot of time in Washington because he told us as much. I knew he spent a lot of time talking to Hambry, the head of the capture team, because he told us that too. Other than that, we really didn't know much about him, except he liked to smoke and he liked to yell. Did he have a family he went back to after work? Did he lead a normal life while knowing a place like this existed? I guess it doesn't matter now, but it was something to think about while I waited. When the alarm went off to let me know that the outer door was opening, Banther opened his eyes, and he grinned in the same way that the Skinwalker had. The similarities, they made me shiver.
"Showtime," he whispered,
and the 4 of us took up our rifles and walked out of the office. Halfway to the inner door, we heard boots coming up the hall. 5 figures moved quickly towards us. 2 of them were supporting a third, while Captain Hambry pushed a hand truck with a broken box on it. The man the other 2 were supporting hung limply between them. He twitched now and then as his feet dragged on the ground.
"Captain Hambry," the Colonel said. "I trust it was a success."
"Not now," Hambry said back. He moved swiftly as he headed for the cell. "We've got to get this behind glass," he said. They practically ran to the enclosure. The other 2 took the wounded soldier to the infirmary as our group moved to keep up. Hambry shoved the damaged box into the cell and slammed the door shut, looking very relieved to finally be rid of it. He told the remaining soldiers to make sure they were getting ready to deport ASAP, and then they moved off to check on the 3 that had gone to the infirmary.
"I think you've bit off more than you can chew here, Brick," Hambry said, putting his back to the glass as he actively ignored the box behind it. "You let me worry about that, Sergeant Hambry. I should hope that your rough handling hasn't damaged my item."
Hambry scoffed then.
"If the fall of the Mayan Empire or the active volcano that we dug it out of didn't damage this thing, I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do to it. Do yourself a favor though, huh? Don't touch it. Don't look at it.
and keep it in the box. It's hard to resist once you do," he said, taking a last lingering look before leaving. He didn't stay long after that, and it kind of felt like he didn't want to spend any more time around that box than he absolutely had to. Garth said that he found a few of them at the bar a little later, and he asked what had happened out there. 2 of them were in the infirmary after what had happened. We'd never seen the capture team come back in a state like that. He said Hambury had been hesitant to talk about it. But after a few drinks, he'd told Garth that they'd met some unexpected resistance. Some of the locals were worshipping the idol that came up from a volcano. And they really didn't want to give it up. There'd been some unexpected casualties. But Hambury didn't think the team understood how much influence the idol had until they got it back to the chopper. "I heard a commotion in the back, and I went back to find Shaw's with the thing in his hand, pointing his gun at Lancaster. I guess Lancaster had been trying to get it from him so they could secure it, but Shaw's was not willing to give it up. We had to jump on Shaw's to get it away from him. Lancaster was inches away from catching a bullet in the head over it," Hambury had explained. We were never given a lot of information on the things and creatures we took. We were just supposed to keep them from hurting people, not study them, you know? But what we were told was that the idol, it had a strange presence that clouded people's minds. It had messed up a lot of people over the years. Our organization thought it had been taken off the board until it reemerged again. The idol led to a whole new set of rules. Rules that should be followed to the letter. Rule 102A. Do not look at the object in cell 102 for extended periods of time. Now this one wouldn't be hard at first. Whatever they'd brought in sat in its box. It was biding its time and remaining unseen. I kept looking and waiting for it to do something, but nothing ever happened. And I began to wonder what all the fuss was about, you know? Until one day, I came around the corner of the cell, and I saw something sitting on the box. It is, well, it's hard to explain. It looked like a statue of a fat little goblin. Its mouth was full of sharp little teeth, and the ruby eyes were far more expressive than they had any right to be. I looked away quickly, not wanting to find out what it might do, but I knew I'd have to be back on my guard from now on. I remembered the next rule about the object in cell 102. Rule 102B. If you hear a deep voice in your head, ignore it. And under no circumstances should you do what it says. About a week after the thing arrived, I started hearing this little voice in my head that grew louder the longer I stayed near it. "Take me out," I heard. I stopped the first time I heard it, looking around to see somebody was playing a prank on me. Everyone thought the little thing was creepy. Everyone but Colonel Banther. I wouldn't past him to try to scare me, but I didn't see anybody. And there didn't seem to be any particular source for the voices. Glancing at the little statue, however, I could guess that it might be the source. The eyes, they were looking at me. The glittering pupils trained on me like homing missiles. And I looked away and I kept walking. "Take me out, and great wealth will be yours." I kept walking. And I suspect that there'll be a new rule tomorrow about the voice. Rule 102C. If you see someone standing by the enclosure, move them along by force if necessary. This one, it was directed at someone specific, and it should have been no surprise who. Colonel Banther had been seen many times standing in front of the display, just looking at the statue. I wasn't the only one who had noticed him either. Both Garth and Mabry had told me to keep him away if I saw him lingering.
We're a little worried he may be getting influenced by that statue, Garth said. He's coming by it more often, and we almost always have to find some excuse to make him leave the area, he told me.
Garth was older than the rest of us. He's a vet who had been here for nearly 40 years. And this guy's seen it all. If he told me that Banther was lingering a little too long, it was enough to make me very nervous. Then, one night at around 3 a.m., I ran into the Colonel standing at the glass and staring at it with this strange look on his face. His fingers and forehead, they were pressed against the glass, and he didn't seem to realize I was there until I shook him, like a child who'd been caught doing something naughty.
"Oh, don't mind me, son. Just taking in the sights," he said, as his eyes strayed back to the strange idol. "It is quite mesmerizing."
"Yes, sir," I said. "Why don't you come with me? I think somebody's looking for you. They said they needed you in the booth right away, actually." I put a hand on his shoulder as I attempted to scoot him along, but his feet were planted and his eyes were back on the idol.
"He's the god of the deep places, you know. He is the ruler of that which glitters beneath the earth," Banther continued.
He moved a little as I pulled at him, but I winced as his fingers made a squeaking sound across the glass.
"They say that Cortez himself looked upon this idol, and grew mad to have the treasures he guarded. I wonder if he was thrown into the volcano with it, or if he was saved at the very last moment."
His voice had taken on a dreamy quality, but as we moved away from the cell, he shook himself and seemed to regain some control.
"Oh, sorry, son. I kind of lost my head back there, huh? Thanks for helping me get back."
"No problem, sir," I said. When we got to the booth, he made some excuses to leave for his quarters, and he kept away after that. He only came back to Tartarus only when he absolutely had to. And I thought the danger was over, but I was far too naive. It all went to hell when Colm suddenly died. Now, Colm wasn't old, probably 35 or 40 tops, but he had a bad heart, and that's what landed him here. They'd worked on him, much like they had on me, when his battery cells suddenly flatlined in the middle of the night. There wasn't much that could be done. He went in his sleep, and I was the one who found him. A mercy, I guess. We were roommates. I woke up one morning, and I just found him cold in his bunk. They took the body away. We toasted drinks to him that afternoon in the mess. And 3 days later, I came off a shift to see a new face moving into Colm's old bunk.
"Ahoy there," he said, offering me a hand. "I'm Seaman Norman Skipland. At your service."
Skipland, or Skipper as we called him, was younger than any of us by a decade. He looked like he'd messed himself up at boot camp. Though he claimed to be 26, none of us believed him. He had that youthful enthusiasm that it makes you just, want to throttle him. And this guy followed me around like a puppy. Banther said I was to work with him for the first week, but after that he would have to ride solo or be washed out.
I'm sure there's 100 different beasties here who would take care of him for us, he commented.
He laughed to show it was a joke, but it never reached his eyes. Skipper, it seemed, had made it through basic. He'd served in the Navy for about 2 years before his accident. He was foggy on the details. Probably because it'd been his fault, I assumed. He ended up with a missing arm and became prime candidate for Tartarus's wounded soldier exchange, as we called it. He was willing and capable enough, but I should have been wary after that first night. The first time he saw that idol, he got the same look that Banther had, and I had to drag him to the next cell so we could get on with the tour. As the first week passed, I saw him spending more and more time around the cell. He did help me feed the captives and keep an eye out for escapees in trouble, but he always seemed to make his way back to cell 102. Sometimes I would see him lingering by it on the camera. His eyes would be glued to the glass, and his fingers would leave streaks on it. When I questioned him about it, he always said the same things I was used to when it came to the idol.
Oh, I just got distracted for a second. I thought I heard a voice, so I went to investigate. I don't know. I must be adjusting to the new shift or something. I guess I just got a little spacey, huh?
He would say. And I didn't buy any of it. I reminded him of the rules, but the ones about cell 102 seemed the hardest for him to remember. And then, the night before he was supposed to fly solo, I lost track of him for nearly an hour. That's not entirely true, I suppose. I knew where he was. I knew where I'd find him. I just put it off, because I didn't want to think that it had its hooks in him. I was tired. I'd been working 12 nights straight by this point, and I really wanted this guy to be ready. I hoped that if I just kept refreshing the rules the way the Colonel had done for me, it might be okay. But more importantly, he might be okay. I found him near 102. His face was again pressed against the glass as he watched the idol.
Skipper, come on, man, we can't hang out here, I said, trying to bring him out of his trance. And he didn't move an inch. Skipper, you there? We need to...
He's trapped, Skipper whispered. He's trapped in there, and he needs a way out.
I put a hand on his arm and tried to lead him away. Yeah, that's right, buddy, he's trapped. But he's supposed to be trapped. We need to move on, though. We need to... I said, jerking his arm hard. But his feet were like lead, and he cut me off with his ramblings.
He has riches beneath the earth. If we help him, he'll give us whatever we want. Gold and jewels and wealth and power and...
I was dragging him away now, and he was bucking and pulling as I tried to get him away from the cell. He growled like a freaking jungle cat, trying to fight me every step of the way. But as we went around a bend, and the idol was no longer in sight, he stopped fighting and just looked around. He was confused, but I sensed some of it might be shame. In reality, I knew what I had to do. I knew there wouldn't be any breaks for me. I sent him to get some rest, saying that he'd been acting strangely. And as he went over to the crew quarters,
I called the colonel. He was awake, and I laid it all out for him. Skipper had probably been snared by the thing in cell 102. He wasn't fit to serve alone, and he might never be. If we left him by himself, it'd be a catastrophe. The colonel listened and hummed, and finally told me that if it was my evaluation, then he'd stand by it.
All right, well, we'll find a better replacement, and we'll put Skiplin somewhere else. We have a few facilities like this, and maybe he might, he went on. But I'd stopped listening.
I was watching the cameras, and Skipper was back in front of the cell again.
Son, you there? The colonel said.
He slid his key into the lock, and he opened the door to the cell.
What's going on? Everything okay? Hello?
I could hear the colonel say, but I was too distracted by what was on the camera feeds. I saw Skipper pick up the statue and press its hideous face close to his, and that's when all the cameras suddenly turned to static before coming back to life. Skipper was gone, but I'd already done what needed doing. Rule 102D. In the event that the idol makes it out of containment, seal Tartarus until a clean team can come in and regain order. The big red emergency button was on the console, and as I pressed it, I heard the alarm blare, and I knew that there was no escape now. Not for me, and hopefully not for Skipper either. Or more importantly, whatever new friend Skipper had made in that damn idol. I've been sitting in the control room for the last few hours, listening to the blare of the alarms. From the camera feed, I can see that the idol isn't the only thing that's been freed. The Slender Men are walking around unsupervised. There's a rake free in the southern corridor. There's a dead skinwalker near cell 56. That one contains the captive prince that the Vatican says may or may not be an actual demon. One of the corridors is filled with nothing but moving spoons, forks, and umbrellas, and there's a deeper rumbling from further in that's punctuated by a siren that has nothing to do with the security system. I hope the clean team is well suited for the task, but I've been seeing flashes of a familiar face on the monitors. Whatever vengeful spirit lived in that sculpture, it's inside Skipper now. I think it's looking to free itself and others, though the others may be incidental. It wants to be free to walk the world, and it doesn't care if it has to burn it down to do it. He's banging at my door now, and I certainly hope it can hold up against whatever might be controlling the poor guy. And if that fails, well, I've got the armory behind me.
My family and I decided to take a vacation to Lake Serenity this summer. Our son likes swimming, and our daughter likes boats of all kinds, so we figured it was a good choice for our family. I actually first found out about the place through an online ad of all things. A photo of a beautiful lake surrounded by pine trees with scrolling white text that read, "Visit Lake Serenity." Checking out some Airbnbs in the area, we found they were a lot cheaper than the other locations we were looking at. So we packed up the car and were on our way to upstate New York. The Airbnb looked just like the photos, a cozy saltbox-style house on the lake, complete with a little dock to fish off of. The view of the lake was spectacular from the huge picture windows in the family room,
and the house was filled with cute little things like signs that read "Beach this way" and a bottle filled with sea glass. We were thrilled with the place, patting ourselves on the back for planning such an awesome vacation. Until we saw the flyer. In the middle of the kitchen counter, we found a handwritten note from the owner, welcoming us into her home. She also told us, however, to check out the rules on the next page. Apparently, the community was pretty strict about conduct, and vacationers had been banned from the beach before. Curious, my wife and I flipped the page. Bold text across the top read, "Rules for Lake Serenity." A post-it had been stuck on for good measure, asking us to read all the rules carefully. I shrugged at my wife and began to read. Rule number 1. Boats are not allowed on the lake after dark. If you see a boat at night, or even just a light on the lake, please call the park ranger. His number is at the bottom of this page. Rule number 2. There are many fish, crabs, and aquatic plants in the lake, so don't be alarmed if you feel something brush against your foot. However, if you feel anything trying to tug you down, call for the lifeguards immediately. Rule number 3. Storms are uncommon at Lake Serenity. However, in the event of one, the storm siren will go off. You must immediately evacuate the beach and find shelter inside when the siren sounds. Do not get into a vehicle. Do not try to go anywhere. Just find the closest dwelling and stay inside with all doors locked until the storm passes. Rule number 4. There's an area of the lake cordoned off at the far west corner. Swimming is prohibited there. If you see someone in that section of the lake crying for help, you must ignore them. Don't worry, the lifeguards have notified the park ranger, I assure you. Rule number 5. Speaking of lifeguards, there are only 5 lifeguards here at Lake Serenity. Their names and photos can be found on the next page. If you see anyone else claiming to be a lifeguard, please immediately call the park ranger's office. Rule number 6. One of the reasons Lake Serenity is such a popular vacation destination is that it affords beautiful views of the mountains, the forest, and the sky. Sunsets are especially beautiful. However, if you ever see a reflection in the water that doesn't belong, for example, the reflection of a person that actually isn't there, leave the beach immediately. Rule number 7. If you're out on a boat of any kind, including but not limited to kayaks, canoes, paddle boats, and small rowboats, be aware of a strange optical illusion that occurs in roughly the middle of the lake. If you row into this area, you will not be able to see the shoreline in any direction. If this happens, do not call for help. That will only attract unwanted attention. Instead, begin shouting, "Lost boat." One of the lifeguards will come out to you and guide you safely to shore. Do not try to navigate to shore by yourself. Rule number 8. We have many turtles and fish that may poke their heads above water. However, if you ever see anything that looks larger than a turtle, roughly larger than a foot wide, please notify the lifeguards and leave the beach. And rule number 9. Don't feed the ducks. Wow, I told my wife Ruth. That is a lot of rules. I was immediately starting to regret our decision to come here, but she told me it wasn't that weird. She told me private lake communities often have strict rules. The lake by her parents' house, for example, instructed people to empty their pockets of loose change before swimming. Apparently, the fish kept eating the dropped change and it was causing problems. So I brushed it off, and we began to plan our day. An hour later, we were driving down to the beach. Even though the house was lakefront, swimming was only allowed at a designated beach. In addition to the list of rules, there was a sign that read "No swimming in our backyard," tilted askew. Olivia and Noah ran down to the water immediately. Ruth and I followed, setting up several yards from the water. Ruth sat under the umbrella and pulled out a book. "Well, I'm gonna swim," I told her. "You sure you don't want to join me?" She shook her head. So I made my way out into the water. Now, to be honest, I've never been that fond of lakes. There's something off-putting about the greenish-brown color, basically the color of the muck at the bottom. Whenever I swim out past where I can stand, all I can think about are snapping turtles just beneath me, along with huge fish and water snakes, and long, mushy fingers of seaweed reaching up towards my toes. This vacation was for the kids, not for me. The water was cold. As soon as I stepped in, it was like little needles pricking my skin. Didn't seem to bother the kids, though. Olivia and Noah were already floating on pool noodles near the rope, arguing about how to mine diamonds in Minecraft. I slowly waded out, further and further. The water got thicker, muddier. I couldn't see my feet at the bottom. The sun beat down on my face, very hot. I closed my eyes, held my breath, and I dove underwater. Immediately, all sound cut off. All the laughter, splashing, arguing. It suddenly dropped to a distant echo. It seemed quieter under the water than it should be, like the water itself was absorbing sound. I opened my eyes, but all I could see was greenish-brown water. I came up. Noise exploded. The water dripping down my face turned ice cold. I looked around to see Olivia and Noah still arguing near the rope, floating on their pool noodles. I dove back under. The sound cut off again. Distant echoes of voices, slight vibrations of people splashing, swimming. Like simply going underwater had transported me into a different world. Except this time in the quiet, I heard something. Singing. The sound didn't have the same quality as the distant sounds of the swimmers. It didn't seem dulled or muffled by the water. In fact, it almost sounded like someone was humming underwater, right next to me. I came up again, rubbing the water out of my eyes. No one was there. Olivia and Noah were in a splash fight now, several yards away from me. Ruth was still reading her book on the beach. All the other people were even further away. I was alone. Slowly, I tilted my head so one ear went underwater. Sure enough, the singing returned. A slow, lilting melody. I frowned and pulled my ear out of the water. Then I jumped back. For a split second, I thought I saw something. Something under the water. Something pale and white, just floating there next to me. Roughly the size and shape of a person. But there was nothing there now, except murky brown water. "Whoa, Dad, you okay?" Noah asked. "Yeah," I said, finally tearing my eyes from the water and looking at him. "Did the rules say anything about singing in the water?" I asked. "I don't know," he said. Ask Mom. I tilted my head and put my ear underwater again. This time I didn't hear anything. Must have just been some kid humming underwater, or something. And what I saw, the reflections must have just confused me, and my brain filled in the details. I made up some excuse about staying hydrated and convinced the kids to come out of the water with me for a few minutes. Then I sat next to Ruth under the umbrella. You know, I heard this weird singing or humming underwater. You remember if the rules said anything about that? I don't think so, she replied. Why would the rules say anything about that? I don't know, I replied. I shook off the feeling, and soon after, the kids and I got back in the water. Ruth finally came in with us, and the four of us floated under the bright blue sky. After a while, the incident faded from my mind. It was so nice, so beautiful, so serene here. I could see why they called it Lake Serenity. We got home, ate dinner, and went to sleep early. As I got into bed, I was convinced that we were going to have the best vacation ever. How wrong I was. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom. On my way back, something out the window caught my eye. There was a light out on the water, like someone was out there in a boat. Okay, yeah, that was definitely one of the rules. No boating after sundown. I watched the light bob gently up and down. Then I headed downstairs and dialed the park ranger's number into my phone. Hello? A man picked up after the third ring. Hello, he said. Hi, yeah, I'm sorry to call you so late, but there's a boat on the lake, and these rules said I'm supposed to call you and report it. I looked up at the window, and my heart dropped. The light was closer. A lot closer. Maybe only 10, 20 yards from shore. It looks like the boat's coming towards our house, I told him. And that's when the man's entire demeanor changed. Listen to me very carefully, he said in a quiet voice. Get into a room without any windows. Everyone in the house. Lock the door and don't come out until I call you back. The phone beeped in my ear. The call had ended. I ran to the kids' bedroom first and woke them up, taking them into the bathroom. What are you doing? Olivia complained as she stumbled across the hallway. I told her to just stay in the bathroom with Noah while I got their mom. I ran to Ruth, shook her awake, and led her to the bathroom too. By now, I could tell the light was incredibly close. It was shining through the curtains drawn over the bedroom windows. Just for good measure, I shielded my eyes from the windows as we walked across the hall, instructing Ruth to do the same. We made it into the bathroom, the four of us squashed in the tiny space, and I locked the door. What's going on? Noah asked. Nothing, I replied. There's just someone out there, but the park ranger's coming. He's gonna deal with it, but he told us to stay in here, okay? Just some teenagers causing trouble, trying to rob people or something. It's okay. As we stood there, huddled in the dark, humid bathroom, I noticed that light was coming from under the crack of the door. It was so bright, like someone was holding a spotlight to the windows. Do not look at the light, I told them. even though the rules hadn't said that. It just felt natural. There was something horribly off with it. About a minute later, the light cut off. Seconds later, my phone rang. It was the park ranger telling me that he had dealt with it, that it was just some kids trying to drink out of view of their parents. Oh, you know how it is with teenagers in the summer. They get up to all kinds of trouble, he said. His voice was smooth and slick, a completely different tone than he'd had before. I could tell he was lying. The next morning, Ruth and I got into a fight. I think we should go home, I told her. What, just because of those kids? Yeah, I replied. What if they break in? What if they kidnap Noah or Olivia? We spent $500 on this place, Nick. It's not refundable. So what, we're gonna just lose it all? Yeah, you know what, I'm okay with that if it means staying alive, I replied. A dramatic eye roll and sigh from Ruth. To give her credit, I was always anxious about safety. I was the kind of guy who checked locks 5 times before going to sleep. I set up security cameras around our house. Even for this vacation, I'd ruled out a few locations on account of being unsafe, like Pine Falls, which has a huge cliff unprotected by a guardrail. So while I was right this time, my wife's doubts weren't completely out of left field. The kids are going to be so disappointed if we leave, Ruth finally said, her tone softening. They're having so much fun here, and Olivia was so excited for that paddle boat ride. We talked it over more, and eventually, I was persuaded to stay. Of course, now I wish I hadn't listened to her. I wish I'd grabbed the kids and forced us all to go home, even if it meant them whining and moaning the entire 4-hour drive back. But that morning, I had no idea the horrors that awaited us. That afternoon, we decided to rent the paddle boat, the entire family out on the lake in 90-degree weather. Sounds fun, doesn't it? But Olivia really wanted to go, so I figured we might as well get it over with now. The 4 of us climbed in, the boat rocking slightly in the dark water. At least it wasn't a canoe, I told myself. I couldn't stand the way those things threatened to tip at the slightest movement. Olivia and Ruth steered us first, to the shoreline at the opposite end of the lake. I'll admit that it was kind of cool, seeing the deep forest from the water, all the little squirrels and chipmunks moving in the underbrush, in the cool of the shade. We even passed the forbidden swimming area, a bright red rope cordoned off the area, and in the middle floated an orange buoy with a sign that read, "No swimming." There were 2 signs at the shoreline as well, faded in the sun, letters partially peeling off. Olivia giggled. Look, Mom, it says, "Oh, swimming." We paddled past our own dock, and by some long reeds that held some fish. Then, mercifully, the boat ride was over. It was time to go back to shore. And that's when everything went wrong. Noah and I were looking down at our phones as Ruth and Olivia steered us back across the lake. It was then that I heard Ruth's voice, slightly scared. How do we get back? I looked up, and I realized I couldn't see the shoreline anymore. Just dark, muddy water extending in every direction, reflecting the hot summer sun. What the hell? I whispered. And then I remembered the rules. There was that one part of the lake in the middle with the weird optical illusion. You wouldn't be able to see the shore, the rules had said. What were we supposed to do again? Call for the lifeguards? Call for help? I think we came from that way, Noah said, pointing in a random direction. No, it's definitely that way, Olivia replied. Do you have a compass? Ruth asked me. Why the hell would I just be carrying around a compass? I replied. We argued for a few minutes. The water gently lapped at the plastic signs of the paddle boat. The shore did not come into view. The kids began to panic. Olivia cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted help. And that made me remember. No, stop, I said. I remember the rules said not to call for help. Yeah, that's right. We're supposed to call lost boat. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted as loud as I could, Lost boat! And then motion caught my eye. I turned to see waves in the lake, as if something was moving just beneath the surface. The waves were making a beeline for our boat. What's that? Noah asked. Lost boat! I yelled, my voice echoing across the dark water. The water churned. Whatever was under the surface was only a few yards away. I grabbed Olivia in Noah's hands. Ruth did the same. Don't let go of my hand, okay? Whatever happens, don't let go. And then it happened. The thing under the water collided with the side of our boat. I could see a split-second glimpse of whitish skin under the waves, and then the boat was rocking wildly back and forth, water spraying into the air. Ruth's body went backwards. If we weren't all holding hands, she would have fallen. There was an impact from directly under the boat then, and this time it was too much. The boat flipped over, and the four of us plunged into the cold water. No sound, just as before. Only cold, murky water pressing in on all directions. I opened my eyes and looked around in the blurry darkness. Miraculously, both kids were still holding my hands. I looked up, and I could see the dark shape of the paddle boat floating above us. And another light shape, too blurry to make out. Ruth? I thought. I kicked right, tugging on my kids' hands, pulling them away from the boat. Then I kicked towards the surface. Both kids came up, but Ruth didn't. There was a splash behind me, but it wasn't her. Several yards away, a lifeguard was frantically rowing towards us in a yellow rescue raft. Go to the raft, I said, before diving back under the water. I had to find Ruth. I dove under and opened my eyes, scanning the blurry, murky water. It took me only a few seconds to find her, a whitish shape among the dark water, floating motionless, slowly descending. I kicked towards her, my heart pounding. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop until I got to her. I reached out and grabbed her arm, and it wasn't Ruth. The skin was too loose on her wrist, shifting and sliding under my fingertips. I looked up towards the person's face, and even though everything was still so blurry, I saw that there was something horribly wrong with it. Where there should have been eyes, there were just two gaping holes staring at me. And it looked like it was smiling. A blurry, grinning mouth across its face. Forgetting I was underwater, I opened my mouth and screamed. Bubbles erupted, streaming towards the surface. And then something grabbed my arm. My head broke the surface. I coughed. I wheezed. The lifeguard grabbed me and pulled me onto the raft. "But Ruth," I choked. "She's still down there." "No, she isn't," the lifeguard said. I turned around to see Ruth at the front of the raft, her arms around our kids. The lifeguard began to paddle frantically, kicking up water. I stared at the overturned paddle boat, slowly sinking. I didn't see any waves, any shape swimming towards us. After a minute, I saw the shoreline again, the noisy beach, the kids running to and fro, the teenagers splashing each other. It was like it suddenly blinked into existence. The sound, the sights, everything returning all at once. I didn't spend time wondering how that could be possible. We were safe, and that's all that mattered. We ran back to the car, cold and shaking. We didn't say a word as I drove us back to the Airbnb. As soon as I parked the car, I turned to the three of them. "We are leaving," I said. "Now." Ruth didn't fight me this time. We grabbed our stuff as quickly as we could, throwing it into our bags and piling it at the front door. We worked quickly, silently. We all knew we had to get out of there. But then it happened. A droning, high-pitched sound pierced the air, rattling the windows. The storm siren. I ran to the window. Outside, I could see the dark storm clouds rolling in, as thick and black as night, clustering over the lake, as if it was a magnet for them. My heart hammered in my chest. The rules were very clear on this one. Stay inside. Do not get in a vehicle. Do not try to go anywhere. Stay inside until the storm passes. Ruth ran to the door, picking up our bags. "I don't care about the stupid rules. We are leaving now," she said. "We can't," I replied. "We have to stay inside until the storm is over." She stared at me. Then she dropped the bags and drew the deadbolt. We went around the house, double-checking that every window and door was locked. Then we huddled in the family room, in front of the big picture window that looked out over the lake. "Storm warning," a mechanical voice sounded over the droning siren. "Find shelter immediately." Ruth squeezed my hand. The rain started, sheets of it pelting down onto the water, turning the surface from smooth glass to a war of ripples. So much for serenity. The storm siren droned on for a few more seconds, the pitch eerily turning downwards, sounding like a horribly off-key song. And then there was silence, except for the rain drumming on the roof. "Will they let us know when the storm's over? Will the siren go off again?" Olivia asked, not taking her eyes off the lake. "I don't know," I replied. "I guess we can leave when the rain stops." A finger of lightning shot across the sky, fracturing into 1,000 pieces. I counted the seconds. 6 seconds later, a rumble of thunder sounded, shaking the entire house. The lights flickered off. "Okay, it's okay, don't panic," I told the kids, as Olivia began to whimper. In the dim light, I stumbled over to the kitchen and began pulling out drawers, looking for a flashlight, a candle, matches, anything. Another clap of thunder sounded, rattling the windows. On the 4th drawer, I found a lighter, After another minute, I found a few long, fancy-looking candles and a pewter candelabra. I lit them and set it on the floor in front of us. The orange flames flickered and brightened, casting the entire place in strange shadows. "Look, it's gonna be alright, okay? We just have to wait out the storm," I said. So we sat there, looking out at the lake. The rain let up slightly, but then the lightning started with a vengeance, streaking across the sky. I sat there holding Ruth's hand, waiting for it to pass. And then I saw something that didn't make sense. Next to the dock, there was a dark reflection in the water, as if someone was standing on the dock, dressed head to toe in black, with white skin. Except there was no one there. The rules said something about that, didn't they? But what? My brain was so fried with panic, I didn't remember. I got up and ran to the sheet of paper. Okay. All it said was leave the beach immediately. We weren't even on the beach, so we should be okay. I sat back down on the couch, staring at the reflection. "Something wrong?" Ruth asked. "Do you see that?" I asked, pointing to the reflection. But before she could answer, it moved. It was walking towards the shore. Walking towards us. But we're safe. The rules just said stay off the beach, I told myself. We're safe. The reflection disappeared from the water as it stepped off the dock and into our backyard. And as it got closer, I noticed there was a space in the pelting rain. Something roughly human-shaped that the rain was bouncing off rather than going through. "Dad?" Noah started. "Shh," I replied. The creature, the person, the ghost, whatever it was, stood outside the window for several minutes. When the rain let up, it was nearly invisible. But as soon as it began to pelt down again, I could see the figure clearly. When lightning flashed across the sky, I could almost see the contours of its pale face, its black dress rippling in the wind, its long hair wet and matted against its shoulders. I told myself it was just my imagination, but I knew it wasn't. After several more minutes, I couldn't take it. Sitting here, watching this thing stand in the rain, watching us, I got up and began to pace the room. I checked my phone, no service. I forced myself not to look at the window and instead focused on the tiniest details of the cabin, like the knots in the wood that seemed to look like faces. The fake succulent on the coffee table. The beach this way sign, which seemed more like a threat now. The books on the shelf against the wall. And then I stopped. There was one book that stuck out like a sore thumb. It was much, much older than the others. Cloth teal cover, with gold embossed lettering on the spine, read, "The History of Lake Serenity." I pulled it out and flipped it open. I scanned the first page. In total, 32 people have gone missing at Lake Serenity since 1900. Despite the lake being dredged several times, no bodies have ever been found. Those more inclined to the supernatural believe the lake is cursed. I flipped the page. There was a photo of a pale woman in a long, fluttery black dress with the caption, "Young widow drowned, 1918, suspected murder, killer never found." Next page, 3 men in a small motorboat, lost in storm. 1962. Dad? Olivia asked, her voice shaking. I looked up, and all the blood drained from my face. Ruth's eyes were sunken back into her eye sockets, hidden in deep shadow. Her skin was a sickly white, drooping and hanging off her face like it was too loose for her skull. She looked like the creature I saw in the lake. Not blurry this time. As the candlelight flickered over her face, all traces of Ruth faded away. Her eyes sunk further back until I couldn't see them anymore. Just empty pits of darkness staring at me. Run, I said, lunging to my kids and grabbing them by the arms. The creature made a guttural sound, and then with a wet slap, it fell on its hands and knees to the floor. It made its way towards us, grinning all the while, empty eye sockets staring up at us. I scrambled to unlock the deadbolt. The storm wasn't over, but as soon as the door was open, we ran. We made it to the car. Door slammed, engine revved. I pulled out onto the road, kicking up gravel as I hit the gas. The kids sobbed in the back seat. I kept my eyes on the road. I was numb. My only focus was to get my kids safely out of Lake Serenity. And that's my story. My wife, Ruth, was the 33rd claimed by Lake Serenity. Please learn from my mistake. If you ever see an ad for a beautiful lake among deep wilderness, promising amazing sunsets and fun for the whole family, don't go. I beg you, don't go. That lake has claimed enough victims.
Have you ever lost someone you loved? Someone who was such an important part of your life that losing them ripped everything out of you and left you as nothing but an empty husk? I have. Grief does things to a person. It can destroy them, and the scars will never heal. Not really. Suddenly the world seems like a darker place. You wish you'd had more time, and you cling to the memories of what time you did have. You wish that you could go back and have just one more minute with them. Just one. That's all you want. That was all I wanted. Abigail Swan believed that the world was a magical place. She'd been obsessed with mystery and seemed so certain that if she looked hard enough, she could pull back the veil and see the things that humanity was never meant to see. When I first asked her out, I did so before Halloween, and our first date was during a local ghost walk. Seeing how excited she was as we followed the group from place to place and listened to the horrific tales of pain and suffering that haunted our lonely city streets only made me fall deeper in love with her. She had the most wonderful, mischievous grin that made her dark eyes sparkle, and that night led to many others. Abandoned cabins, deserted theme parks, quiet forests. We visited them all together as we grew from a cute high school couple into young lovers, planning our future together. As time went by, we talked of marriage, mortgages, and even children. She wanted to get married in an abandoned church. Abigail was a force of nature, an unstoppable person who saw magic and beauty everywhere she went, and she made me see it too. Maybe if I'd taken a different route that day, I'd still have her with me.
Some local kids decided to mix booze in Daddy's fast car. They ran a red light, and they hit me on the passenger side before I could even react. The boys were fine. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital, and Abigail, she didn't even make it that far. The months after her death were the hardest. My body might have healed, but it was the only thing that did. I felt her absence in every waking moment. I pored over her old photographs as mutual friends offered me empty condolences. I knew they meant well, but their support didn't change what I'd lost. They didn't cushion the pain that I felt. Nothing really could. I would have given anything to undo what had been done, or to even have one more minute with Abigail. Anything. That's why I did it. It's why I played the mall game. I didn't know if it would work, and I knew that in the unlikely event that it did, I'd probably end up killing myself in the process. But given the state I was in, and what it promised, I couldn't say no. Like I said before, grief does things to a person. It sends them to dark places, and in those places, there are often other things waiting. I'd first heard about the mall game through Abigail. It's not a well-known ritual. I'd never heard of anyone who'd completed it successfully, but with all the details out there, someone must have. Those who attempted it usually failed to even start it correctly, although if you dig deep, you might find some rumors of people who tried to play it and disappeared. Supposedly, if you manage to beat the mall game, you'll be allowed access to another world. In there, you would have your choice of prizes, worldly possessions, riches, knowledge, and if you choose, an opportunity to speak to the dead. The catch is, you can only take one prize, and if you were to beat the mall game, you can never, ever play it again. You have one chance to play, and one chance to win. In order to even play the game, you must have recently lost someone close to you, otherwise it won't work. However, if you have, and you are still reeling from the grief, you need to visit any large indoor mall of your choosing. It doesn't matter where it is. It just needs to be a large indoor mall. A strip mall won't work. You need to enter first thing in the morning, and make sure that you are the very first one to set foot inside the mall that day. Then you need to approach the nearest kiosk and ask the person working there, "What time does the mall close today?" Their answer is very important. If they do anything other than smile at you and say, "Stay and find out," then you have failed. However, if they smile and they say those words, then the game begins. My city has a very large mall near the highway that I knew would serve my purposes perfectly. I made sure to be there bright and early on a weekday, when they might not be as busy in the morning. I thought it might be easier to be the first person inside that way. The mall opened at 10 in the morning, and when the doors were unlocked that day, I was inside before they'd even fully opened. The underpaid employee who I'd pushed past shot me a dirty look as I made a beeline for the nearest kiosk, a cell phone provider. Common sense told me that this wouldn't work. Even if the mall game was real, it was such a long shot that I'd actually trigger it. But if it was, if I had a chance to speak to Abigail one last time, I needed to take it. I needed to see her again. The kiosk sat just ahead of me, and the employee there looked over at me as I drew closer. They probably thought I was there to browse or buy. There was no way they'd have expected the question I asked. "Excuse me, what time does the mall close?" Their initial expression was one of surprise, and I felt my heart sink. I was so sure I'd failed at the first step, and then I saw their smile. Their eyes met mine, their gaze both knowing and mocking. "Stay and find out," they replied. Their tone was almost condescending. Those 4 words sent a chill through me. For a moment, I wasn't sure I'd actually heard them correctly. The kiosk employee chuckled and turned away from me, leaving me standing dumbfounded by their counter. Finally, I pulled away as I realized that it had worked. I'd successfully begun the mall game. That knowledge filled me with both elation and a quiet dread. Elation because for the first time, I felt just the slightest spark of hope. Dread because I knew what would come next. The mall game is fundamentally a game of tag. By beginning it, you invite something else into the mall with you. Just what exactly it is up for debate. Most people just call it the hunter. Some people said that the hunter would look like any other mall patron, and they'd be difficult to pick out from a crowd. There would be subtle things to distinguish them, but it was never specified exactly what those things might be. What is agreed upon is that once the mall game has begun, you cannot exit the mall at any time because the hunter will continue to follow you if you do. The only way to get rid of it is to win the game, which is easier said than done. In order to win, you need to remain within the mall until it closes. You cannot be caught, and you cannot leave. You must avoid the hunter until the hour before the mall closes, and then you begin the next step of the game. The mall I was in closed at 9. That left me with about 10 hours until the game was finished. I knew that the hunter would be entering soon, and I had every intention of avoiding it when it came. I figured that I'd try a pragmatic approach. Obviously, the hunter was going to come straight for me, so why not find a place where I'd be able to see it coming? Somewhere open and central. The food court, for instance. I could feel nervous palpitations in my chest as I headed there, keeping a distance from any other shoppers I saw. No one that I passed stuck out to me in any noticeable way. They were just average people going about their business. The food court was more or less empty when I got there. Some of the restaurants weren't even open yet. The few that were didn't interest me. I doubted I'd be able to hold down any food I ate. My stomach churned too much, and I hadn't had much of an appetite in the past few weeks anyways. I found a table where I could look out on the rest of the mall, and I waited, drumming my fingers impatiently on the table as I watched strangers pass by. I figured that anyone traveling in a group was probably safe. Everything I'd read suggested that there would only be one hunter, so I waited for it. I don't think I waited long either. My fingers drummed anxiously on the table as I saw a pale, bald man in a suit walking slowly past the food court. I expected him to look at me, but he remained stoic and looked straight ahead before he disappeared from my sight. I spotted a young mother and her 2 children entering the food court. The kids looked at me, but they didn't seem all that threatening. I spotted a lonely old lady with a walker around the corner, but I didn't linger on her too long. My fingers kept drumming as I eyed a group of teenagers passing by and watched as they entered the food court. They were all pierced and dressed in black, although I noticed that one of them trailed behind the others. They looked at me, and as they did, I realized that the air around me felt a little colder than before. My eyes remained locked on the androgynous teenager who frowned before looking at their phone and jogging to catch up to their friends. I watched them for a moment longer before conceding that they weren't the hunter, although that new chill in the air made me uneasy. The room seemed darker than before, and I looked over to the other side of the food court, hoping to catch sight of any newcomers, before I noticed the old woman again. She weaved slowly through the tables as she approached me. Her serious eyes never left me, and that intense glare made me feel uneasy. She couldn't have been more than 10 feet away from me, and as she slowly came closer, I felt the room getting colder as the lights around me dimmed. Her very presence seemed to cast a shadow, and suck all the warmth from the air around her. My every instinct told me to get up, but my body would not obey. As the old woman closed the distance between us, I could feel the world around me going dark, and in that dark, I saw her features begin to change. Where once an old woman had stood, now stood something else entirely. It lurched towards me, its skin clammy and gray, its eyes sunken and skeletal, and yet what was beneath that rotten skin was only barely human. I saw blistered lips curl into a grin as fresh pus dribbled from the sores. My nostrils were filled with an overwhelming stench of coppery blood as the hunter drew nearer. I'd foolishly come in believing that the mall game would be easy to play. I'd thought I could easily evade the hunter once it revealed itself to me. No doubt I hadn't been the first to think that. Running sounds simple in concept, but when faced with what hides behind the veil, your body doesn't respond. You sit there, like a deer in the headlights, watching it come for you, throat full of gnashing rotten teeth and the stink of rotting flesh wafting from its threshing maw. I knew in that moment why others had gone missing. Either they hadn't seen the hunter coming, or they'd been paralyzed with fear when they saw it, just like I was. I sat in that seat in the food court, pulled into whatever cold darkness the hunter had brought with it as it advanced on me. I knew that when it took me, no one would even notice. I would be dismissed as another disappearance, and I would be forgotten. In what I was sure would be my final moments, I pictured Abigail and hoped that maybe I might see her on the other side. I imagined her mischievous smile and her sweet laugh, a laugh I would have done anything to hear again. Even that game, with the hunter only feet away from me, skeletal hands reaching for my throat to snatch me and drag me into its mouth, I found the strength to move. At last I screamed and launched myself backwards off the chair. As I put some distance between myself and the hunter, I saw the world around me get brighter. A few strangers noticed me and looked over in my direction, but I paid them no mind. As I stumbled away from the hunter, I saw that it seemed more human. The further I got, the more it looked like a harmless old lady. The effect was similar to those images you see sometimes when you move and the image changes into something else. Lenticular painting, I think it's called. Yet even with its harmless disguise back up, I still knew what that creature really was. I suppose, in a sense, my plan had worked. In fact, it had worked too well. I knew what was after me. I knew exactly what it was, and even once I'd turned to run, I could still smell the rotting flesh of the idiots who tried and failed to play the mall game before me. I must have looked like an idiot, taking off at top speed out of the food court and away from that harmless-looking old lady, but I didn't care. No one else would have seen what I'd seen, and if they did, God help them. I looked back only once as I left the food court, and I saw the old lady several feet behind me. She'd moved faster than I'd expected, but I'd still put some distance between us. I rushed up one of the nearby escalators to the second floor, where I was sure I'd be safe for the time being. From the second floor, I watched the old lady following me towards the escalator. She kept a steady pace, and her gaze was always fixated directly on me. I looked back at her before turning to leave. I didn't run, but I kept a brisk pace, intending not to let her catch up to me again. The first hour was only barely done. I had 9 more to go. Part of me considered heading for the door of the mall, catching the bus, and heading home. But the warnings I'd read had been clear. Leaving the mall at any time would not get rid of the hunter. The game would end, and the hunter would continue to pursue me, until it inevitably got me. No, to leave would be to die, plain and simple. Judging by what I'd seen behind that harmless old lady facade, it would be a very painful death, too. No, I wasn't going to leave. Not at all. Hiding was out of the question, too. The hunter would know where I was immediately, so I'd only be wasting my time and possibly cornering myself as well. On the subject of cornering myself, going into any of the stores would probably also be a mistake. Mall stores generally only have one entrance that is also their exit. I didn't know how smart the hunter was, but if it happened to catch me in one of the smaller stores, all it would need to do is wait by the entrance for me to come out, and it would have me. A better strategy seemed to be to simply keep moving. The mall had a circuit to it that I could follow. I could move between the upstairs and downstairs, and it would allow me to stay ahead of the hunter. I'd just do laps around the mall for the day, until it was time to find a store and end the game. I could do that, right? For the first couple of hours, things went well. I kept a close eye on the hunter, who I kept at about a 30-foot distance. It followed me up and down escalators, keeping its steady pace as it pursued me. Its eyes never once left me. Despite its appearance as an old lady, I figured that it moved just about as quickly as I did. Despite how terrifying my first encounter with it had been, I caught myself feeling confident that I might just win this after all. By the time noon had rolled around, my confidence was starting to wane. I'm not exactly a health nut, but I consider myself at least somewhat in shape. Keeping a brisk pace to keep the hunter away from me, though, was far more trying than I'd expected. As I felt myself starting to tire, I made myself get further ahead in the vain hope that if I put some distance between myself and the hunter, I might just buy myself some time to rest. It didn't take long to leave her behind as I headed back towards the food court. I was hoping that I might grab a drink or something to keep myself ready to go. There were no rules in the ritual explicitly forbidding you from stopping to eat or drink at any point in time. I'd even heard some people encouraging you to eat or buy food during the game. There would be no opportunity to eat for some time once it was all over. I was on the second floor and was getting close to the escalator that led down towards the food court when I felt a familiar drop in the temperature around me. I paused and looked backwards, expecting to see the hunter behind me, but there was no one. The lights around me were starting to dim again, and I remained frozen, unsure of what was close to me. Was there something else nearby? A second hunter, perhaps? The descriptions I'd read hadn't said anything about that. And then from the corner of my eye, I saw her. I'm not sure when she got down to the lower level, or when she'd caught up to me. But there she was, that same little old lady riding the escalator up to me. Her eyes were fixated on me, like they always were, and I could see something shifting behind her human facade. I recoiled on instinct away from the escalator, and I broke into a run, putting some more distance between us. Not too much this time, though. I didn't want to lose track of her again. I watched as she reached the top of the escalator and resumed her steady pursuit of me. I could hear my blood pounding in my ears, and I could have sworn I saw a wry smile on her lips. Suddenly, I wasn't very thirsty anymore. Over the next few hours, I kept moving. Whenever I got tired or wanted to stop, she was there. I learned very quickly that if I got too far ahead of her, she'd find a way to get close to me again. About 5 hours into the game, I saw her come out of a store in front of me when I was sure she'd been behind me. Not long after, I saw her coming straight for me when, again, I'd last seen her 20 feet behind me. As the day went on, she became more and more aggressive. The mall itself began to feel wrong. I was sure I'd followed the circuit that led around the mall exclusively. However, every now and then, I'd find myself disoriented. Routes that had looped around last time seemed to end in doors out. Stores that I'd passed before began to pop up in the wrong places. Maybe it was just the exhaustion, or maybe it was something else entirely. Through it all, that damn old lady behind me kept up her brisk pace, and so did I. I made myself move just a little slower, choose my paths more deliberately. Near the end of it, my legs felt sore as if I'd been hiking all day. I was thirsty, hungry, and I was tired. Every little group of benches or chairs I passed looked so inviting that I considered resting for just a moment. I only actually tried it once. As soon as I'd sat down, I felt the air grow colder, and I saw the lights around me growing dim. The first 2 times it had frightened me. This time it angered me. From the corner of my eye, I saw the hunter approaching, and I growled in frustration. Something deep, primal, and angry in me made me want to lash out at it. A far more rational part of my mind told me to run. Despite my mind telling me to fight, I chose to run anyways. When I finally heard the announcement, I can't tell you how tired I was.
"Attention, shoppers,"
a voice said over the intercom.
"The mall will be closing in 1 hour."
I wasn't sure how much longer I'd be able to keep moving. It had been 10 hours at that point, but it felt like days. At the sound of the announcement, I looked back towards the hunter behind me. The old lady just continued her stoic march towards me, and I moved away from her with a renewed vigor. Just a little bit further, then I could rest. To win the mall game, you need to find a store, preferably a large one with a bed, although in theory you could probably use any store. Once you get there, you'll need to tell an employee that you are invited, and no matter what they tell you or how much they plead, you must answer their every question with yes. After that, they will take you to a safe place where you can sleep, and you can finally claim your prize. Thoughts of Abigail filled my mind as I made my way to a local department store. It was large, and I knew they sold mattresses. It seemed like the ideal place to go for the final part of the game. As I stepped inside, I looked back towards the hunter behind me. It had kept up its steady pace, and though I'd been told I wouldn't have to worry about it for much longer, I was still worried. They were still about 40 feet back by the time I entered the store, and with the last of my energy, I made myself jog over to a nearby customer service counter. The kid working there couldn't have been older than 16. He was tall and plain-looking, with glasses and acne. He seemed a little annoyed that I'd come up to him. "How can I help you?" he asked. "I am invited," I replied, my eyes meeting his and hoping desperately for a reaction. He stared back at me and frowned before he nodded. "Okay," he said. His voice was softer now, understanding even. He left the desk and headed further into the store, gesturing for me to follow. I looked back. The old lady had followed me inside and still tailed me, although she seemed slower than before. She seemed to be watching me instead of hunting me now. I let the young man lead me to the bedding department, where several mattresses waited. He stopped in front of one of them and looked back over at me. His expression was dour and uncertain. "Are you sure about this?" he asked. "If you accept, you may not like what you find." "Yes," I replied. I kept my tone even. The kid didn't seem to like that. I don't think you understand," he said with more urgency. Look, you won, that's obvious. Why don't you take the win and go? I really don't think this is worth it. Are you really going to accept the invitation?" "Yes," I replied again, and I saw frustration rising in the boy's eyes.
Why? What could be so important that you'd actually accept? Do you actually know how much danger you're in? Are you stupid? Suicidal? What? If you do this, you may not come back anyways. Those prizes have a price, and one day it must be paid back. Are you really going to accept the invitation?
Yes, I replied again, as I saw the boy's frustration turn into rage. I wasn't offended by it. This was all part of what needed to be done. A final test of resolve before I could claim my prize. It was trivial compared to what I'd already been through.
Go to hell. I hope you get ripped apart. What do you think is so important that you'd go this far? Money? Knowledge? Something else? It's not worth it.
His expression hardened.
Abigail is dead, Michael.
The fact that he said my name sent a chill through me, and he knew he'd caught me off guard.
Oh, yeah, I know who you are, Michael Warren. And I know you're wasting your time. Why would you torture yourself by going down to see her? What do you think she'll say? Is this worth it, dipshit? Huh? Is it? Are you going to accept the invitation?
Yes.
Screw you.
Angry tears began to stream down the kid's face.
Don't do this. Please don't do this. Don't. You don't need to throw your life away. I'm telling you, you're gonna die if you accept.
He grabbed me by the shoulders, his tearful eyes meeting mine. I stared back without emotion. This, too, was just part of the test, and when all was said and done, the kid probably wouldn't even remember a word he'd said.
Are you going to accept the invitation?
He asked one last time. Yes, I said. He looked into my eyes, tears still flowing, before wiping them away.
Fine,
the kid spat.
Fine, do what you must.
With that, he pulled away from me and took off. From the corner of my eye, I saw the old lady standing there. She was close enough where I should have felt a drop in temperature, but instead she just stood still and watched me calmly. Her expression was stoic and impossible to read. I stared back at her, and she let out a huff of approval.
Huh. Decently played, I suppose,
she said. Her voice was deeper than an old lady should have been. There was a coldness to it. I didn't reply. I didn't know how to, and I suspect I didn't need to. Without a further word, the thing that looked like an old lady turned and walked away from me. I was alone with the bed, and there was only one thing left to do. My body was exhausted from the day. The bed was soft and welcoming when I lay down on it, and as the mall closed, I shut my eyes and drifted off into a dreamless sleep. When I awoke, the world was quiet. The lights were off, but I could see a pinkish twilight shining through the windows of the department store. As I sat up and got out of bed, I noticed a stale smell in the air. I knew that it had worked. I was in the other world. I made note of the bed I'd been in before I approached the door into the department store. I didn't dare open it. Leaving the mall while in the other world would prevent me from ever returning home. I saw a few idle cars waiting in the parking lot, and on the street beyond them, I thought I saw glimpses of dark figures moving about. I didn't try to look too closely at them. The sky above looked to be an ominous pink. I stared up at it and felt as if it was staring back into me before I pulled away from the door and headed back towards the interior of the mall itself. The whole place seemed to be in a state of disrepair. Broken glass and debris littered the floor. Food I passed in some of the aisles was spoiled, and silence enveloped the place like a cloud. I could hear my footsteps echoing off the walls as I walked through the hallways of the mall and looked for a pathway down to the treasure I so desperately sought. It didn't take me long to find it. Over the past several hours, I had become very familiar with the layout of the mall. It was easy to tell when something was out of place, and the stairway on the ground level that inexplicably led downwards was certainly out of place. I approached it slowly, and I could see a dim red light shining from down below. It pulsated like a heartbeat. I began my descent, unconsciously holding my breath as I did. My footsteps echoed off the marble floor beneath me as I set my foot down into the lower level. I'm not sure exactly what I expected to see down there. Another mall level wasn't it. In fact, what I found there seemed mundane compared to what I was expecting. I could see countless storefronts, most of them recognizable. The only catch was that they were empty. Neon signs and posters advertised video games and movies. I spotted what looked like some sort of kiddie ride in one corner and some sort of massage parlor in the other. This was what I'd come so far for? No, not quite. The accounts I'd read of the mall game said that there were a few different prizes one could choose. The first was worldly possessions, and everything I saw certainly seemed to fit that bill. While there were things that tempted me, shallow things like games, rides, and movies weren't what I'd come so far for.
"These prizes have a price,"
the kid had said before I'd slept. No doubt if I touched anything, I'd need to give it back at some point. I looked straight ahead and began to walk again. In the distance, I could see another staircase leading down, and I jogged towards it before I began to descend again. The next floor was more drastically different. This one barely resembled the mall I'd been through. The layout was the same, but the storefronts were gone. In their place were alcoves filled with things that made me pause. Great golden statues with jeweled bodies watched me like silent shopkeepers. I saw golden coins and ingots scattered about and piled up in amongst the nooks where the stores once were. Jewels as large as my head were dotted amongst the gold. Emeralds, rubies, sapphires, even diamonds. Just one would be enough to see me set for life, and I caught myself approaching one of them before stopping. I didn't let myself lay a hand on anything there. Like the kid said, there was a price, and as wonderful as those treasures were, I suspected it would be higher than I'd care to pay. Besides, this treasure, marvelous as it was, wasn't what I'd come for. If I took anything, I wouldn't be able to go deeper. I wouldn't be able to see Abigail again. It took more restraint than I'd expected to pull myself away from some of the treasures I saw and look straight ahead again. Sure enough, I could see another stairway in the distance, and I made myself go to it. I wanted to take one final glance at the treasures behind me, but I didn't let myself. I just made myself go down the next set of stairs. The fourth level was truly massive, larger than it should have been at a glance. It bore no resemblance to the mall above me, and barely resembled any library that I'd ever seen. Massive shelves jam-packed with books seemed to span onwards into infinity. As I passed them, I skimmed some of their titles, and many of them gave me pause. They promised secrets, truths about the universe that anyone would want to know. Are we alone? Why were we made? How did the universe begin? How will it end? If I were a weaker man, I would have given in to the temptation, but I'd already come so far. I could stand to go a little further. As before, there was one final set of stairs up ahead, and I knew what was waiting for me beyond them. I tore my gaze away from the books as I approached the stairs and began my final descent. And there, I found myself on a city street. The street was a familiar one I'd seen before. It stretched onwards into the night, and when I looked up, I could see the stars above me. When I looked back, I could see stars. This place made no sense, but after all I'd gone through, I can't say it surprised me much. The street looked just as it had on that Halloween night several years ago, the night that Abigail and I had taken that ghost walk around town. Our very first date.
There must be someone very important to you if you've come all this way,
a voice said, and I turned to address it. The old woman who'd hunted me through the mall stood patiently before me. Her expression seemed a little softer than before. Yes, I said. Yes, she is very important. The old woman cracked a knowing smile.
Very well then, I'll leave you to it. But know that of each reward here, you may only have one luxury, one treasure, one secret, and one more hour of time with she who you've lost.
My heart sank for a moment, but I nodded. I understand, I said. The old woman nodded back at me before she took off down the street. I watched her go. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until I heard her voice. Mikey? She was behind me. I knew that voice. I knew her. Slowly, I turned to face her, and when I saw her standing on the sidewalk, dressed as she'd been the day she died, I broke. Tears filled my eyes as I ran to her, and I scooped her up in my arms, holding her so tightly that I was sure I'd never let her go. I felt Abigail's arms close around me in turn, and in that moment, I knew I was home. I looked up at her, and I cupped her cheeks as I kissed her. Mikey, what are you doing here? Did you... No, you're not... I'm alive, I promised her. I played the mall game, and I won. I get to see you again. I saw her eyes widen for a moment. Disbelief, fear, and finally excitement crossed her face and culminated in that smile I loved so dearly. That smile made everything worth it. You actually played the mall game? She asked. Oh my God, you dumbass. You really did, didn't you? I really did, I said. I had to see you one more time. I had to say goodbye. She caressed my cheek, her smile fading slightly. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. I could see the tears welling up before she kissed me one last time. We talked. For one last time, She and I sat at the place where we'd began, and we talked. Maybe it wasn't much, but it was enough for me. I told her I loved her. I told her I was sorry. I told her that I didn't know what I'd do without her. And as I spoke, as I cried, she held me close. "You gonna be okay?" She promised me. Death is scary, but it's peaceful too. I'm okay. You don't need to worry about me. So just worry about you. All right, Mikey? She brushed my hair from my eyes. I know it's going to be hard, but when you get back up there, keep going. You've still got a life to live. Don't waste it. I'll be down here when you're done. I promise. I almost laughed at that. She giggled a little bit too. I just don't think my life will ever be the same without you, I said. She shrugged. Who says that's a bad thing? Look, I know we didn't get to do everything we wanted to while I was up there, but that doesn't mean you should give up on it. It's okay if you need some time, but when you're ready, find someone. You deserve to be happy, Mikey, and I don't want you lingering on me. Like I said, I'll be here, and when we see each other again, I want to hear all about the things you did. Go out and live your life. Do it for me. Her cold hand closed over mine. I squeezed it affectionately. All right, I promised. When I'm ready, I will. She kissed my cheek as she wrapped her other arm around me, and we cuddled close as our time ran out. In the distance, a clock chimed, and I looked up. Our hour had passed, and we both knew it. Abigail let go of my hand and stood up. You should go. I'll see you soon, I guess. Hopefully not too soon. She forced a smile, and I did the same. Hopefully, I replied. Take care of yourself, okay? I always do. You too, Mikey. You too. She walked me to the stairwell. I gave her one last parting look, and she offered me a reassuring smile before she let go of my hand. Part of me wanted to beg her to come with me, but I knew it wasn't possible. There was no undoing what was done. All I could do was live with it. I began to ascend the stairs, tears still in my eyes. At the top, I found the first floor of the mall, not the library. I looked back down towards the stairs, only to see that they were gone. There was only a plain tile floor behind me. Tears streamed down my cheeks, but I still found it in myself to smile. Whatever price I'd have to pay one day, it would be worth it. For that one moment I'd gotten. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough. But it was better than what I'd had. I returned to the department store, where the bed waited for me, and lay down once more. I wiped the tears away one last time before I drifted back off to sleep. When I awoke again, the mall was opening for the next day. As the doors unlocked, I stepped out of them and looked up into a familiar blue sky. The cool air was crisp in my lungs as I walked away from the mall. My grief still felt heavy in my soul, but the burden felt a little lighter. As I left the mall behind, I walked towards an uncertain future. I didn't know what lay ahead of me, but for the first time since Abigail died, I felt hopeful. And I knew that one day I would be all right again. Working at Ophelia's wasn't all that bad. Behind the gimmick, it was more or less like any other restaurant I'd worked in. I'd heard a lot of people call it the goth Hooters, although I don't really think that's the best comparison. They paid us well, and they treated us well, so there really wasn't much else I could realistically ask for. Honestly, if it wasn't for the VIP bar and their weird set of rules, I'd have said there was nothing even remotely special about Ophelia's. But there's the rub, right? The VIP bar and the rules surrounding it. On my first day working there, the owner himself sat me down to go over the rules, and they made it pretty clear that they took these rules very seriously. Yeah, they're mostly there for both guidance and as a precaution, he said. Corporate really pushes us to make sure they're enforced, so try to keep them in mind when you're on shift. And I know some of them might seem a little absurd, but I promise you, they're there for a reason. I told him that I understood, and assured him I'd do everything I could to follow the rules. And I meant it, even if I wasn't entirely sure why they needed to exist in the first place. So what are the rules for working at Ophelia's? I'll tell you. Lord knows I have read them over so many times that I know them by heart. They were posted in the kitchen, behind the bar, and by the employee lockers, so it was hard to go anywhere without being reminded of them. Rule number 1. If a guest presents a black card, it must be taken to the bar and scanned. If the card is approved by our system, lead them to the VIP bar, which can be accessed through an unmarked door in the back of the restaurant. Number 2. If the card is not approved, notify the management immediately, but do not notify the guest, and do not engage in conversation with the guest. No new guest may be seated until the unapproved guest has been dealt with. Please see lockdown and evacuation procedures for instructions in the event of an escalation. Number 3. Please review the lockdown and evacuation procedures regularly. The safety of our staff and guests is our top priority. Be familiar with the emergency exits and safe zones. Number 4. Only employees with a violet lanyard, ID badge, are to be allowed access to the VIP bar. Number 5. Wait staff are not to follow the guest into the VIP bar, even if invited. If a guest invites a staff member into the VIP bar, they are to refuse and report the incident to management. Number 6. Neither the VIP bar nor the policy surrounding the VIP bar are to be discussed with outside parties. Violation of this rule will result in instant termination. Number 7. While on shift, you will be given a name to use. The name you are given must be used at all times while inside the restaurant. Do not tell the customers your real name under any circumstances. Number 8. For your safety, do not make direct eye contact with the guest, especially if they have presented you with a black card. Number 9. If any guest requests to meet up with you outside of work or asks for your real name, you are to say no. If the guest persists, call management. Number 10. If you suspect a guest has followed you outside of work, inform the management ASAP. They will decide whether the police need to be contacted or if the problem should be dealt with by another avenue. Do not contact the police yourself. So like I said, the rules were weird. No eye contact, using fake names, being encouraged to report incidents to the management instead of calling the police. All seem a little suspicious, Then there's the whole set of rules regarding the VIP bar. They weren't joking about taking them seriously either. I'd seen the waitress, Persephone, tear some girls a new one for flirting with customers or using their real names in the restaurant. I had even seen her fire people on the spot. This one girl was let go when she posted a picture of the rules online, and one of the bartenders who'd started around the same time I had lost his job after trying to sneak into the VIP bar. Now, Persephone wasn't necessarily someone I'd describe as strict. If anything, she was pretty easygoing most of the time. But when it came to the rules, there was no room for debate with either her or the management. Speaking of the VIP bar, I didn't really know what went on down there, and neither did most of the employees. But we had our suspicions. Mainly, that there was something illegal going on down there. Although speculation on exactly what ranged from a Breaking Bad-style drug lab to human trafficking. Tamer theories suggested that it just might be a shady meeting place for, weird characters, or a harmless speakeasy that marketed itself by being exclusive. Either way, most of us had no idea what was down there. And the few of us who did, we never talked about it. Despite the secrecy, I personally figured that whatever was going on in the VIP bar wasn't anything too illegal. Every Ophelia's had one, and they couldn't all be drug labs, right? Plus, most of the handful of staff members that did have access to the VIP bar were bartenders. So, that at least implied that there was an actual bar down there. Either way, I never questioned any of it that much. The regular bar work paid pretty well, and the police had never showed up to investigate, so there was at least an implication that whatever was going on down there was fully above board. I was curious, don't get me wrong, about the VIP bar, but I didn't really think about it that much, and it rarely affected my day-to-day work. A few times a day, a customer would come in with a black card. I'd scan it. When it came back approved, they always did, I'd show them to the door. They'd scan their card and go downstairs. Usually they'd come back in like an hour or so. Although if they were too drunk or too rowdy, the bouncer downstairs would turn them away. I'd never, actually seen the downstairs bouncer, but I was told we had one. Now, the black card customers never really stood out to me in any meaningful way. They just seemed like regular people going about their business. Sometimes they'd come in groups. Sometimes they'd come alone. Sometimes they'd eat before showing their card to go downstairs, and sometimes they'd eat after. There were some faces I learned to recognize as regular black card customers, and during the brief conversations I had with some of them as they got a drink at the bar, they not only seemed pretty nice, they seemed normal. They weren't shady. They never acted like they were hiding anything, or like what went down in the bar was some big secret. They seemed extremely normal. And I think that's a big part of why I didn't question what was going on down there. There truly didn't seem to be anything that off about it. The mystery didn't seem important, or even like much of a mystery. Yeah, it was weird, but the entire freaking restaurant was weird. They paid well. Nothing seemed shady. I didn't question it, and everything was fine. And then Hector showed up. Now, Hector Volvi looked to be in his mid-50s. He had graying hair, tan, leathery skin, and a sort of weathered look to him, although his physique was damn near godlike. I could see his arms under his t-shirt, and it was pretty clear that he hadn't missed a lot of days at the gym. Now, he wasn't a regular. I'd never actually seen him in there before, which is part of why I didn't pay that much attention to him at first. When he came in, he sat at a booth in Kitty's section, and he snacked on some appetizers. calamari from the look of it. Kitty came in to check on him every so often, although Hector mostly seemed content to pick at his calamari and check his phone. At one point, I did notice him reach out to grab her arm, and I saw that she did pause to look at him, although didn't think much of it. If she'd had a problem with him, she would have told me. I mean, maybe I'm not the toughest guy in the world, but I'm not that small, and I've got a deeper voice at times, which makes it easy for me to come off as intimidating, even though I've never thrown a punch in my life. As a result, most of the girls usually came to me when they had a problem customer, and Kitty was no exception. Now, I wouldn't exactly call us friends, but we got along, and I always liked her. Kitty was in her mid-20s with long black hair that she usually wore loose. She was a good-looking woman, and I'd had to step in a few times before when some drunk customer had confused customer service with a smile for flirting and gotten upset when she politely declined their advances. Since Kitty hadn't said anything to me about Hector touching her arm, I was willing to completely forget it until she came to me with a black card. "This is from the gentleman at 17, she said. I nodded, and I took the card from her before taking it to the computer at the far side of the bar. The black card had a picture of the owner as well as his name, Hector Volve, although any information aside from that they didn't have. No address, no date of birth. There wasn't any logo denoting who the card belonged to. Just a red 4-pointed star in the upper right-hand corner. Not a cross. This was clearly intended to be something else. Now all black cards look like this. So Hector's wasn't anything special. I swiped the card and I waited for the approved notification to pop up, as it always did. Instead, a new notification popped up. Declined. Please contact management. My brow furrowed, and I looked over toward Hector. He was staring at the bar, and I made a point not to make direct eye contact as I swiped the card a second time. Declined. Please contact management. I set the black card aside, and I reached into my pocket to text the boss. He wasn't on site at the moment, but I knew he could be in about 20 minutes. Kitty stood by the bar, waiting on me. Everything okay, Daniel?" she asked. It's declined," I replied, looking up at her. "Declined?" she repeated. No, that can't be right. He said it's good." "Well, system says otherwise," I said with a shrug. Her eyes settled on my phone, and for a moment, I thought I saw something in her expression. Relief, maybe? I was about to ask her if she was okay, when I noticed that Hector had gotten up and was coming towards us. "Hey, everything all right here?" he asked. Yeah, of course," I lied, putting on a fake smile for him. "Yeah, the VIP bar, it's just at full capacity right now. I'm checking with the host downstairs to see if we can fit you in." "At capacity, huh?" Hector asked. He glanced at Kitty, but didn't say anything. "I'm sure you can make room for one more, can't you?" Yeah, of course, sir. Yeah, we're just making sure we can. If you'd like to have a seat, I'll send you another drink on the house." Now, I figured that would be enough to get him to back off, but Hector didn't seem interested. "Oh, come on. Can't take this long to get an answer from the host, can it?" he asked. Sorry, sir. They're pretty busy down there," I said. From the corner of my eye, I noticed Kitty rounding the bar. That was odd. She didn't usually go back here with me.
Really? I've never seen them that busy,
Hector said. He leaned up against the bar, and he smiled at me. A smile that was unsettling. His teeth almost seemed like they were sharpened to a point, although even that description didn't quite suit him. That smile, it looked like something you'd see on a deep-sea fish.
Oh, come on. Why don't you just send me down? I won't cause a fuss. I promise,
He said. I'm sorry, sir. My breath caught in my throat a little. I looked around, hoping that someone else on the wait staff would notice that something was wrong. But they were all busy. The supervisor on shift, Persephone, was on the other side of the restaurant, currently busy. And the management was out. I felt Kitty coming up beside me, and I looked over at her. Her expression was placid and calm, unsettlingly so.
You're sorry?
Hector repeated, his tone almost mocking.
Come on, kiddo. At least look me in the eye when you talk to me.
He leaned in closer, but I looked right past him, right up until I felt Kitty beside me. I looked over at her in the instant before she grabbed me, jerking my head to the side, trying to make me look directly at Hector. I was strong enough to fight her off, but not strong enough to fight off both of them. Kitty pushed me, and I stumbled for a moment. Hector reached over the bar to grab me, and for just a moment, my eyes met his.
Relax.
He spoke that word, and I felt calm. Drunk, almost.
Look at me.
Kitty helped me regain my balance, and I finally looked Hector in the eye. I knew I wasn't supposed to. I knew I shouldn't. I didn't want to. But I did it anyways. My body just moved, obeying his command and locking eyes with him. I could feel something in my mind, something moving, shifting, pushing me aside.
Why don't we all go down to the VIP bar?
Hector said.
Oh, and bring a corkscrew. We might need it.
The answer I wanted to give was no. But those aren't the words that came out of my mouth. Yes, sir, right this way, sir, I said, and I handed him back his black card. As I left the bar, I paused, both to grab a corkscrew and a violet lanyard from under the counter. The bar manager had left it there, in case nobody else was available, to open the door in the VIP bar. I'd had to use it a few times before, although I'd never gone past the door. Hector and Kitty both followed me as I left the bar, and from the corner of my eye, I could see a fear in Kitty's eyes. And I realized that she was in the same state I was in. Aware, thinking, but unable to do anything. I'd always thought that the rule about not looking customers in the eye, was just part of the gimmick. It was dumb, but they paid me to follow it, so I followed it. Only now did I begin to understand why it existed. Although if this was why they'd implemented the rule, what was waiting for us downstairs? I approached the door to the VIP bar, and I scanned the card at the end of the lanyard before quietly opening the door. I looked over to Hector, holding the door open for him as an invitation.
"Oh, you're too kind," he said. "Now let's go downstairs and see if we can't find ourselves a room."
Downstairs? I thought. We weren't supposed to go downstairs. We sure as hell weren't supposed to follow a customer down there.
But Kitty and I both obeyed silently,
following Hector down into the darkened stairwell into the basement of Ophelia's. I could feel my heart racing as panic set in. I don't think I'd ever been so scared in my life. Here I was, completely out of my own control and being led into pure darkness. Beside me, I could hear Kitty's shallow, trembling breaths. If I was in full control of myself, I would have reached out to offer her a hand. But I wasn't in control. We reached the bottom of the stairs and found ourselves in a small white lobby with a bar and some small tables with plush chairs. The bartender behind the bar at the time was busy with some other guests and didn't seem to notice us. Hector didn't even look at the bar. He just led us toward a long white hallway lined with black doors. At the end of the hall was another set of stairs, presumably leading to some other entrance, although I'd never heard anything about a second entrance to the VIP bar before. Beside the entrance to the hall, I noticed a large, dark statue of a spider with a torso of a woman. If I wasn't under Hector's spell, I might have actually admired it. It was taller than I was, and both grotesque and beautiful at the same time. It was incredibly well designed. It almost looked lifelike. The short, platinum blonde hair on her head, it looked real. And I could have sworn that her 8 shiny black eyes were watching me as I passed. Hector stared at the statue and smiled calmly. He looked around before walking down the hallway, glancing at the doors we passed. Each one had a small window in it, allowing us to see inside. Looking through those windows as we passed, I recognized a few people who I'd seen going down into the VIP bar earlier. Most of them were regulars. Although, the things they were doing in there, each of them seemed to be sitting on a chaise with someone else, sometimes a man, sometimes a woman. In almost all cases, they were bleeding, usually from the arm or the shoulder, and I could have sworn that our regulars were drinking their blood. I only caught a quick glimpse of what was going on. I didn't see enough to know for sure, but it was hard to mistake those brief glimpses I got as I passed by the rooms for anything else. What the hell was this place? Because this wasn't like any bar I'd ever seen before. Hector paused in front of an empty room and gestured for Kitty and I to go inside. She went in first, opening the door and staring at the black leather chaise before her. I could see panic in her eyes. She'd seen what I'd seen through the doors in the hall, and odds are she'd noticed Hector's nightmare teeth as well. I think she already knew what was coming.
"You in the corner,"
Hector said.
"But you..."
He turned Kitty around to look her in the eyes. He looked at her with this uncomfortable hunger, and I could see her trembling in fear. Hector grinned and gripped the Rob Zombie shirt she'd been wearing, tearing it open with disturbing ease. Kitty didn't make a sound, but I could see tears in her eyes.
"Get on it,"
Hector said, and Kitty turned to sit down on it. Hector approached her, pausing to sniff her hair as he sat down beside her. He tilted her head, admiring her unbroken skin for a moment. I could feel a rage bubbling up in me. I wanted to hurt this guy. Kitty was my friend, my colleague. And seeing her so afraid, knowing that he was going to do something so horrible to her, it made my blood boil. But I could only just stand there, wishing I could help her, wishing I could pull him off of her. Now, I had no illusions I could win a fight against this guy, but maybe I could just stop him. If I could just keep him busy while she called for help.
"Oh, very fresh,"
Hector crooned.
"I am going to enjoy this."
He opened his mouth, revealing his full set of teeth. I wanted to scream in the moment before he sank them into Kitty's shoulder. She whimpered in pain as blood trickled down from her wound, and Hector drank greedy mouthful after greedy mouthful. He let out a contented hum before swallowing another mouthful of blood. And that was when the door flew open. I was almost relieved to see Persephone storm into the room, looking angrier than I'd ever seen her.
"That's enough,"
she snarled, and Hector looked up at her, a quiet fury in his eyes that didn't quite match her own. He pushed Kitty aside before standing up. His teeth were bared, and I noticed Persephone's lips curling back, revealing an almost identical set of jagged fangs.
"Whatever happened to privacy?"
Hector asked.
"Your membership was revoked. You don't belong here,"
Persephone snapped.
"Oh, God, here we go. Isn't an old man entitled to a meal? Let me eat in peace. I'm not even taking your blood stock, and odds are, the girl will live."
"That's not the point, and you know it," Persephone hissed.
"Oh, let me eat in peace,"
Hector said again, taking a step toward her. His eyes shifted over toward me.
"We wouldn't want to make a mess of this situation, would we? That bartender of yours looks awfully upset. Be a shame if he got hurt during this whole mess, wouldn't it?"
Even though he didn't say it, I could sense what he wanted to do. I tried to fight my own body as it bent to his will, but I couldn't. I lifted the corkscrew in my hand up to my throat, and I stared at Persephone with wide, terrified eyes as I felt the sharp point touch my skin.
"Talk about pulling a cork,"
Hector chuckled. Persephone looked over at me. Her eyes locked with mine, and I could feel something in my mind shifting, as if she was trying to influence me. Maybe the same way Hector did.
"Daniel, put the corkscrew down."
But my body didn't move.
"You're young, kid,"
Hector began.
"When you get to my age, the control you can exert over people, it's damn near absolute. But it takes time, and it takes patience. Last chance. back off. Leave me to my meal. And they both get to go home tonight. Keep this between us, and I might even share with you next time. When's the last time you had a square meal, girlie?
I could see a quiet defeat in Persephone's eyes, and the gears in her head seemed to be turning.
Fine, she finally said. You can dine here, but if you do, you abide by our rules. The staff is off limits. Those two are off limits. I can get you better blood. I can get you as much as you want, but I need an assurance. I need them both to go free.
Hector seemed to think it over.
Is that so?
He asked.
Room 4. There's a blood donor in there. You can have her,
Persephone said.
But the waitress and the bartender are off limits.
Hector huffed before looking over at Kitty.
Go,
he said, and she immediately ran to Persephone's side. Tears went down her cheeks as she pressed a hand to her wound. Persephone grabbed her, holding her tight, as she glared over at Hector.
Daniel next,
she said.
When we get to room 4.
Hector replied.
Tell you what, wait outside the door for me.
He looked over at me next.
Keep that corkscrew where it is, and go outside with them. I'll follow.
Persephone quietly escorted Kitty through the door, and once they were through, my legs carried me out behind them. Hector watched us go, before speaking to me again.
Hey, who's out there with you?
He asked. No one, I replied. It was just myself, Persephone, and Kitty in the otherwise empty hall.
Where's the spider?
I looked down the hallway. The spider statue that had been in the lobby was gone. I opened my mouth to answer that I didn't know, although before the words left my mouth, I saw it. Only now, it was on the ceiling, right above the door. Hector saw the look on my face. He followed my eyes, and though he couldn't see what was waiting for him, he still knew it was there.
Oh, you think you're clever, don't you? Daniel, kill yourself.
My heart skipped a beat in my chest as I moved to drive the corkscrew into my throat. And then I felt something slamming into me. Kitty tackled me to the ground, grabbing me by the wrist to force the corkscrew away from my throat. Persephone grabbed me as well. In one fluid motion, I saw the spider on the roof move. They darted into the room, and I saw Hector stare up at them with a quiet acceptance in the moment before their talons tore into his flesh. One moment he was there. The next he was gone, snatched off the ground and wrapped in silk. He didn't even scream. But I could feel whatever influence he had fading from my mind as I regained control.
Daniel, are you all right?
Persephone asked, as I hurled the corkscrew aside. My hands were shaking. There was a small cut on my neck, but otherwise I was fine. I nodded. She took a look at the cut on my neck before finally helping me up and going to attend to Kitty's wound. While she did that, I found myself staring up at the ceiling. Hector was fully encased in webbing now, and I watched as the spider on the ceiling secured their work. I wasn't sure if he was alive or dead, and honestly, I didn't really care. If he was still alive, well, odds are he wouldn't be for much longer. After Hector was gone, Kitty and I had a very, very long conversation with Persephone about exactly what the hell had just happened. A conversation that I admittedly still haven't fully processed. It feels a little dismissive to say, we talked it out and everything turned out just fine. But in a lot of ways, that is exactly what happened. Kitty and I were both paid a considerable bonus for our troubles, and she ended up quitting a couple weeks later. I don't blame her for that. We haven't stayed in touch, but I do think about her sometimes, and I hope she's doing okay. As for me, well, I got my own violet lanyard. I already know what's down in the VIP bar, so might as well do some work down there too. I'm not complaining. The tips down there are really good. Of all the things that people suggested that the VIP bar might be, I never would have considered the possibility that it was a bar where vampires and other fae who drink blood could feed off of willing prey. Although in hindsight, that does explain a lot. Once you realize that the rules exist to protect the staff from any bad actors who might visit the restaurant looking for blood, they actually do make a lot more sense. Of course, only those in good standing with the organization that runs Ophelia's get to feed there. Hence the need for the black cards. Apparently, Hector had fallen out of the organization's good graces. I can't for the life of me imagine why. I'm still not sure what he hoped to gain by showing up here and causing a scene like that. Maybe he was just desperate. Maybe he thought he could stick it to the powers that be. Maybe this was all just an elaborate suicide attempt. Who's to say? Either way, the management has taken steps to ensure that this kind of mess never happens again. There have been some new adjustments to the rules, let's say. Now, if we have a problem guest, instead of just messaging them, we also message Persephone, and we message Brenda downstairs. Brenda, yeah, that's the name of the giant nightmare spider woman in the basement. Turns out that she's the bouncer, and if a problem guest makes it down the stairs, she's been given more freedom to make an example out of them if need be. Now, on one hand, I think that the policy is a little draconian. But on the other hand, after what I've been through, I can't really argue with it. And in the end, it really isn't my world down there. It's theirs. I don't need to understand it. My job is just to keep the drinks coming. And that's exactly what I intend to do. A few years ago, the real estate company I work for decided to buy an unused piece of land out by the highway. They planned on building a set of these mini mansions. It ended up being a complete disaster. They decided to make all the houses a bright pearly white with the doors and windows charcoal black. They ended up looking like a tooth with cavities. The houses stuck up next to each other in these awkward angles, so the entire place looked like this bizarre modern art showcasing dental neglect. The Starlight estate was so strange, ugly, and unpleasant that few people wanted to live there. But if you could look past it, the houses themselves were a steal. They each had 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, and inside they were glossy and sleek. We managed to sell some of them, mostly to landlords, but never to the super rich family market we wanted to tap into. House number 8 was the only house that had never sold. In the 7 years since it was built, not one person had even rented it. Every attempt to sell it had been unsuccessful. We joked that maybe it was built on ancient burial grounds or that somebody had cast a spell on it. Selling house number 8 became like a white whale. My coworker Andrew had been the last one to try and flip it. Andrew was known as a realtor who could sell absolutely anything. Although his sales rates were depressingly high, I couldn't understand why he was so popular. Andrew was an older man, but he'd pumped his face full of Botox to look like he was still in his 30s. He wore too much hair gel and reeked of cologne. I always thought he came off as very slimy. He approached selling number 8 with a lot of enthusiasm. He came down to the office after a few days and boasted he already had a buyer lined up. Next thing we heard, the buyer had dropped his offer with no reason why. Andrew took it badly. I'm not sure why he took it so hard, but he quit the company after nearly 20 years of being our number 1 seller. Still, I was happy about it, because now I could finally get some recognition. My sales rate went up considerably, and eventually, I was asked to sell number 8. I felt fairly optimistic, but it had been almost a year since Andrew's attempt, so I thought that it might need a cleanup. They do send cleaners to work on vacant properties, but 8 had been empty for so long, I don't think they always bothered. I hadn't actually been to the Starlight Estates in a long time. I was sort of hoping it would look better than I remembered. Frankly, it looked worse. It still looked like a dried-out gray mouth full of rotted teeth, but the really disturbing part was how empty it was. I expected there to be music playing from inside somebody's house, or friendly neighbors mowing their yards. I expected to see children playing, but I saw nothing. There wasn't a human being in sight anywhere. It was an early afternoon in late July, so it was unnatural for it to be this empty. When I parked my car in front of number 8 and turned the radio off, I was struck by the complete silence. It was a summer's day, but I couldn't hear the sound of sprinklers or lawnmowers. I couldn't hear the slightest hum of movement from anywhere. I stared at the houses across the empty tarmac road. I couldn't see into any windows as all the curtains were closed. All the driveways were empty. I hadn't actually seen a single car parked anywhere in the estate. The driveways were left exactly as we built them. Just smooth gray cement with patches of synthetic grass. If there were any occupants, they certainly hadn't added personal touches. I shuddered as I unlocked the door. I didn't know how anyone could stand to live here. The eerie feeling didn't go away once I was inside the house. Every home on Starlight was painted in only black, white, and gray. The lack of color was strangely oppressive, as if I'd stepped into an old black and white movie. There wasn't a lot of furniture, only a sofa and some tables. Bland paintings hung on the walls. The kitchen was a similar gray with dark counters. At least the coffee machine was still there. As I started to make myself a coffee, I heard a floorboard creak behind me. It'd been so quiet that this single creak sounded like an explosion. I turned around to see the closed kitchen door. There was another creak. Something was in the other room, and it was moving. Now, I'd heard horror stories about realtors coming into houses to find somebody living there. I considered what I might have to do if there was an intruder. 3 knocks rang out from the other side of the door. Maybe it was just someone else from the company, I thought. We all had keys for the estate. "Hello?" I called out. A folded piece of paper drifted out from under the door, and I heard footsteps moving away. I got down to examine the paper. It was a note written for me. This is what it said. "Dear Doug, I didn't mean you any harm. I hope I didn't scare you. But I'd like you to know the rules of staying safe in number 8. Number 1. Don't lock the door from the inside or you will never be able to get out again. You might not believe me, but I cannot stress this enough. Do not lock the door from the inside. Number 2. There is a TV in the second floor bedroom. Please have this on at all times. You can turn the volume off if you want, but make sure there is always something on screen. 3. If you're walking down the stairs and there's an intruder walking up, stand your ground and let them look at you. They will then leave you alone. Number 4. Do not leave mirrors or photographs of people in the house. Number 5. Keep the shutters down over all windows. And number 6. Do not keep any glass in the house. Now this was really strange. I suppose maybe one of my colleagues was playing a joke on me, since I was the one selling the cursed home. That was the only thing that really made sense, I guess. I couldn't really imagine that a stranger would go to so much trouble. All the same, I couldn't stop looking at the list of rules. Something told me I had to follow them, even though they seemed so absurd. I felt like something bad would happen if I broke the rules. The shutters were already down. We always keep them down, unless there's a showing. I didn't plan on bringing any mirrors, photographs, or glass into the house, so that wasn't a problem. I thought about locking the door. Maybe I should have. But the thought of being trapped in here made me nauseous, so I wasn't willing to risk it. All the Starlight houses had a small TV in one of the bedrooms so we could play something during open houses. I was set on turning it off no matter what that piece of paper said. It seemed like a complete waste of electricity keeping it on. When I went up to the second floor bedroom, the TV wasn't playing the news or any boring daytime TV. Instead, grainy CCTV footage was displayed on screen. It showed the kitchen with the words Room 2 printed along the edge of the picture. There was a tiny feed beneath it showing every other room in the house, including the bedroom I was standing in. I picked up the remote and flicked through the different rooms. I thought about the list of rules and realized that I could probably find out who left it if I rewound the footage. I clicked on the living room and pressed rewind. I watched myself walk backwards through the living room, and then it was empty. I began to rewind further when I saw someone. A strange man had made his way through the living room after I'd gone into the kitchen. I couldn't make out much of his face as the camera was pointed towards the top of his head. I could only tell it was a man and that his hair was a light color, maybe gray. I was sure he wasn't anybody I worked with. The man lumbered along slowly, with his arms hanging by his sides. I moved a little closer to the monitor and squinted. His feet weren't pointing in the right direction. I realized that he was literally lumbering to the kitchen door, backwards. When he reached the door, he took the note from his pocket, laid it on the floor, and pushed it under the door with the back of his heel. Then he lumbered out of the living room, disappearing into the hallway. I wondered how this man got into the house, and if this guy was a stranger, how the hell would he know my name? I needed to check the footage to see if the guy was still inside. I clicked on the hallway where the front door was, and no amount of rewinding showed him leaving. My heart sank a little, realizing this stranger was still in the house. I checked the footage of every room in the house, but I couldn't see him. He had to still be here, hiding away in some secret corner. I took a photo of him on the monitor and texted it to my boss. John can be really funny about calling the cops on a property. If any of us find something vaguely illegal and we dare to bring it up, he'll lecture us about how dangerous it is to have police cars swarming around a house you're trying to sell. I tried my best to explain the situation to John and waited for a response. John replied fairly quickly.
Come on, I'm sure it doesn't mean any harm," he said. "You should go to the neighbors and ask if they've lost anyone. They might know what to do, There's a family living at number 4, ask them."
I went downstairs and left the house, walking into the strange, silent world outside. I could see number 4 across the street. The house was so cold and devoid of personality, it would be a stretch to imagine anyone living there. All the same, I went out and knocked on the door, and as expected, I didn't get any response. I felt for the keys in my pockets. I had keys for houses 1 through 10. If there really was a family living here, they would have changed the locks, but I decided to try my key. When I turned the key, the door unlocked. It swung open, and I started to cough as a cloud of dust came out of it. I'd always been told that number 4 was occupied, but this place looked completely abandoned. Inside, the house was pitch black, and none of the lights would come on. I turned the flashlight on my phone towards the light switch and saw that cobwebs had grown all over the walls. And then something scuttled past my feet. A roach, or bigger. As I walked further in, I noticed that there were some personal touches. There were photos along the staircase. Family photos. One of the photos showed a young man on his graduation day. Another photo showed a couple on their wedding day. Both of them with their hair done up in outrageous 1980s styles. That was when I started to get this bad feeling. The house had been occupied, but not anymore. I got to the top of the stairs, and I felt like my foot hit something hard. It was like a rock. I held my phone up to see. It was a life-sized stone statue of a woman. Her features were delicately carved. Each line on her face was perfectly defined. She looked exactly like a real woman. But her mouth hung open, and her stone eyes held a strange terror. The sculptor had carved a dozen little stone teeth inside her mouth, and somehow carved paper-thin lashes around her eyes. I'd only ever seen statues like this in museums, wearing long gowns, so it was a little jarring to see that this statue wore a cropped t-shirt with a Hollister logo carved on the front, and a pair of jeans. I called out to anyone who might be in the house. I was getting increasingly nervous being in here. I felt like I might find something I'd never be able to unsee. When nobody answered, I told myself I'd call the police when I got back and I'd ask them to do a welfare check on number 4. If there were any bodies in there, I wasn't the one who was going to find them. I texted John and told him there was nobody home. He didn't seem very keen on helping me any more than he already had.
Come on, the guy's probably homeless. If you find him, just give him some money and send him on his way. It's not a police situation until he gets aggressive.
I suppose I had no other choice but to just find this guy and ask him to leave. I had pepper spray with me in case I needed it. Maybe John was right. Maybe he didn't mean any harm. I went back into house number 8, and I felt positively relieved. It felt welcoming after house number 4. For a second, I sat down on the gray leather couch, and I closed my eyes. It was so comfortable, I just started to drift off. I only shut my eyes for a second, but I suddenly found myself jolted back to reality with a dried layer of drool on my chin. I shook myself awake and checked my phone. It was full of messages from John asking if the intruder had left yet and angry with me for not replying. I looked at the time. I had slept for 5 hours, and it was 8 o'clock at night. I'm only supposed to work until 6. I was an absolute idiot. Obviously, the intruder couldn't have meant me any harm. I was asleep, completely vulnerable for 5 hours, and I hadn't been robbed, attacked, or killed. There was no reason to stay in this house any longer. I was going home. The front door was locked. I tried the door a few times, but it wouldn't open. I absolutely knew that I hadn't locked it. I checked my pockets, but I couldn't find my keys. I could only find the folded list of rules and my tiny can of pepper spray. I ran back to the living room and I searched for my keys. They were gone. Someone had taken them. And someone had locked me inside. Thankfully, the back door was still open. I went out through the kitchen door, and I saw the miserable thing they called the back garden. 2 long patches of bright synthetic grass with a stone pathway down the middle. There was a man standing at the edge of the path, facing the high stone wall that surrounded this garden. His back was turned to me. He wore a red satin shirt and gray dress pants. His hair was gray, blonde and gelled down neatly, plastered right down the back of his neck. He stood perfectly still, his arms flat by his sides and his hands completely limp. He didn't move. "Hello?" I called out to him, trying my best to sound somewhat unafraid. "I guess you're the one who left me the list of rules, huh?" He seemed to register what I said. His neck tilted to the right until his ear rested on his shoulder. The other side of his neck strained with effort. He lurched backwards, and he started moving, his steps clumsy and unsure. I realized that he was walking toward me, backwards. I jumped back and I slammed the door shut. I didn't trust it to stay locked, so I ran up both flights of steps. I knew it would buy me some time. I made it all the way up to the top floor and hid inside the bedroom on the left. I opened my phone. At this point, my fingers were so sweaty I could hardly type. I slid a fingertip along my screensaver. It was a picture of my daughter, and that got me moving. I dialed 911 and I told them my location and that there was an intruder, but they seemed a little wary of me. I don't think they wanted to drive all the way out to Starlight Estates. They told me an officer wouldn't be able to get here for about an hour. They asked if I had a weapon, and when I mentioned the pepper spray, they said I'd be just fine. And, what could I do? I had an hour. An idea occurred to me then, that I could message Andrew. Whatever he'd seen at the house made him quit the company he'd worked in for decades. Maybe he knew something useful. I didn't message Andrew very often, only when I absolutely needed to. I remembered most of his replies being flippant or condescending, always ending with thumbs up emojis. I found him in my contacts and texted, "Did you have any trouble when you were in house number 8? He texted back almost immediately, "You broke the rules, didn't you?" I tried to play dumb. What rules? I asked.
Oh, come on, Doug. I left you a list of rules earlier today. Did you really break them that quickly?
He ended that text with a laughing emoji. I could hardly believe it. I didn't reply and instead watched him type out another message.
Well, I guess you've seen the man walking backwards by now. He doesn't want anything from you. You might as well just walk right past him.
I thought about the man I'd seen again. I remembered his hair plastered back with hair gel, graying blonde, the red satin shirt. I'd seen Andrew wear the same thing at a Christmas party once. Are you the one in the house with me? I asked. He texted back,
In a way I am.
It didn't make me feel better. Even though I'd known Andrew for a good 20 years, I didn't trust him. If I saw Andrew, I decided I was just going to face him and get my keys back. I didn't care if he was walking backwards. I just wanted to go home. I cautiously walked out into the second floor hallway, and I peeked down the stairwell. There was no sign of Andrew. Maybe he was stuck somewhere or still lurking around on one of the lower floors. Andrew? I called out. Please, I've had enough, man. We've worked together for a long time. Can you just come upstairs and talk this out? I got no response, and I didn't know what he'd do if I went downstairs and tried to ambush him. It seemed like he'd completely lost his mind. The stairs creaked below. Each creak was very labored and very slow. Once the creak rang out, it'd be about a minute until I heard the next one. With almost all my options exhausted, I reached into my pocket and I looked at the list of rules again. It told me that if something was pursuing me, I had to just walk down and face him. What kind of a rule was that? How would that possibly help me? But it was Andrew who left me these rules, and he was the one attacking me. I thought about the 3 things he told me not to bring: glass, a mirror, and photographs of people. I felt like the mirror was the most important. His reflection was what he feared the most. Maybe that's why he walked backwards. He was in some way ashamed of his face. It all made sense to me. Perhaps something went wrong while he was in this house. He quit the company and just hid out here for months. Maybe he hurt himself. Maybe he somehow disfigured himself. I knew the easiest way to defeat him was to just show him his face. I opened my phone to the camera app and I aimed it behind me. That was another rule I planned on breaking. I wasn't going to face him. I could walk backwards too. I guided myself along by the handrail, slowly moving down each step. No wonder he was taking so long. Walking down the stairs backwards is not easy. I heard the creaks move closer, until I was sure that he was standing at the bottom of the stairs, right behind me. I stopped close to the bottom and aimed the camera towards him. I couldn't hear any breathing or any movement at all from the man behind me. I very slowly turned my head so it was resting on my shoulder. I could see Andrew was standing at the bottom of the stairs, his back completely turned. His neck was still awkwardly strained to the right. "You're gonna have to look at your reflection eventually," I told him. "Look, whatever happened to your face, you should just deal with it." For the first time he spoke, and that was when I realized it wasn't Andrew.
I can get another one,
he said, in a voice that was so raspy and gravelly that it was almost distorted. It couldn't have been him. This was something else. Slowly, the creature's neck began to twist, his face swiveling to the left, and a small sliver of his face became visible to me. The skin was very pale. It had this sour, milky tone. I turned my head around fully so I wouldn't see him, and I kept the phone firmly raised up so he could see himself through the camera. I thought this might be my only chance. A sharp hiss rang through the house then, as though the image had burned him. I couldn't help turning around to see what happened. The creature had crumbled to the floor. He was half kneeling, his torso pressed against the wall, and his arms hanging limply by his sides. His neck had turned halfway around, and his neck twisted strangely with the effort. He wasn't just disfigured. He had no face at all. The skin on his face was in parts milky pale, and at other parts an angry, glaring red. There were strange protrusions at certain points, where his eyes or nose should be, or where they used to be. I watched him for a while, before I realized that he wasn't going to get back up. He was dead to the world. I stepped over him and noticed a set of keys on the floor. I picked them up and I moved down the 2 flights of stairs like a ghost. And I didn't wait for the police to arrive. I needed to get the hell out of this hellhole as soon as possible. I drove out of the Starlight Estate and gazed at each lonely house like teeth in some terrible mouth. I had no idea what had happened here, how it had gone so horribly wrong. The police didn't find anybody in the house. I went to the station and they let me watch the security footage again. I watched myself turn the camera around on the creature and watched him slump to the floor. I watched myself step over him and leave. They couldn't see his face on the camera. I don't think they could ever really understand what I saw that day. I have no idea how he got out of the house. The security footage fizzled, and it didn't show him leave or move away from the stairs. He was just gone, like he'd puffed out of existence. And maybe he had. The police tried to recover the missing footage, but they couldn't. And there was no logical explanation. They didn't find anything in house number 4, even though I fully expected them to. I learned that the family who lived there, the Cameron family, were made up of an older couple, their adult son and his girlfriend. They hadn't been heard from in 4 years, but nobody had bothered to report them missing. They were well off, and their rent payment was set up automatically, so it kept being paid for years, without anyone realizing that something was wrong. And instead of human remains, the police found 3 spectacular stone statues in the house. Each statue was carved to perfectly resemble a member of the family. The one I'd seen was the son's girlfriend. The stone expressions were an absolutely perfect likeness, down to the finest detail. There was no statue of the father, Mr. Cameron, so the authorities assumed he'd been the sculptor. The statues were released to his sister, who sold them to a museum. Every now and then, I visit that museum. I compare them to the photos I found of the family online. I really can't get over this. Just how accurate they are. Every tiny feature is just perfect. I knew Mr. Cameron couldn't possibly have carved them. He had no experience. He worked for a tech company. I spent hours searching through his social media to find any clues to him being an artist, but there was nothing. Eventually, though, I found a picture of the Cameron family at a party. Mr. Cameron was wearing a red satin shirt. I looked at the photo again. His hair was graying blonde, gelled back so tightly it was plastered to his scalp. Now, I know this sounds crazy, but had some entity that only exists here on this land taken over Mr. Cameron's body, wearing his skin like a suit of clothes? I remembered then what the creature had said.
I can find another one.
The last few years have been wild for airline travel. Every week a new viral video shows up on the internet. Some idiot on a plane screaming, shouting, even starting fights with other passengers or crew for no apparent reason. Now, I'm sure it's entertaining when you're sitting at home watching these videos. You might laugh or shake your head at the stupidity and not give it a second thought. But that is not an option when you're the one on the job. I can't even count the number of times I've had to call security to deal with a rowdy or violent passenger over the last couple years. Now, most of the time what sets people off are surprisingly minor stuff. They want a board now, but it's not their turn, so they start harassing my coworkers. Another passenger looked at them funny, so they get into a screaming match. A baby is crying, or the person in front of them took the last chocolate donut with sprinkles from the airport bakery, so they start throwing punches. You would not believe the stuff I've seen. Needless to say, I got tired of getting up for work, wondering what kind of unhinged maniac was going to cause me a problem today. So, I started looking for a new job. My only experience was in the airline industry. I had no problem with relocation, but I didn't want to end up in another large airport. During one 3 a.m. job search, after my long shift at the airport, I found a new job listing. One Pine Airport, a rural airport in the Midwest. I sat up and took another sip of coffee. The pictures for the place made it look tiny. A couple of runways with a single terminal, surrounded by forest. Perfect for me, I thought. Fewer people to deal with. I checked out the job details, and to my relief, it was the exact same thing I was doing now. Only difference was that it required frequent night shifts. I'd done plenty of night shifts before, so that made no difference to me. The biggest surprise was the pay. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were offering more than I was being paid now. Suddenly wide awake, I quickly uploaded my resume and filled out all the application questions. I headed to bed hoping that my days at crowded airports might be over. The next morning, as I was getting ready for work, I opened my phone to scroll through notifications and check emails, and to my surprise, I had an email from the job I just applied for. The manager requested an interview with me on Zoom. I quickly replied, and we settled on a time during my lunch break. The first few hours of work breezed by, and as I boarded passengers, I couldn't stop thinking about the upcoming interview. When the time came, I was nervous as hell. A bald, well-dressed man joined the Zoom meeting and greeted me with a warm smile. He introduced himself as James. I couldn't have asked for a more friendly guy. He welcomed me, and after some small talk and a few questions about my experience, he gave an overview of the job's details. Mostly the same job I already had, with way better pay and more night shifts, so no problem for me. After making sure that I knew all the details of the job, James cracked another wide, friendly smile and asked,
"When can you start?"
I just about spit out the sip of coffee I'd taken. You aren't going to give me a call back later or something? Don't you have more interviews and paperwork waiting to clear and... James waved his hand dismissively at his webcam.
"You're the only applicant, and we couldn't have asked for a better one. As for paperwork, we'll figure that out. The job is yours, whenever you can start. Preferably soon."
For the rest of our conversation, James and I reviewed our schedules and set up a start date of just over a week away before ending the call. I sat back in my break room chair with a sigh of disbelief and a chuckle. I'm aware that it's standard to give a 2-week notice to your employer, but I was dying to get the hell out of my current job. At the end of my shift, I let my manager know I had to be gone in a week. Though she was not happy, she assured me it wouldn't be a problem. My final day was absolutely horrible. A couple came up, demanding and screaming that I refund their tickets for no apparent reason. On top of that, they still wanted a free flight. After hearing that no, they would not be able to fly for free, the husband and wife both started shouting threats. Security was quickly called to the terminal. As soon as they arrived, I checked my watch to find out that my shift was over. I let out a sigh of relief, and I walked away. As tired as I was with the long drive ahead of me, I was still happier than I'd been in a long time. The drive went off without a hitch. I arrived earlier than expected and checked into a motel room. After dumping a few boxes and a suitcase into the room, I turned off the lights and passed out as soon as my head hit the blanket. I woke that evening to prepare for my first shift. I quickly dressed and started the drive, hoping to arrive early. But I was unfamiliar with the roads, and after a lot of wrong turns, I arrived at the airport with only minutes to spare. The airport was even smaller than I imagined it to be. I quickly walked through the entrance and was greeted by a small security team. After telling them that I was the new employee and James was expecting me, they passed me through. I walked in to find a single empty terminal and James sitting behind a counter at the end. He looked up and he smiled at me. I was about to apologize for being late, but I didn't have the chance. He rushed to show me the employee locker room where my new uniform and badge were waiting. And then he told me to get changed and meet him outside right away. Within a couple of minutes, I walked out to find him back behind the console at the counter, gathering his belongings. He thanked me for showing up and starting so soon, and also apologized for not being able to stick around.
"I have to be going now. I've been on duty for 17 hours. I know you're familiar with our systems and software. You know what you're doing."
He assured me with a pat on the back before walking out from the desk. He turned and added,
"It'll be a quiet night for you anyway. No flights scheduled. Just sit back, relax, and, oh yeah, I nearly forgot."
He reached into his bag and pulled out a single sheet of laminated paper, and he held it out in front of me.
"Give this a read as soon as you can. Go over it a few times and don't deviate from it."
I took it as James started walking toward the exit along with every single one of the security guards and the cashier who had just closed the only shop in the airport. And then I noticed that all the scanners and metal detectors at the security gate were shut off. And I started to panic. Hey, James, where's everybody going?" I shouted. He stopped and turned back to me.
"Oh, yeah, another thing I ought to have mentioned. You're the only one here at night? Don't worry, security will be back around 5 a.m. You've got this place to yourself? Grab a magazine from the little store if you get bored. Feel free to snag yourself a couple of snacks, too.
He began to walk away again, before briefly turning and pointing at me.
But before you do anything, read that list. You'll need it.
I stood and watched as my new boss, along with all the other airport staff, just left. It was hard to wrap my head around the fact that I had an empty airport all to myself for 10 hours. With nothing much to do and no one to deal with, and getting paid more money than I'd ever made. I smiled, and I turned my attention to the sheet of paper in my hand. James said to follow whatever was on the list, so I figured I'd better take a look. So I got myself some coffee, walked behind the airport counter, and I sank into one of the seats. I took a sip, and I finally took a serious look. A total of 6 rules were neatly spaced on the sheet of paper. Number 1, all lights in the airport must stay on at all times. If one is off, or if you accidentally turn one off, turn it back on as soon as possible. If a light seems to be broken, and you are unable to turn it back on, calmly exit the area. Report the outage to James or maintenance when possible. Do not listen to the sounds. Do not listen to the voices. Rule number 2. Rule 2 pertains to rainy or stormy weather. If it's raining or storming outside, disregard rules 3, 4, and 5. They will not be a concern. Stay inside at all times. Do not use the men's restroom during a storm, and avoid going near it entirely if possible. Rule number 3. Sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m., a young woman will walk out of the women's restroom. She will enter the terminal and sit, occasionally getting up to walk around or change seats. Her name is Elizabeth. She will attempt to make conversation, but you must not speak to her. You may look at her, or give nonverbal communication such as a head nod. You may write her a message, or shake her hand, but do not speak to her. If you refuse to speak to her, Elizabeth should be gone in a few hours. If you accidentally speak to her, go to the men's restroom and wait for her to leave. Rule number 4. Between 1 or 2 in the morning, a janitor in blue coveralls will arrive at the front entrance. Crack open the door and ask for his name. If he says his name is Simon, let him in. If he gives you any other name, though, shut the door and lock it without saying another word. If the janitor is Simon, he will attend to the janitorial needs of the airport. If he asks to clean where you are standing, let him. Simon will not interfere with your duties otherwise. He is not hostile or dangerous. Feel free to talk with Simon. He will leave the same way he came in. Rule number 5. At 3 a.m., you may notice that a black and red Cessna Skyhawk has landed on one of the airstrips. You will never see it land, and you will never see it take off. It just appears when you're not looking. After spotting the plane, do not look at it again. Avoid looking in its general direction. There's a picture of this plane displayed inside the terminal behind the counter. Rule number 6. Sometime before dawn, a group of men claiming to be from the TSA may arrive at the airport. They have their own key, and they'll let themselves in. They could be armed. Often, they exhibit panicked behavior. They may search the airport, sweep room to room, and ask questions. They are permitted to search anywhere in the main airport building, and you may answer any questions. But under no circumstances are they permitted to enter the Sky Bridge. They will not enter without your consent, and they cannot harm you. Now, after reading this over a few times, I set the laminated sheet down and leaned back into my seat before taking a long sip of coffee, wondering what on earth I had just read. James did not seem to be the imaginative type, and I hadn't taken him to be unprofessional. But as I thought about it, it was unusual how rushed this all seemed. I mean, everybody had left in such a hurry. I started to wonder if maybe I was being pranked. Maybe this was some kind of setup. I ruled that out pretty quickly. This was, in fact, a real airport. I'd done plenty of research by the time I got here. At least a few real flights were coming in or going out every day. James had been working here for years, and I couldn't think of a reason why he would jeopardize his job just to scare me. After chuckling to myself at the absurdity, I decided to give it a try and see what would happen. Maybe it was a test for me as a new employee. Maybe James wanted to see if I could follow orders. After looking at the list again, I realized Rule 2 had a big impact on the number of things I needed to keep track of, so I used my phone to check the forecast. Clear skies, not a chance for rain or storms all night. All right, great, I thought to myself. Now I had to watch out for these Elizabeth and Simon characters to show up, and not be on the lookout for a random plane to appear on the runway. I stood up and grabbed my coffee, walking to the glass planes. I took another sip from my coffee while admiring the lit runways along the airfield. It was a beautiful night. And as I was raising my cup to finish what was left, I heard the click of shoes on the floor somewhere behind me. Startled, I spun around, dropping my cup and spilling what was left of my coffee. At the other end of the terminal stood a young woman, mid-20s would be my guess. She was holding a large leather suitcase in each hand and had an old-fashioned sense of style with a skirt and heels. She was beautiful, and she had the most welcoming smile. "Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I didn't mean to scare you," she expressed with a sincere tone. I opened my mouth to tell her that everything was just fine, but I stopped myself. I remembered the list. At this point, I was sure she was here at James's request, a paid actor determined to make me break these rules. And I was very determined not to. Instead, I simply straightened up, adjusted my uniform, and I looked back with a smile. She walked to the counter where she placed her leather suitcases on the ground before closing the distance between us. "It looks like we've got this fabulous place all to ourselves. I'm Elizabeth, by the way," she said, reaching out her hand. I shook it, but she didn't seem quite satisfied. "And what's your name?" I continued to smile and make eye contact. Her grin grew for a moment before she said, "You don't seem to be a talkative one." And with that, she turned and walked away. I returned to my seat behind the counter, watching her very closely. Elizabeth made her way to the airport shop, and after a couple of minutes of looking over magazine covers, she returned, carrying a small stack of reading material. She approached my counter and placed a National Geographic magazine in front of me. "I figured you might like this one. Enjoy," she said, winking, before settling on a seat in the first row of the terminal straight across from me. Her intuition was spot on. I may have lived in cities all of my life, but I love nature. National Geographic was my favorite. I was so tempted to just break the rule and thank her. But I didn't. I stuck to the rule. The next couple of hours were uneventful. Elizabeth and I read our magazines, occasionally looking up at each other to exchange glances and smiles. She attempted to get me to talk at least half a dozen more times. I almost gave in when she asked me if I wanted another magazine. A little past 1:30, I heard a knock at the front entrance. Elizabeth and I both looked before she said, "Oh, that must be the nice cleaner man," before returning to her magazine. I walked over to the front doors and, sure enough, there stood a man around his mid-30s in a blue janitor suit, waiting patiently at the door. I unlocked the door and opened it. As he took a step to enter, I remembered the most important detail from Rule 4. I closed the door halfway, and I sternly commanded, "Wait." The man looked up at me with a surprised look. I asked him the question, "What is your name?" The man stared back at me as an innocent smile formed on his face.
My name's Simon,"
he said excitedly.
I'm the janitor here. Did James let you know I was coming tonight?"
I stood there for a moment, thinking over the rule, before I nodded my head and I opened the door to let him in. Once inside, Simon walked with purpose to the janitor's closet, which was near the men's restroom. I kept an eye on him for the next few minutes as he started cleaning, but I eased up once I got the feeling that he really was the janitor. I returned to my counter in the terminal and continued to read. Occasionally, Simon would pass by, off to do his duties in some part of the airport, or Elizabeth would stand up to look at the various paintings on display around the terminal. A good half an hour went by before Simon approached the terminal counter with his mop in hand. He seemed to be eyeing up the 2 leather suitcases Elizabeth had set there. Assuming he wanted to clean them, I got up to move them. I grabbed each one by the handle, but I failed to lift them off the ground. Confused, I stepped back to see if they were stuck on something. They were not stuck. Just 2 suitcases left right where Elizabeth had sent them. I tried to lift just one, and again I failed. I tried both hands, putting my back and legs into it, but it still wouldn't budge. I looked back up at Simon, who nodded his head in Elizabeth's direction, and I turned to look at her. When she noticed my stare and my apparent inability to move her luggage, she smiled and stood up. "Oh, let me get that for you." And with ease, she lifted both leather suitcases and moved them closer to her seat before lowering them, this time letting them drop a few inches. When they hit the ground, a boom echoed through the airport, and I flinched. I looked back at Simon, who hadn't seemed shocked at all. He just continued to mop. I made my way back to my seat, not taking an eye off Elizabeth for 1 second.
I know it's strange. Just stick to the rules and everything will be just fine. Trust me,"
he said quietly. I nodded my head in response, and Simon went back to his cleaning. A few minutes passed by before Elizabeth had something new to say. "Oh, what a remarkable aircraft," she said, looking out the glass panes facing the runways. I followed her gaze to the lone black and red airplane, I turned around, looking at the picture displayed behind me. It sure looked like a match. I turned back to the window, and I felt my heart sink. A silhouette of a person now stood next to the plane, facing the airport and the windows of the terminal.
Stop looking at it,
Simon muttered from behind me. I looked back at Simon, who quickly cowered, seemingly ashamed to have raised his voice at me. But I was grateful he had. I read over Rule 5 again, specifically where it stated not to look at the plane twice. I muttered insults at myself under my breath, but my heart was pounding. My eyes darted through the other rules. I focused on that sheet of paper. At least it was something to look at instead of that plane outside. This went on for a good 10 minutes or so, and then I started to calm down. I began to pray in my head that whoever and whatever that was would just go away, when Elizabeth suddenly approached my counter. I looked up and made eye contact with her. "Hey, I'm going to go get some more reading material, okay? You want another one of those?" she asked, reaching a hand out to my National Geographic magazine. I looked up and nodded, forcing a smile. And as she moved away, my gaze didn't. And once again, I found myself looking at the plane on the runway. The silhouette was now even closer to the building, and still staring in my direction. Chills ran up my spine as I snapped my head back to my desk. Moments later, Elizabeth returned and placed a new magazine on the counter before running a hand over my shoulder, seeming to comfort me. And then Simon put his hand on my back.
He'll be going soon, and so will the plane. Don't look at it again,
he assured me.
You mind if I clean here?
He asked. I got up and walked to the end of the counter, watching Simon thoroughly clean the floor before I looked up and let out a soft, "Thank you." He nodded and smiled back. "What did you say?" Elizabeth asked. I turned towards her. "Oh, I was just thanking Simon for..." My error came to me. Before I could finish speaking, my eyes locked on Elizabeth as she stood up from her seat, her smile fading. Her eyes and nose began to bleed profusely as she started to sob, lightly at first, and then hysterically. She let out a bellowing screech. It was like this mix of pain and anger. She picked up one of her suitcases and she threw it at me. I barely dodged the ridiculously heavy thing before it crushed into the wall behind me. Luckily, I was pretty quick, and I made a run for the men's restroom, remembering rule number 3. But she chased after me. I slammed the door shut in her face and I locked it. Elizabeth pounded on the door with furious anger, but she gave up after a few minutes. "So that's how you dance, is it, love? I can play that game," she said, before flipping a light switch, turning off the light outside the bathroom. The clicking of her shoes faded away. A few minutes of silence passed before I started to hear laughter from the other side of the door. One voice became 2, 2 voices became 3, and 3 grew to 10. While some continued their hysterical laughing, others began to scream. I slipped to the floor, covering my ears as the voices went on. They only stopped by another flip of a switch. Light beamed from the bottom of the door.
It's over now. She's gone. And so is the plane. I've got to be leaving soon as well.
Simon's calm and friendly voice called out. I slowly exited the bathroom, and I followed him back to the counter, where he'd made another coffee for me.
I wish I could have done more, but you'll come to find out that when Elizabeth gets angry, you gotta just let her do her thing.
I looked up at him, at a complete loss for words. Over the next few minutes, Simon finished cleaning Elizabeth's blood from the floor before putting everything back into the janitor's closet. He looked down at his watch.
All right, well, I better get out of here. Good luck with the rest of your night, and I hope I'll be seeing you soon,
he said, letting out a sigh as he looked at me with pity. I think he knew how shaken up I was. It was like he'd seen this happen to employees before. After I watched him leave, I returned to my seat behind the counter. I started to feel alone, but that wouldn't last long. Only minutes after Simon left, the doors swung open and men in tactical gear, their faces covered in masks and goggles, rushed inside. I sprung up from my seat, and I watched as they swept room to room, checking every nook and cranny at gunpoint, completely ignoring me. As they cleaned the entire building, the 20 or so armed men made their way to the terminal seating area. A lone man in a suit made his way to the front of the group.
I'm with TSA. I'm gonna need you to answer some questions for me,
he said. I nodded.
All right. How many individuals have you seen in the airport since the security team left the building?
Besides myself, 2 inside, 1 outside, I answered more confidently.
Okay. Was the individual outside next to a black and red Cessna Skyhawk?
Yes, I again responded. The man in the suit nodded and paused for a moment before making another demand.
All right, well, we're gonna need to search the air bridge.
I glanced back at the sheet of rules on the counter, and then I took a step forward and straightened my uniform. No, I replied. The man in the suit looked irritated.
Okay, if you do not step aside and give us permission to search, I'm afraid I'll have to detain you.
Already tired and worn out, I wasn't going to break the last rule. I decided to give a not-so-smart remark to the man in the suit. You're looking a little well-armed for TSA, wouldn't you say? He ignored my comment.
Last chance. Step aside.
No. Irritated by my response, the man in the suit turned to his right and raised his chin to give a signal. Gunshots rang out, and I collapsed to the floor. I felt my life leave my body before it all faded to black. And the next thing I remember was the feeling of my hand gripping a water bottle. And then came James's voice.
I see you made it through the first night intact. Looks like you got to meet Simon. He's a nice guy. You'll get to like him. And Elizabeth. She's something else, isn't she?
I opened my eyes and looked up at James. Am I dead? I asked. James chuckled in return.
No, you did great. You're fine. It does look like you might have been a little assertive to our undead TSA Special Forces. I would recommend sticking with a less aggressive tone. Maybe I ought to edit that into the rules. In any case, They can't hurt you, but they can still get a jump out of you.
Once again, I was at a loss for words. I slowly made my way back to my feet, and I looked at the sunrise over the airfield. James held out an envelope for me. I opened it, revealing a stack of crisp $100 bills.
A little bonus for your first night. It sure is a lot to go through for the first time, but I promise you get used to it all.
I turned to James with an angry look, and I finally spoke up. What the hell's wrong with you? What makes you think it's okay to put someone through this without any warning? I am done. Keep your damn money. I am calling the police. I started to walk towards the exit when James stepped in front of me.
Look, I know it isn't fair for you, but it wasn't fair for me either. It wasn't fair for any of us. It's not okay, I know, but what can I do? Someone needs to be here for the night shift. You wouldn't have believed any of this if I told you ahead of time. You'd have thought I was some kind of nut job. And the police will think the same of you if you tell them. I needed you to see for yourself.
James stopped for a moment to catch his breath before continuing.
Look, the money's yours, no strings attached. You're free to leave now and never come back. There's no shame in it.
I also started to calm down, but I couldn't bring myself to look James in the eye.
If you do choose to stay, I'll see you in my office to finish up your paperwork.
And with that, James just walked away. Facing the front of the airport, I watched the first passengers of the day come through the entrance. I just stood there for a few minutes, thinking. I sure as hell wasn't going back to another overcrowded city airport. Maybe I could get used to this. I finally turned around, and I walked back to his office. I never should have come to this town. I've seen the worst of humanity as a cop, but this town, it made me see that there are horrors beyond what humans can dream.
I don't know what your shifts were like back in Columbus, but the night shifts here tend to get pretty weird,
Anderson said, taking a long drag of a cigarette. There was a sign in the briefing room that said no smoking, but the ashtray in the center of the conference table told me that nobody actually cared. It's fine, I can handle weird, I told him, but my answer just seemed to make Anderson laugh.
That's what they all say, kid. Look, there's Columbus weird, and then there's heaven weird. Believe me when I say they are two completely different animals, and it's best if you don't ask too many questions about it.
I couldn't help but find his tone a bit condescending. He talked to me as if it was my first day out of the academy, not like I'd been doing this for 5 years. Granted, it was my first day in heaven, but I didn't think that was any excuse to talk to me like I was born yesterday. Looking back, maybe it was a mistake to pull up my roots and move out to Heaven, Ohio, but I had my reasons for getting out of Columbus. The Heaven police force, it was hiring, and I thought that starting fresh in some small town might do me some good. Even as Anderson talked down to me, I still told myself that this was just a bad first impression. Once I'd earned my spurs and proved I wasn't some kid with nothing between his ears, he'd change his tune with me. I just needed to earn it.
Just follow the rules and you'll be okay, Anderson said. It's that simple.
Yeah, sure thing, I said. You know, I was actually doing a bit of reading up on the local...
Not those rules, Anderson scoffed. I mean, yeah, those rules too. But I'm talking about the rules for the night shift. Nobody filled you in on those?
The confused look on my face seemed to answer his question. He shook his head in exhaustion.
Jeez, they're really just hiring anybody these days, huh? All right. Well, I'll run through 'em with you. It's pretty simple stuff. The long and short of it is that the church out on Aspen Park Road has a sort of special arrangement with the department, so there's a few unique rules in place with them.
Okay, what are the rules? I asked.
Like I said, it's pretty simple stuff. Rule number 1 is that anything out of place you might see around the Aspen Park Road area goes directly to Officer Dean Norris. And I do mean anything. I don't care what you think you see out there. We don't touch it. It goes to Officer Norris and only to Officer Norris.
Okay, noted, I said. But why?
Because Officer Norris knows how to deal with those people. That's why rule number 2. Under no circumstances are you to ever directly respond to or engage with anything you might see around Aspen Park Road. I don't care what it is. I don't care what you think you see. You don't respond to it. You don't engage with it. You make a note, and then you... He gestured to me, waiting on a response. Pass it off to Officer Norris? I finished. Attaboy. You pass it off to him. Rule number 3. If we run into anyone outside of the Aspen Park Road area with a tattoo of a dove skull on their left arm, we do not touch them. We let them go. They are with the church. So like everything else, they go through Norris.
I had some questions about that, but figured it was probably best not to ask them right away.
Rule number 4. We don't enter the church without permission. And rule number 5. We stay off Aspen Park Road between the hours of 7 p.m. and 1 a.m.
So, what, we just don't patrol that area? I asked.
We do not.
But why not?
Because that's part of the agreement. Look, don't pick it apart, alright? Just trust me. The rules are there for a reason. Don't think too hard about it. Don't poke around asking questions. We do our patrol shift, and any problem that isn't covered by the church's rules we deal with normally. Trust me, most of the time you won't even need to think about the church.
Huh, I thought. If we wouldn't even need to think about it, why make such a fuss over the church and its special rules then? The whole thing struck me as a little weird, but what was I going to do about it? Anderson spoke with the confidence of a man who knew the reason for these rules. So maybe it was better to just accept them than go about my business. Besides, if he was right, and I barely even needed to think about the church, they probably wouldn't even come up again. Right? Still, this whole thing didn't sit well with me. Why have some arbitrary set of rules on how to deal with one local church? Didn't make a whole lot of sense. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this was some dumb prank. Yeah, I mean, could be. Maybe it was some sort of hazing. It wasn't very professional, but at least that made more sense. I tried to take Anderson's advice and just not think about it. I figured that on the off chance this whole thing wasn't a dumb joke, there'd be some obvious, simple reason behind these rules that would make sense. Yeah, that had to be it. It had to be. Unsurprisingly, during my first couple of weeks on shift, the church on Aspen Park Road was a non-issue.
We'd pass by the area, but we rarely ever drove down the road itself. And I only actually saw the church on a couple of occasions. At a glance, didn't look like anything special. The Church of the Sacred Dove was a boxy white brick building with a large chapel and a sloped roof. I probably wouldn't have even noticed it existed if it didn't have that set of special rules. My nights on patrol in heaven were a little quieter than my shifts in Columbus had been. We'd only get a few calls per night. We usually dealt with drunks, noise, and minor disputes. The most excitement we had during those first few nights was an incident downtown. Some drunk moron flashed a gun at a bar after the bartender tried to cut him off, and that was it. I'd almost completely forgotten about the rules Anderson told me. So when I saw my first weird sight out by Aspen Park Road, I was ready to call it in as normal before he stopped me. It'd been a quiet night, even by heaven's standards. Anderson had pulled into a strip mall to pick up a pack of cigarettes, some cheap coffee, and to have a chat with the owner. He stopped off at that same store every couple nights. The owner usually gave him the scoop on anything of interest happening in the area. Not that there was usually much. Well, while he had his chat that night, I stayed outside for a cigarette. Standing in the cool night air, I took a long drag. I couldn't deny there was a kind of peace out there under the stars. It was the kind of night I'd been dreaming of when I'd moved out here. I mean, it was beautiful. And as I stood under those stars, that's when I heard it. The distant sound of screaming. I paused, lowering my cigarette, before walking out further into the parking lot. The screaming was faint, but it was there, and I could smell something burning on the wind. Not my cigarette. Something else. I found myself wandering toward the edge of the parking lot, following the sound and the smell. I threw away my smoke as I got closer and closer to the road. There was something about that smell. It was weak, but distinct, sickening and sweet at the same time. It was a smell I could almost taste in the back of my throat. It was familiar, but not in a good way. It brought back a vivid memory I had of an incident back in Columbus, where some drunk idiot had run his car off the road. There'd been a fuel leak. By the time we got there, the car had already caught fire. The blaze had turned the car into a burning coffin. I was one of the officers on the scene at the time, and I remember that smell that had filled my nostrils. Burning flesh. What I was smelling now, it reminded me of that. Why? Joey. The sound of my own name tore me away from my thoughts. I looked back towards Anderson. He was standing by the cruiser, a cup of coffee in each hand. You hear that? I asked. Anderson was silent for a moment, before quietly opening the driver's side door. He didn't say a word to me. He just got in the cruiser. I paused before going to join him. I expected to see him fiddling with the radio, but he just keyed the engine. It was coming from the west, I said. There was a smell, too, it was hard to describe. I'm not sure what it was. Don't worry about it, Anderson said. My brow furrowed. What? Why not? I asked. Church stuff. This kind of thing happens every now and then. Just make a note of it and pass it along to Officer Norris. We're not going to have a look? I asked. I heard people screaming. It's a part of their mass or something, Anderson said. Look, don't ask me for details. I don't know anything about it. I just know that it's how they worship. Screaming, fire, you get used to it.
The hell kind of church is that? I asked. What did I just say, kid? Don't ask me for the details. I don't know. And trust me when I tell you that it's better off that way. Leave a note for Norris and he'll have a chat with them, all right?
That answer didn't sit well with me. I didn't like it in the slightest. But what was I going to do? Argue? Anderson had already put on the radio, probably in an effort to end the conversation. He started driving in the opposite direction of Aspen Park Road. Half an hour later, he was chatting with me like nothing had happened. Like I just imagined the screaming and the burning smell. It was odd. Jarring. It was obvious he wanted me to drop it. But look, I didn't become a cop to just turn a blind eye to stuff like this. Maybe it was just some sort of weird outdoor mass. But I knew I wouldn't be able to let it go until I knew for sure. When my shift ended, I went home to sleep for a couple hours. I woke up again sometime past noon. The memory of the faint screams and the smell of burning stayed in my mind. I sat up in bed. Anderson and I had made a note in our end-of-shift report that we'd heard something coming from the Aspen Park Road area. But that was really all we'd done, and I didn't feel like it was enough. Maybe I was just overthinking all this. Anderson, let's be real, he wasn't the best cop I'd ever worked with, but he seemed alright. If he wasn't worried about this, why should I be worried? The rules about the church were weird, sure, but there had to be a logical explanation for all this. I probably was just overthinking it. Probably. But I had to be sure. Maybe going for a little walk along Aspen Park Road would put my mind at ease. No uniform, no badge, no gun. Just me going for a walk. Nobody would give me any grief for that, right? Just a nice walk along Aspen Park Road. Nothing out of order. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that should be fine. I grabbed my jacket and my wallet, and I went out for a walk. My apartment wasn't too far away. It's about a half hour away, and I could probably use the exercise. There'd been a light dusting of snow that night. It finally felt like winter as I walked through town. The wind kicked up flurries of powdered snow around my feet as I got closer to Aspen Park Road. In daylight, there really didn't seem to be anything all that special about it. It was a normal street on the edge of the more suburban part of town. The church and its property dominated a good stretch of the road. The other side of it was dense forest. Further down was a neighborhood development that couldn't have been more than, 10 years old. The strip mall Anderson and I had stopped off in was just a couple of streets over. As I wandered onto the church's property, I couldn't help but feel like I was trespassing, although I'm not entirely sure why I felt that way. The rules had said we weren't supposed to enter the church uninvited, but they didn't say anything about walking across the property. And, really that was all I was doing. Taking a scenic stroll across an open lot. I wasn't harming anyone. I wasn't causing any kind of disturbance. I was just walking across the property. There wasn't anything wrong with that, was there? This was a church, not Area 51. I wandered across the lawn behind the church. Not really sure what I was looking for. Evidence of something, I suppose. Maybe I'd know it when I saw it. Maybe. As I crossed the field behind the church, my eyes were drawn to the woods out back. I paused, staring at them, and then I noticed something in the snow. Some sort of clearing. It looked like there was a large bonfire pit in the middle of it.
Now this looks interesting. I glanced back at the church to make sure nobody was watching me before making my way over. I was right near the bonfire pit. Someone had been burning something there. Judging by the blackened remains of wood, it had been used recently. Now, by itself, the bonfire pit really wasn't all that suspicious. Anderson had mentioned that fires were part of their masses. This had probably just been where they'd been hosting it. But the memory of the screaming and the burning still stuck with me. The mass hadn't sounded like anything I'd ever heard before. Maybe I shouldn't have been hung up on that, but I was. Maybe if it was just the screaming, I could have let it go. I don't know. But that smell, it still bothered me, you know? I've only smelled it once before, and I've heard people say that you never forget it. Maybe it was nothing. I wanted it to be nothing, but I had to know for sure. I crouched down beside the bonfire. I brushed through the snow and the ash, still unsure what I was looking for. Maybe I was looking for nothing at all. Nothing would be proof that this was, well, nothing to worry about. My fingers brushed against something hard, and I fished it out. What I found, it was a small bone, bleached by fire. My stomach lurched as I examined it. There was no denying what this was. It was a bone, although it was hard to say exactly where it came from. This could have easily been an animal bone. By itself, well, it didn't confirm anything, but that didn't help the uneasy feeling in my gut. I turned the bone over in my hands. I studied it, as if staring at it would help me figure out where it had come from. And that was when I heard the voice behind me. "You're a little late for Mass, aren't you?" I stood up, putting the bone in my pocket as I did. There was a woman standing behind me. She had narrow brown eyes and auburn hair that flickered like fire in the snow. She wore a white dress with no coat, despite the cold. I noticed a tattoo on the inside of her wrist. Some sort of bird skull, I think. I didn't get a good look at it. "Oh, hi, sorry, just out on a walk. I was just curious because I thought I saw a new fire pit. I'm new in town, by the way. I'm just sort of looking for places, to meet people," I said. None of what I said came out smoothly, and I tried to laugh off the awkwardness. The woman just continued staring at me, smiling calmly. "It's quite all right," she said. "My name is Harmony. It's a pleasure to meet you." "I'm Joey," I replied. "No coat, huh? You gotta be freezing." Her smile didn't change. "I don't mind the weather," she said softly. "You're new in town, huh? I don't recognize you." Yeah, just moved here. I was actually looking for a new church to join," I said, mostly just trying to justify why I was snooping around. I couldn't tell if she bought it or not. "I see. Are you familiar with our church at all?" I've driven past a few times," I said. You with the church?" "I suppose you could call me the local pastor," she said. "I took over from my father about, 10 years ago, give or take." "Family business, huh?" I asked. Her smile seemed to widen a little. "I suppose so," she said. "Oh, but he'd probably hate what I've done with the place. He was a bit more of an evangelical. You know the type. There used to be a sign out front, preaching the coming end of days. I don't really get into all of that. My ideas about religion are a little different than his." "Really?" I asked. "How so?" "Oh, he believed church was like a horsewhip. Believe or burn in hellfire. Well, I see it more as a shepherd's crook, bringing the community together, guiding them in one direction, towards the truth.
Sounds nice, I said.
I'd like to think so. I believe in the strength of community. Whether or not you believe in a higher truth, you can believe in that. You can put your faith in that. That's why we have the bonfires.
So, it's more of a community gathering than a mass? I asked.
Well, we do have more traditional masses, but many nights I'll have members of the community here and we'll gather by the fire. It's a fairly informal event. You're welcome to join us if you'd like. You may even make a few new friends, she said.
Now, I'd be lying if I said that the offer didn't sound a little tempting, but the unease in the back of my mind still lingered. Something about this woman, it felt off, and I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Maybe it was the vacant smile, or the strange tone of her voice. Maybe it was something else. Oh, we'll see, I said. I work nights, but if I can make it out, I'd love to.
Well, I hope to see you there, Harmony said. In the meantime, feel free to stop by if you ever need anything or have any questions. My door is always open.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe I'll take you up on that, I assured her. I should really get going, but I'll see you around.
Yes, see you around,
she said calmly, and she watched me as I left. I could feel her eyes on me as I made my way back to the road, and when I looked back, she was still standing there by the ashes of the bonfire, just watching me. When I got back on shift that night, I had to ask Anderson about the Church of the Sacred Dove. I caught him in the station's gym about a half hour before patrol. He was on one of the treadmills, so I hopped up on the one beside him. He greeted me with a single nod.
"Hey, how goes it, kid?"
he asked. "I can't complain," I said, half lying. "How you doing?"
"Oh, same old, same old. You know how it goes."
I nodded, and we got into small talk for a bit, shooting the breeze while I worked up to my real question. So, what exactly is up with the church on Aspen Park Road? I've heard of some weird churches in my time, but they seem different.
Trust me, kid. The less you talk about 'em, the better," Anderson said.
Yeah, you keep saying that. But I'd ask a lot less questions if I knew why we weren't supposed to talk about them. Anderson huffed at that, before slowing down the pace of his treadmill.
"It's a long, ugly story, kiddo," he said. "I'll admit, even I don't know all the details."
"Well, what do you know?" I asked.
"Alright, it used to be run by some old guy. Your typical hellfire and brimstone preacher. It was a lot less interesting back then. But after he passed away a few years back, his daughter took over. She's a lot more, what's the word for it, New Age, spirituality, occult stuff, animal sacrifices."
"Animal sacrifices?" I repeated.
"Yeah, apparently. They've got an understanding with the county. Look. Our job isn't to get into it. Our job is to just keep the peace. Whatever they've got going on out there, it's all above board with the county and the department. So it is best to just keep your distance from it. People get in trouble for poking around that stuff too much. I'd hate to see you ending up like them."
Fair enough, I said softly. Anderson stopped his treadmill, and he took a long swig from his water bottle. I'm hitting the showers. Look, I'm not trying to intimidate you, Joey. I'm really not. But it's better if you don't think about that church. Leave a note for Norris, and you will be so much happier, trust me. I think he was trying to be reassuring with those words. But if anything, it all just made me more queasy. While Anderson went off to the locker rooms, I left the treadmill and moved on to the exercise bike. I thought about the bone I'd found earlier. If they were using the bonfires for animal sacrifice, then the bone had probably come from that. But there was still uncertainty in the back of my mind. As I sat on the exercise bike, I knew it wouldn't go away until I found out for sure. My nights working with Anderson were quiet. We broke up a few loud parties, dealt with some domestic disturbances, and we picked up a couple of drunks down at the bar. That was really it. Nothing seemed to happen around the Aspen Park Road area. If anything, things were especially quiet out there. Well, for a few nights at least. It was about 3 days after I'd found the bone that I saw a man in a white robe running down the street. We'd been driving in his direction when I noticed him. It was impossible to miss him, even in the dark. Our headlights lit up those robes of his like a Christmas tree. We were only about a block from Aspen Park Road. I clearly remember that the time was just past midnight. Anderson, I said, pointing out the man as if he wasn't right in front of us. I saw him stare at the man on the street. I expected him to slow down, put on our lights, and check in on the guy. He didn't. He just watched him quietly and moved over a little bit to avoid hitting him. The man seemed to see us. The man stretched out his arms, running for the car, and I could see genuine terror on his face, a wild-eyed panic that was close to hysteria. Anderson still didn't stop. He just kept going. He drove past the man who was desperately chasing after us. "What the hell are you doing?" I asked. "Rules are rules, Joey," he said plainly. "We just keep moving." "The hell we do?" I snapped, trying to unlock the door so I could get out. We weren't going that fast. I could get out of the car without getting hurt. The moment I put my hand on the door, though, Anderson grabbed my wrist, braking hard. "Don't," he warned. His eyes burned into mine. They were more intense than I'd ever seen them. The man in the white robe had caught up with our car. I could hear him banging on my window. I could hear him screaming. Tears streamed down his face as he tried to pull my door open, but Anderson had locked it. "We don't respond to the things we see out here, Joey," he said. "We leave them be, and we leave a note for Officer Norris." I stared at him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "Jesus, Anderson, there's a man pounding on our window," I said. "We don't respond," he replied. I tried to open the door again, but he lunged for me, pinning me against my seat. "This is for your own good, kid," he said, as I tried to fight him off. Outside of the car, the man in the white robe was watching us, his eyes wide with terror. I noticed 5 figures behind him. They emerged from the darkness on the edge of the street. All of them were dressed in black robes with hoods that hid their faces. The man in the white robe didn't seem to notice them just yet. He was still focused on Anderson and me fighting in the car. Anderson glanced over at the man. I know he saw the figures approaching him, but he didn't do anything. He just kept his weight on me, leaving me helpless to stop what was coming next. The man in the white robe finally seemed to notice the newcomers behind him, and he was terrified. He started to run, but the dark-robed figures quickly closed the distance. I squirmed violently, trying to reach for the taser in my belt, and as soon as he realized what I was doing, he grabbed my wrist. "Don't," he said again. "Just let it go, Joey. Let it go." All I could do was watch as the black-robed figures dragged the screaming man away. He fought against them. He kicked, he cried, but he couldn't escape. They took him away, and there was nothing I could do to stop them. I pounded on Anderson's shoulders like a kid having a tantrum, but he didn't budge. He just kept me pinned to the seat. "The rules exist for a reason," he said. "I get it. All right, I get it. It's not in your nature to look the other way. I get it. But you don't get involved in the church's affairs. Do you understand that?" "That man was running," I tried to argue, "and will leave a note for Norris." "Who the hell even is Norris?" I snapped. "Who's Officer Norris, huh? Because you know what? In the past few weeks I've been here, I've never seen or heard anyone else mention anyone named Officer Dean Norris. But he's the guy we send to deal with these calls? A guy who, as far as I can tell, doesn't even exist. That man was running scared, Anderson. We're supposed to do something about it." I tried to push Anderson off me, but he still wouldn't move. "Don't," he said. "Joey, don't." "Go to hell," I snapped. I slammed my head against his, and I knocked him back just a few inches. I threw the cruiser door open and I stumbled out. The man in the white robe couldn't have gotten far. I just needed to catch up. Suddenly, every muscle in my body clenched as I experienced what I can only describe as the unholy combination of a full-body cramp and getting hit by a baseball bat. I'd been shot with a taser before, back during my training in Columbus. I'd always hoped I wouldn't have to experience that again, but I guess Anderson had other ideas. I crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, twitching as I did. Anderson stood over me, watching me writhe on the ground. "Don't be a hero, Joey," he said. "Heroes don't last long in this town, and the rest of us survive by following the rules. This is her town. It's been her town for the past 10 years. So please just stop." I rolled onto my back, panting heavily. I saw Anderson staring down at me. I could see that he'd drawn his gun. He wasn't aiming it at me, but it was there. A silent warning against trying anything else. After a moment, he offered me a hand. "Stand up," he said calmly. "Let's call it a night, all right? Let's get a coffee and move on, okay? Let's put this behind us." Despite the sincerity in his voice, I think he knew damn well that putting this behind us wasn't really an option. I could see it in his eyes. But behind his determination, I could also see hope. Hope that I'd see the light and just let it go. I let out a tired exhale before reaching for his hand and letting him pull me to my feet. "Attaboy," he said. "Now let's get you a coffee, all right? Come on, into the cruiser." He gestured to the open passenger side door, and I shuffled in. My entire body still hurt. But there wasn't much else I could do. Anderson closed the door behind me, and then he went around the car to get in the driver's seat.
His mistake was taking his eyes off me. I'm not proud of what I did next, but if we did things Anderson's way, we would have been abandoning the man who was begging for our help. Maybe he could do that, but I couldn't. I reached for my pepper spray as soon as he closed the door. When he got back into the car beside me, I emptied the entire can in his face. Anderson screamed, thrashing violently and collapsing back out of the car. I heard him scream my name, but I didn't waste any more time on him. I threw my door open and I stumbled back out onto the street. "Joey! Joey!" I heard Anderson yell, but I was already running. I was following the robed figures back toward Aspen Park Road and the church. It didn't take long before I heard the music. Loud drums and chaotic singing. I could see the light of a bonfire up ahead. It's in the same clearing I'd visited the other day, but this time I could see figures dancing in the firelight. The bonfire towered over the dancers. I paused before moving into the nearby woods. I used the trees and the darkness to hide me as I crept closer. I counted around 20 to 30 people around the fire. About 5 of them were dancing around it. They were all dressed in ceremonial robes that twirled and swished around them, leaving their legs and feet bare against the elements. Each of the dancers wore an elaborate bird skull mask. Their dance, it looked like nothing I'd ever seen before. Their arms swayed in rhythmic, circular patterns. They barely even seemed to move like humans. At the entrance of the clearing stood a woman watching the dancers. She was wearing a familiar white dress. Like the dancers, she also wore a bird mask and stood barefoot in the snow. Harmony. It had to be her. Beside her, I could see 2 groups of black-robed figures. Each one of them were holding back a stranger dressed in white. One of them, it was the man I'd seen on the road. The other was someone new, a second man who also looked scared out of his head. There was a part of me that wanted to rush into that clearing, draw my gun, and break up whatever this was. But something else kept me rooted to the spot. I watched as the dance reached its climax, until at last, all of the dancers collapsed into the snow, bowing before the fire. Only then did Harmony speak. "We offer now our chosen at this hour of winter," she began. "We offer them to you, O greatness, he of sickle claw and hungry beak, he of endless eyes and grinding teeth. We offer you this feast, O holiest of holies." She raised her arms. As if on cue, the 2 captured strangers were dragged towards the fire. I could see them fighting. I could hear them screaming. The smell of burning flesh flashed in my memory, and I remembered the bone I'd found in the ashes of that very bonfire. In that moment, I knew that every fear that had lurked in my mind about this place was true. They were going to burn those people alive. Sacrificing them to what? I went for my gun. The people in the clearing didn't seem armed. I could shut this down. I could end it. I needed to end it. I fired 3 shots into the air as I charged out of the trees, and Harmony calmly turned to look at me as I did. "Whatever the hell this is, it ends now,"
I spat. "Let those people go."
The figures in black didn't respond. They held their victims tightly as they struggled to break free. "Well, Joey, was it?" Harmony asked, her voice still calm. "Seems you've made it to one of our gatherings after all."
"I don't know what you think you're doing here, but I'm putting an end to it," I snapped. "Let those people go now."
I aimed my gun at Harmony's chest, and she just laughed. "It's charming that you think you hold authority over me," she said. "But, very well, I'll humor you." She clapped her hands twice. "Let them go." At her command, the 2 prisoners were released and took off at a run. "There. See? I'm capable of being reasonable," she said softly. "He, on the other hand, is not." "What the hell are you talking about?" I asked. "You really are clueless about what we're doing here, aren't you?" "I'm not surprised. You're with the local police, aren't you? I suppose they didn't really explain our arrangement with them."
"Just because you've got them in your pocket, it doesn't mean you've got me too," I said.
"In my pocket," she said. "You really are small-minded. I suppose you think that this is either madness or some sort of conspiracy, don't you? But it's all much more simple than that."
"Then enlighten me."
"This ground we stand on is consecrated. We stand on a temple, and we stand here in worship. Only our prayer is a little more direct than most." She looked at me, before noticing my confusion. "Well, my father didn't understand it either," she said. "He believed what a god needed was loyalty, prayer, servitude, and yes, these things are necessary. But above all, a god wants food. He wants to be fed, and we feed him."
"Lady, you are well and truly nuts," I said, keeping my gun trained on her. "Get on the ground, hands behind your head."
"You're going to arrest me?" she asked. "You think he will allow you to place one hand on me?"
"You know what, let's find out," I said, keeping my gun on her as I approached. She didn't put up a fight. She only watched me, a look of amusement on her face as I came closer. I put a hand on her shoulder, trying to force her down to her knees. But as I did, the clearing grew brighter. A blinding flash rose from the flames, not a flare from the fire, but something else. The bonfire seemed to grow. It seemed to change. For a moment, I was sure that there was something in the fire, something watching me. I couldn't make out exactly what. I could make out shapes, wings, eyes. Too many eyes. Sharp teeth, but not much else. My ears began to ring. The light around me was blinding. I couldn't look at it. I couldn't focus. I didn't remember falling into the snow, but I must have. Because next thing I knew, Harmony was standing over me. She was smiling through that bird mask of hers. "And so now you see," she said, before looking back towards the men in the black robes. cast this one into the fire, as he has freed our intended sacrifices. He shall take their place." I tried to stand, but I felt hands grabbing me, forcing to my feet. The gun was torn out of my hand. I stared into the fire. Countless eyes stared back at me from the flames. "No, no," was the only word I could say. "Wait!" A new voice echoed through the clearing. Harmony turned to look where it came from, and I saw Anderson standing at the edge of the tree line, holding up a hand. "Don't do this," Anderson panted. "Don't do this." "He's cost us our sacrifices this evening, Anderson. Why should he be spared?" Harmony asked. "Please, it's my fault he got involved. I should have stopped him. I should have made him realize. Please, it's my fault." "So we should take you instead," she hummed. "How noble. Give me one reason why I shouldn't sacrifice you both." "He's seen what you do here. He knows what's in the fire," Anderson said. "He's more used to you alive now. Just like I was. Just like Norris was." Harmony was silent for a moment. "Oh, and so we finally come full circle, don't we, Jeremiah Anderson?" I saw Anderson hesitate for a moment, before giving a single nod. Yes, we have." Harmony seemed to think for a moment, before giving a nod. "Very well then. If you're so determined, then you will go to the fire." Anderson didn't say anything to that, but his eyes locked on mine. There was meaning in that last look he gave me. More meaning than simple words could convey. Scolding, fear, hope, and a plea. With that one last look between us, I understood Anderson better than I had in all the weeks we'd worked together. I didn't say anything to him. I didn't nod. I just stared back at him. Grateful, terrified, unsure of what might happen next. "Thank you," Anderson said, and I'm not sure if he was talking to me or to Harmony. And then he turned and stared into the fire. Taking one final breath, I watched as he began to walk towards it. His footsteps faltered. There was fear in his every movement. But he didn't stop. He didn't hesitate. He offered himself to the fire, and as it consumed him, as the flames melted the flesh from his bones, filling my nostrils with the stench of burning meat, as his screams faded into the night, I watched. It was about a year later that they sent me a new recruit to work with on the night shift. Some kid from Toledo. Been a cop for 3 years. He figured that starting fresh in some rural small town might do him some good. As I met him for the first time in the break room before our first shift together, I sized him up. I lit myself a cigarette before starting. "I don't know what your shifts were like back in Toledo, but the night shifts here tend to get pretty weird," I said. He assured me he can handle it, and for some reason, that made me laugh. "That's what they all say, kiddo. Look, there's Toledo weird, and then there's heaven weird. Believe me when I say
They're two completely different animals, and it's best if you don't ask too many questions about it. Look, just follow the rules and you'll be okay. It's that simple. He just stared at me with a confused look. Nobody had told him about the rules? I sighed and shook my head. Jeez, they're really just hiring anybody these days, huh? Right, well, I'll run through them with you. It's pretty simple stuff. The long and short of it is that the church out on Aspen Park Road has a special sort of arrangement with the department. So there's a few unique rules in place with them. Rule number 1 is that anything out of place you might see around the Aspen Park Road area goes directly to Officer Jeremiah Anderson. And I do mean anything. I don't care what you think you see out there. We don't touch it. It goes to Officer Anderson, and only to Officer Anderson. You got that? The trainee nodded. But I knew he didn't understand. He thought he did, just like I once thought I did. But he didn't understand. He couldn't. Not unless he saw it himself. I understood, though, just like Anderson once understood. You can't fight a god. All you can do is play by its rules.
I won't beat around the bush. Might as well get right to it. The instructions for the successful defense of the Tartarus Mall are sure and simple. First things first, Tartarus ain't actually the mall's name. That's just what I call the place on account of the store I have to guard. I won't tell you the mall's proper name for security reasons. But yeah, so one of the stores in the mall is called Tartarus, and this store is perpetually closed. I've never seen it open. A metal sheet lives across its door, and its window displays are always empty, boarded up even. The instructions, to put them simply, are as follows. Number 1, watch Tartarus. Number 2, don't let anyone in. And number 3, don't let anyone out. I work the shift from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., Monday to Friday. Gets pretty damn boring. Mall closes at 9, last staff are out by 9:20, and then it's just me. Just myself. A gruff and relatively miserable middle-aged man, all alone in this mall. There's 5 other men like me. Or hell, some could be women, I guess. 2 of them do the weekend, I hear. The other 2 do weekdays. One works 4 a.m. to 12 noon, and the other from noon to 8 p.m. We're not supposed to meet each other. That being said, I'm pretty sure I bumped into the guy who works the noon to 8 p.m. shift once. He just had this look about him. 20 years younger than myself, I should think. Hard to tell since he was wearing a mask, but he'd seen some shit. You can see it in their eyes. He nodded at me as I passed him by. Seemed to realize he was running late. Could have just been a stranger, I guess. Ex-military or something. But I don't know. Just had a feeling. I'm working right now, in fact. It's a typical dead and quiet night. The moon is out, and its light shines through the purple-tinted glass of the roof, washing the vast open plan of the mall in a pleasant, dreamlike violet. I glance over to Tartarus. The metal sheet door sits resolutely in place. The windows are dark and dead. You can hear stuff coming through sometimes. Whispers and mutterings. On some nights, the metal rattles. Those nights ain't fun. I take a sip of my coffee and lean back in my chair. I say my chair. It's one of the mall's massage chairs. It isn't turned on, but it's still comfy. As I try to relax, the music in one of my headphones starts cutting in and out. I grumble in frustration and pluck the bud from my ear to fiddle with it. Damn things. I need new ones, really. But I wouldn't have the faintest idea what to look for.
My daughter got me these 8 years ago, I think it was. They might have been good then, but they ain't much good now. They've held out pretty well this whole time, though, so that's something, I guess. Still, frustrating. I'm listening to Jolene tonight. Or, well, trying to. My employers are secretive people. I was scouted for this position, and you know what? It actually pays pretty well. I've been doing this stint for 5 years now, and only felt the need to ask for a pay raise once in all that time. And they gave it to me. No question. I suppose I could ask for another, but hey, I don't want to push my luck. The money is decent. And for what? Watching a damn closed-up store in an empty mall. Keep some secrets, and occasionally, do what needs to be done. Don't let anyone in. Don't let anyone out. I take a sip of my coffee. I think back to my early days. Back to when my daughter was still just a young kid. I was far more curious about it all back then. Hell, who wouldn't be? I glance over to the metal door of Tartarus. Towards the end of my very first week, I'd already dislodged that thing. It ain't hard if you got a bit of strength to you. Raise it up and then unlock the barred door behind. Easy enough if you have the key. And then you just stroll right in. I don't know what kind of a store Tartarus might once have been. I remember looking around. The walls were painted red and black and gray, and were peeling. Scruffs and scratch marks streak the carpets. The place was pretty empty, although not entirely so. There's a dusty old right-angled counter in the middle, and I remember seeing a clear plastic spray bottle, half filled atop this counter. No cash register, no items or racks or shelves, just this one bottle, a small rag, and a marker pen right beside it. The bottle was labeled bleach. In the far corners of the store, which, by the way, appeared ever so slightly further and wider than one would expect, in these far corners were a collection of eerie mannequins. All faceless, leaned and stacked against each other in various sizes. All faceless, all stripped of clothing. Some of the mannequins had stuff written across their faces. I remember walking up to them, walking past and taking a closer look. Upon the closest was written, Jaden-R. Curious. On the next was written, Charlotte-R. And then on the third, a little further along, Zach-S. I couldn't make sense of it back then. I remember puzzling over the names. I counted 5 different initials in total. R, S, N, T, and SL. There were 7 mannequins with names attached to R, 4 attached to S, 2 marked with an N, 2 marked with a T, and only a single mannequin labeled with an SL. One of these mannequins, a male figure labeled with a T, had been crossed through with a large black X, and 5 of them were entirely blank. I found a storeroom near the back filled with dozens more. What the hell is this place? And you know, these mannequins weren't even the weirdest thing about the abandoned store. The weirdest thing by far was hidden behind the counter, right in the center of the room. A singular, deep, dark hole right there in the middle of the floor. Damn, I'd murmured aloud, peering cautiously down. The hole in the ground reminded me of one of those kid slides, the types you see in McDonald's funhouses and ball pit playpens. Old and dusty and grimy, hard plastic, it went down about 6 or 7 feet into the darkness and then rounded a gentle corner. And there was something else, too. Around the hole, around the tunnel's entrance, there's this general creeping sense of unease. It's tough to explain. There's this sense that the floor upon which you walk is fragile. Far more fragile than you give it credit for. That everything is more fragile than you give it credit for, in fact. It's a cold and clammy sensation, and it gets right under your skin. You can hear the whispering more clearly when around the hole, too, if you stay there long enough. In the early days, I'd stick around that creepy tunnel for ages, despite the unease. The allure of that mystery was too great. Almost an hour at a time. I even went down into the tunnel, too, despite my caution. Poked around, had a good look to see where it led. I quickly stopped doing that. I don't go into Tartarus anymore. Not unless I have to. Not unless I really, really have to go down into that tunnel, but thankfully, such an occasion is rare. I shiver. Don't much feel like talking about that right now. I take another sip of coffee, sighing with frustration as my right earbuds cut out yet again. Damn thing. I take it out to fiddle with it some more, and in doing so, my ear picks up the sound of a pattering in the distance. My senses are primed at once. I reach into my pocket and pause the music. I stand from the chair, set down my coffee, and determine from which direction the noise is coming from. The pattering rises into a murmur, and before long I hear the laughter and muffled speech of what sounds like a group of teenagers. Great. Haven't had to deal with something like this for a while. I check my watch. 1 a.m. I wonder what the cause could be this time. A break-in, perhaps? Or maybe just a group of dumbasses who hid away in some store and waited for the mall to close. Maybe they're making some kind of YouTube video. That's what the last group were doing. When was that? August? September? I shake my head with a grumble. Idiots. I mutter, deciding on tonight's approach and folding my arms, waiting for the group to round the corner at the far side of the mall's open plan. Their laughter becomes louder and louder, growing more obnoxious with each step. They round the corner, and my suspicions are confirmed. 5 teenagers, all washed in that subtle purple light. I'm standing so still that it takes a second for them to spot me. Once they do, however, their laughter cuts out at once, and the pattering ceases as they come to an awkward and sudden stop. I let the moment hang in the air. Then I break it with a simple, "You kids shouldn't be in here. Get the hell out before I call the police." The one in the front of the procession opens his mouth to say something and glances from me to Tartarus and then back. I narrow my eyes. Interesting, and troubling. I'm really, really hoping these dumb kids aren't here to see Tartarus. Though none of them have their phones out. Doesn't look like they're filming any kind of video. "What are you doing here?" the kid at the front asks. He's got some stubble around his chin and an oversized white sweater. I can sense the general anxiety of the group, but this guy seems bolder than the others. "What the hell kind of question is that? I work here. Get out. Don't make me ask you again." "You're not wearing any kind of uniform. And what kind of security guard hangs out right in the middle of the mall?" Sweater takes a step forward and again glances from me to Tartarus, less subtly this time. "Dude, no way. Was Rex telling the truth?" One of the girls of the group mutters to the boy beside her. She looks between me and the accursed store. "You're trespassing," I reiterate, raising my voice. "Just go, for God's sake. Leave by whatever way you came in and leave me to listen to my crappy music." The group's other girl, one to Sweater's left, looks up at me. "Why would you want to listen to crappy music?" she asks. I push some air out through my nose. Well, it's not the music so much as the headphones. Look, that's really not important. I falter, squinting. "Hey, wait a second. Don't I know you? You're one of Abby's friends, right?" Abby is my daughter. The girl's eyes widen and she takes a step back. Yeah, I know you. For God's sake, I'm Abby's father. You're, Maddie, Riley, something like that. Avery? She squeaks. Yeah, that's it. Look, I remember you. You're a good kid. I'm sure you all are. So just get out of here. This is your final warning. What about Tartarus? Sweater asks me. I take another step towards the group. What about it? Well, what's in there? Nothing's in there. That's a lie, chimes in one of the others, a boy to Sweater's right, long blonde hair over his fringe. There's stuff in there. We know there is. I take another step towards them. Kids these days, so reckless. Back when I was young, if I'd seen someone like me in a place like this, at a time like this, I would have ran for my damn life, not engaged in chit-chat. I don't know who you've been talking to, I reply through gritted teeth, but I can assure you that there is nothing of interest to you or to anyone in that empty-ass old closed-down store. So you won't mind if we take a look around it then? Sweater replies, and he draws from his pocket my key. I am actually taken by surprise. It glints violet in the light, but it's my key all right, no doubt about that. The long, sharp, and serrated silver key to Tartarus. I can see the store's logo or symbol or whatever emblazoned across the handle in black. How the... You dropped it back there in the hallway. Sweater replies. Careless, really. There's a tense pause. Now, Sweater says, and the group disperses. Avery goes with Fringe and a pair, but the others all split up and run their separate ways. Oh, for God's sake, I say, taking off after him. How could I be so careless? Dropped my key. But that's impossible. I'm always so careful. Never in all my years have I once lost that key. I watch as Sweater tosses something shiny and silver to the group's other girl before she sprints down an adjacent hallway, past a Claire's and a Starbucks. I am taken by the coordination and pre-planning of this group. Not because Sweater actually passed her the key, but because he pretended to. It was a quick motion, but I caught it. It was just a coin. The actual key was hurriedly and subtly passed to Fringe before they parted ways. I saw the hands connect. These guys are something else. I mutter as I change directions and head off after the duo. God's sake, even if I get rid of them tonight, they'll probably be back. I might have to bring out the big guns to scare these ones away. I race past the mall fountain, a white and marble thing with a life-sized horse carved as its central feature. It doesn't take me long to catch up to him. I may be a little old, but I'm sprintier than I look. Not so fast, I call out, reaching out and grabbing the scruff of Fringe's jacket. He lets out a yelp and skids. Avery carries on a little farther before stopping herself to look back at us. She puts her hands to her mouth. Wait! Liam! Liam, I snarl, looking down into the kid's face as I catch my breath. You've made a mistake here today, kid. Hand over that damn key, and I'll think carefully about what it is that I'll tell your parents. If he's friends with Avery, then he probably goes to my daughter's school, I thought. And if that's the case, shouldn't be too hard to work out who he is. I can't give you it. He stutters, not so confident now. Please. Jesus, have a little backbone. Have some self-respect, kid. Now give it over before you make me take it from you. I've given you guys enough chances already, and I am really starting to lose my patience. I can't give it to you because it's not mine to give. It's mine. No, sir, it isn't. It's Rex's. I pause, Rex? Who the hell's Rex? What are you talking about? It's Bryce's brothers. Bryce? You know, the guy in the white sweater. Don't lie to me, kid. I know a Tartarus key when I see one. And then it hits me. A cold feeling spreads out from my stomach, and I actually think to check my own pocket, the pocket I keep the key in. And I realize that I've been duped. My key is right there in my pocket. It was always there. I draw it out, and it sparkles in the light, silver, with a black logo of Tartarus emblazoned upon it. Of course I didn't drop my key. I would never do such a thing. Which means you have your own key to Tartarus. My voice has dropped, and the entire atmosphere has changed. I think perhaps that Liam and Avery can sense this. I release Liam from my grip, and he stumbles away. Avery goes to him, and they look up at me as I try not to panic, starting to get quite scared now. Where did you get the key? I ask them. Then louder, where did you get it? I told you, Bryce's brother. I'm sorry. We thought there might be someone guarding the store. Rex was drunk the other night. He's always drunk, and he told us. What? What did he tell you? He told us about Tartarus. Shit. Is Rex one of the guards? Could he even be the guy I saw that one time in the mall? Sweat begins to bud on the back of my neck. Very slowly, very calmly, I say to them, just give me the key. Liam glances to Avery, and she checks her watch with a glance. Bryce never gave me the key, Liam says in a quiet voice. He kept it the whole time. He turns out his jacket pockets, and they are empty. I'd be able to see its outline if it were in his jeans. I put my hands on my head. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I hear the sound of the metal sheet door of Tartarus being raised in the mall down the corridor behind me, and I shoot a look back into the purple gloom. He'll have joined up with the others by now, Liam says. Others? There's a whole group of them going down, like 7 or so, I think. I said I'd be part of the distraction. I turn to stare at Avery. She must see something in my eyes because she recoils. Avery, is Abby with you? My daughter, Abby Jones. Come on, I know you know her. You guys are friends. She pauses. No, she isn't with us. I'm not convinced. I can hear the running of quick footsteps in the distance. Avery. I grab her by the shoulders, and she goes deathly pale. You won't get in trouble. Neither will she. I get it if you're trying to cover for your friend, but you have to tell me, is Abby a part of this group? No. I said no. She stumbles over her words. We asked her if she wanted to come, and she said it was stupid. Well, at least one of you has some damn sense, I retort, releasing her. I'm not convinced, however. I'm really not convinced. I take off back down the corridor, leaving the 2 quaking kids behind. Go home, I shout at them, racing through the midnight mall. I stumble to a stop by my massage chair, staring in horror at the entrance to Tartarus. The metal sheet that covers the door is not currently covering the entire door. It's clearly been lifted and dropped back down, and has not settled properly into place. I can hear from here that the door behind it is open. Shit, I swear, and curse my way to the door and haul the metal sheet up with a grunt, pushing into the store itself. I am instantly struck with a wave of unease. Handprints and shoe prints are marked all over the dusty countertop in front of me. I glance to my right as I stride over. The nearest mannequin rests awkwardly against the wall. A faceless man, with his arm raised in a sad, silent wave. Crossed out, it says DERR, and then Darren, -R, is written across the mannequin's face in black marker. I swallow with a dry throat. Could that be your writing, Rex? I try not to think about it. I'm not supposed to know. I jump the counter and look down into the dark, hard plastic of the tunnel in the floor. I run my hands through my gray-flecked hair and look around. The mannequins watch silently, judging. I swear some more. I slam a fist down onto the counter. I think over the instructions. Number 1, watch Tartarus. Number 2, don't let anyone in. And number 3, don't let anyone out. I also think about whether or not my daughter might be amongst this group of young idiots. How close she was to the people who have just leapt so foolishly down into the dark. I consider what I would want if another parent saw my Abby head down into such a dangerous place. And after a moment, I sigh and return to the front door of the store, locking it closed behind me, and then heading back to the hole behind the counter. I don't get paid enough for this shit, I mutter as I prepare to follow on down. The tunnel in the ground seemed to know I intended to enter. The whispering coming from the depths increases, becoming a fog-like shivering and rattling around the back of my head. I sit myself down on the tunnel's edge, and with one last deep breath, I push myself off the side and drop down into the dark. The hard plastic of the tunnel carries me down and around the corner like a slide. Down it goes, turning this way and that, before steadily leveling out. I grunt and readjust myself as I slow to a stop. The tunnel is rather claustrophobic, but it's fine. I've been down here before. I have to turn onto my front on my hands and knees. I do so and crawl forwards for about 2 minutes or so, before rounding one last corner. Ahead of me at the end of the tunnel is a narrow pinprick of pale purple light, same shade to the light in the mall upstairs. I mutter to myself, pushing down the fear, and continue my crawling, knees aching as I do so. You gotta be more careful, Matthew, I think to myself, chiding myself for being so careless. Can't let this sort of thing happen again. This was too many kids by far. The purple light at the end of the tunnel grows a little brighter. The view into the world beyond becomes clear. I can't hear any of the teenagers, I realize, which is not a good sign. Not a good sign at all. My heart is pounding. I'm not supposed to be down here. No one is supposed to be down here. And yet, here we are. Pull yourself together, I think. Let's get this over with. Abby might be down here. Despite what Avery said, she might still be down here with her friends. And I clamber out from the tunnel's exit and into the place that lies beyond, and beneath. I stand in a room with blue-green peeling walls, scuffed floors. It's kind of like the Tartarus store, only with a different color scheme. And there are no mannequins. No creepy-ass mannequins with names and initials written all over their faces. The windows ahead are not boarded up, and there's no metal sheet over the door that leads out. I glance behind me. The tunnel does not go down into the floor, of course. It instead carries on in a straight line and disappears through the back wall. I return my gaze to the room's front door and stride towards it, heading out and into the plain beyond. Goosebumps shiver up my skin as I step through the door and look around, reminding myself of the layout. I stand in a mirror reflection of the mall upstairs. It changes and warps the further from the tunnel's exit you go, but here, for now, I stand more or less in the center of a copy of the mall. A copy with a few key differences, of course. As always, there's that faint, almost imperceptible music. Orchestral. Sad, but beautiful. You have to strain to hear it, but it's there. It's always there. Sounds like it's always on the verge of a crescendo that never comes. My surroundings and I are bathed in that same purplish light, but there's no moon on this side. No stars are visible through the glass above. There's only pitch black. It isn't clear where the light comes from exactly. It just seems to hang in the air. I turn around. The Tartarus store stands behind me, though it isn't called Tartarus on this side. It's called Gaia. And whilst the windows are empty and free from displays of any kind, they're not boarded up. There was no metal sheet I had to lift to get out. The door is unlocked and easily accessible. Whilst at first glance, the surrounding stores seem familiar and plain, close inspection of each reveals that they are anything but. There's no English used down here. The letters might appear to be recognizable if you skim your eyes past them, but the storefronts are covered in no native language of mine. It's nothing but strange symbols and unusual lines and shapes. My footsteps echo as I walk the length of the mall's central hall, closer to the fountain and the statue upon it. It's not a horse on this side. It's an enormous coiled snake, white marble, lidless, staring eyes. And sitting atop it, I jump in shock and swear to myself under my breath. He's often lurking around down here, but he's never in the same place. And he's a frightful son of a bitch, too, to put it lightly.
Hello, Minus.
Comes the voice of the figure sat upon the snake's head, like a hiss almost. The voice is smooth, yet unsettling. Good evening, Typhon, I reply steadily, composing myself and looking up at him. You're looking handsome tonight. Typhon has tonight chosen the form of myself. Sitting up on the top of the snake is a copy of me, though, as with the mall, the copy is twisted. Typhon's copy of me is pure white, and when I say that, I mean everything. The hair, the skin, the clothes, all a mist-like, ghostly white, all except for the eyes. There's no color in the eyes, just void black. Typhon grins and flickers out his tongue, like a snake's. He cocks his head at me.
You've made a tragic mistake tonight, haven't you, Minus?
Typhon doesn't know my name. It's safer that way, and I intend to keep it as such. He knows that it begins with an M, however, and he chooses to refer to me as Minus. A mistake, sure. I don't intend for it to be tragic, though. We all make mistakes, I say.
Some more than others,
Typhon replies, licking his teeth. He does not blink. There is a pause. Well, I'd best be looking for them then, I say, doing my best to sound casual. I imagine you saw where they all went?
I did. I saw where they went.
And I don't suppose you're going to tell me, are you?
When did I become so predictable?
Typhon replies, with a stretched, white grin. All right. Well, I'll be seeing you then, Typhon. I start walking around the statue of the snake on its fountain. I watch in my peripheral vision as Typhon creeps like a lizard across the statue's head.
Have you thought some more about the offer I made you, Minus?
Typhon asks, his voice dropping and the hiss in his throat becoming more prominent.
It will save you a great deal of trouble a little further down the line.
I doubt that, I reply, looking directly ahead and leaving the statue of the snake behind me. And as before, my answer is no.
Well, the offer stands. I do hope you change your mind.
I hear the sound of Typhon scuttling down the marble of the statue. I shoot a quick glance over my shoulder, but he's already vanished. And when I'm sure he's gone, I breathe just a little easier. It may not seem like it, but Typhon scares me more than most down here. He was in a good mood tonight. I continue on along my way, aware that the clock is ticking, ears straining for any hint of the group, listening intently for any clattering, speaking, or screaming to accompany that faint orchestral music. I think hard. The kid in the oversized white sweater, the ringleader of this little group. What was it that the duo upstairs had said his name was? Bryce. And Bryce's older brother is a guy named Rex, a nighttime alcoholic by their accounts, and the owner of the key Bryce used to get them all down here. This troubles me greatly. Ignorance is bliss. I know more now than I'd wanted to. So Rex is likely one of my mysterious colleagues, another of the shift workers, the tragic guardians of Tartarus. It fits, given the existence of the R initial scrawled across many of the mannequins upstairs, and this colleague of mine has supposedly been careless with his key. Stupid bastard, I mutter, though my heart goes out to him. And now his brother is down here in the depths, maybe with Abby. I increase my pace. If I'd heard stories about this place from an older brother through drunk ramblings, I guess, where would I want to go first? If I was some stupid kid? A couple of potential answers come to mind, and I settle on one, adjusting my course and heading to the right. I pass beneath the silent, watchful gaze of the eerie storefronts on either side. The color schemes, all washed in violet, of course, seem vaguely familiar in one's peripheral vision, but when you turn to look directly at them, well, as I said, they ain't anything recognizable, dreamlike, and nonsensical. I can hear voices ahead, male and female, kid voices. It's them, all right. I start jogging. I round the next corner. In the mall upstairs, the actual mall, I guess, this right here would be one of the mall's exits. The corridor leads to a large bookstore, and if you walk right through the center, then you leave into one of the parking lots. You can see the exit from the store's entrance. Down here, however, beneath Tartarus, the bookstore does not lead to an exit. It only leads into more corridors of the mall. There are no windows. There are glass panes in the walls, sure, but they only give you a view back into the mall, not to the outside. The layout starts getting weirder from here, more labyrinth-like. In the center of the bookstore is another feature that is missing in the one upstairs, a giant carved titan. It cowers with one hand above its monstrous face, snarled in rage and fear. As with the snake, and I suppose with the horse, it appears to be made of white marble and is so huge that it takes up the bulk of the room's center. Even the escalators do not rise above the top of its head. The teenagers are in here. There are 7 of them, as Liam and Avery had suggested there would be. There's Bryce, the oversized white sweater guy. There's the 2 from the initial group, a boy and a girl, and 4 new ones. I am relieved to see that Abby is not with them, though, and it appears that Avery may have told me the truth. It does concern me, though, what Bryce may have told Abby about this place, about Tartarus, and whether she would have believed any of it. And if she did, whether she connected any of it to myself. Upon my arrival, they all turned to me at once, high off of the energy of doing something you're not supposed to do. The feverish excitement of being in some place secretive and strange. None of them have any idea what sort of danger they're in. I can see it in their faces. None except for Bryce, maybe. I come to a stop, and we regard each other. Them and I. "Do they know, kid?" I ask him after a beat, careful not to use his name. "Do they know the danger that you've put them all in tonight?" I look them over. "And don't use each other's names," I add. "If you call each other by your real names down here, then you might not get back up. There are creatures down here that are always listening." "What's he talking about, Bryce?" One of the girls ask him, the excitement faltering in her demeanor. "For God's sake," I bellow, striding forwards. They back up against the base of the statue of the Titan. "What did I just say? What the hell is wrong with teenagers? Why are y'all so damn thoughtless?" I jab a finger into the girl's face. I appreciate that she's just a girl and I'm a grown man, and the gesture might come across as quite frightening. But, frankly, I don't particularly care. My priority is getting them all out of here. "I said no names. No names. Do not use my name. If you happen to know it, do not use your friends' names, or else you might just get stuck down here forever." I grab Bryce's collar and swing him round, throwing him a little ways towards the bookstore's entrance, back towards the mall corridor, the way we came. "You have put your friends in danger tonight," I tell him. "Now you can think of a way to apologize to them as we head back to the entrance." "Go to hell, old man," Bryce replies, snarling at me. "Bryce," murmurs the girl behind me in shock. I spin around. "If I have to tell you one more time." "Leave her alone," Bryce shouts. "We're not going with you. We all knew the risk coming down here, and we're not leaving until we've completed our mission." "What the hell are you talking about, kid?" I reply, exasperated. "Why are you so intent on being down here? Just let me do my job. For God's sake, I'm getting real tired of this shit. Why are you so stubborn? This isn't the place for some dumb teenage urban exploring." "We're not urban exploring, you miserable old son of a bitch," Bryce replies, folding his arms and fuming. "My brother gets sicker every day," he says. "I won't say his name, but you know who I mean. He's worked at the mall for so long. I don't know why he doesn't just quit already." "The contract is 3 years, I murmur. "He can quit at the end of every 3-year period if he wanted to." "Then why doesn't he?" Bryce replies. "Why does he put himself through it again and again? And what the hell even is this place?" He puts his head in his arms and then throws them out wide. "It's all real. It's all real. I thought it was drugs. I thought that my brother might be wasting away in some crack den, but the more I researched, the more I stalked and watched. It's all real. Tartarus." He pauses, gathers himself. "My friends came down here with me voluntarily. They trust me because I trust them." There's a murmur of determined agreement from behind me, from the little gathering. Bryce's eyes flash. "And if it's all real, then that means Typhon is real, and it's his fault. It's all his fault." The air in the corners of my vision begin to shimmer slightly. A book on a nearby table stand starts to shake. "Kid," I say, carefully and quietly. I walk forwards and try to usher him onwards. "It's time to go." He shoves me away, and his friends go to stand by his side, staring back at me, some anxiously, some defiantly. It's Typhon's fault that my brother's stuck in this job. I'm not sure how exactly, but I know it must be his fault, and I know he's evil. So, we're gonna find him, and we're gonna kill him. I cannot help a panicked laugh escaping my throat, which seems to rile Bryce up even further. Kid, what are you saying? You think you'd be able to kill Typhon? You think you'd be able to, even if it were possible? This is insane, unless you want to put your disappearances on your brother's already burdened conscience. Then go. Go back to the entrance, all of you. A voice from above cuts through our clamor like ice. It is a disconnected fragment of sentence, chilling in its lack of context. The voice is neither male nor female, raspy and cold. Hissing in bouts of fiery spouts, the big one shouts. I know what I'll see before even looking up. It's one of Typhon's playthings. We're steadily running out of time here. The eyes of the kids before me go wide with terror as they look up to the ceiling. I crane my neck unenthusiastically. Above us is the plaything in question. It has the rough form of a human, like Typhon, entirely white. Unlike Typhon, however, the thing has no eyes. No features on its head at all, actually. No face, no hair, no ears, just a blank canvas. It has one large mouth in the center of its chest. The mouth puckers and salivates as it creeps across the ceiling. It moves tentatively, but surely, like a spider. It has no legs, but instead has 6 arms, 2 from where you would expect, 2 from the joints where its legs should be, and 2 from its hips. It is an abomination, and abominations are aplenty down here. What the hell is that? The boy to Bryce's right says. The boy from upstairs, adorned in a blue hoodie. That is our cue to leave, I reply, pushing them towards the entrance. Is this all of you? There's no one else? Just you 7? Most of them are stricken by the monster overhead, but 2 of them nod at me in response. Games, hisses the creature. I would love a game. Love, love, a lone flower in the cold field. Its ramblings are lost to a general murmur as I quickly draw the door to the bookstore closed behind us. Bryce gathers himself. He glares at me, with a purpose and a determination well beyond his years. I came here for a reason. There are worse things than Typhon down here. My brother talks in his sleep. He mumbles when he's wasted. I know what needs to be done. I'm not afraid. And the kid pushes right past me. He slams open the bookstore door and races right through to the doors on the opposite side. Blue Hoodie goes with him. One of the new girls goes as well. I've got your back, man, the boy shouts as he joins his comrade. We're with you, the girl cries. You idiots! You'll never see the daylight again. I roar after them, painfully conscious of Typhon's plaything scuttling across the shelves above and after them. I swivel back to the rest of the group. My chest tightens. Fine. They want to disappear so badly, then so be it. Screw 'em. Anyone else want to die down here in the dark? I am met with stricken silence. Good. Then let's go. I grab 2 of them and start to run back through the mall, but I let them go after a few seconds. They're all running with me this time. Back through the corridors, back past the statue of the snake. I glance up, but Typhon himself has vanished. He could be anywhere now. We stumble towards the entrance to Gaia. All right, in you go, I pant, grimacing as I catch my breath and stretch out one of my legs. Back through the tunnel. One of the girls turns to me. She's from the original group that I saw upstairs. Curly black hair. What about She stops herself. What about the others? We can't just leave them. I clench my jaw. They made their choice. I ain't their babysitter. She grabs me by the sleeve. Please, sir. Please. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry we made you come down here, and I'm sorry we all thought this was a good idea, but you can't just leave them. I look at the faces of the kids before me, hesitating. He'll never give up, says one of the boys. Never. If you don't go after him, then he's gonna die. Please. We're sorry. I blow some air through my nose. I ain't giving you my key, I tell him. And if I go to unlock the Tartarus door for you, then by the time I get back down here, it'll be too late. If I go after them, then who knows what'll happen. There's no telling when I'll be back. You might have to wait for the next person on shift to come and let you out. That's not so bad, one of the boys replies, bravely, or foolishly. How long would that be? I glance at my watch. 2.5 hours or so. Well, that's not so bad. Perhaps not, but... I pause. But what? The girl with curly hair replies. But whoever comes to let you out will be bound to the rules, I think. Just like myself. Watch Tartarus. Don't let anyone in. Don't let anyone out. But there's no telling whether or not they'd actually let you out. I finish simply. We're not supposed to let anyone out, and the longer you stay in Tartarus and the realm below, well, the worse it gets. There is a long silence, and the kids look at each other. An unspoken agreement passes between them. Guys? Curly asks, and the others nod. She turns back to me. Please, we can wait. Just go after them. I consider their request, and then swear quietly. God's sake. I point to the tunnel. Head up anyway. I don't want you creeping around down here. Head up to Tartarus and wait for me there. I start jogging away again, back through the mall. I turn to look over my shoulder, and I jab a finger at them. Hurry, and don't touch those damn mannequins. And as they scurry back to the tunnel, I let out a heavy sigh and carry onwards. Onwards, through the purplish light of the world below. For better or for worse, God help me. Racing through the mall, I again reach the bookstore, the store that marks the edge of this branch of the complex. I put a hand on the glass pane of the window and look through, peering this way and that for any sign of Typhon's abomination. Where are you, you bastard? I mutter as I cautiously push through, taking the key from my pocket and brandishing it like a weapon. The door squeaks as I step inside, and it closes behind me. Step by step, I walk the length of the room, round the statue of the agonized Titan, and between the still and silent escalators. Nothing. Though this is not necessarily a good sign. It likely followed on after the trio. Already across the room, I push through the next set of doors and out into the corridor beyond. To my left and right are more stores. Endless, bleary, and unidentifiable stores. I look down to my watch, and a sharp chord is played in the distant orchestra. I wonder if perhaps I'm wasting my time. These kids have brought this fate upon themselves, after all. I notice a trash can knocked to the ground. There's no trash inside of it, of course, but a decent indicator of where they might have gone nonetheless. I take the corridor beyond it, to the left. The pattern on the floor is covered in subtle false shadows. It gives the impression that it rises and falls in unusual places, making it difficult to move in a straight line. I think about Rex, about the young man I saw that one time while starting my shift, about the look in his eyes. My fellow guardian. Bryce is his brother. He might be a little shit, but Rex is a watcher of Tartarus, damn it. A gatekeeper, like myself. And I'm just not one to leave people behind, if I can help it. The stores here stand at weird angles. A bench beside me is longer and thinner at one end than it is on the other. It looks normal when viewed from a certain angle, but from any other, it is strange and disturbing. The way ahead branches into 3 paths, and I come to a stop, catching my breath. Which way did they go? As I consider the options, a clear drop of liquid falls in front of my face, splatting quietly against the ground by my feet. I look up, and above me is an abomination, perched against the ceiling and staring right at me. I mean, it has no eyes, so it's technically not staring at me, but it might as well be. It certainly feels like it is. Its body is angled towards mine, and a low hiss reverberates out from its enormous mouth. Quietly, slowly, I edge away. You know where they went, don't you? I murmur. Don't get distracted by me now. You just keep going. I'll follow.
Follow the yellow brick road. Bricks and stones may shake my bones. I don't want to go to the theater tomorrow.
It rambles in a low, wet voice. It licks its teeth and creeps just a little bit closer to me. No, I warn, heart pounding, reaching into my pocket to grasp the key to Tartarus. Keep going on your way.
Which way to the train station? He tells me we're running out of time.
It creeps closer. This one is interested, it would seem. These things can be tricked, though. There's a formula which has varied results. The nonsense they spout, they react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. You can use this against them. The theater, I begin, standing my ground. There's no room on the upper deck. We have to go to the lower floor.
Lower? Lower the flag. The parade will end soon.
The abomination says, as the sweat down my back starts to chill. Still, it creeps closer. Saliva drips to the ground with another wet splat. Lower, I repeat. Lower levels, the end. There are lower levels than this.
Lower levels. Lower.
The lower levels are worse, I say. There are worse levels below. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below. I brandish the key before me, and it glints violet in the light. The abomination pauses.
There are worse levels below.
It repeats. We regard each other for a moment more. The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below, and I could send you there. I finish, and the abomination is done. With a little hiss, it turns from me, continuing on along its way, crawling across the ceiling. I check around to see if there are more, and once I am happy, I follow along after it. It'll have Bryce's scent now, if none of the others. I'm careful to keep a comfortable distance, but I feel sure enough to return my key to my pocket, glancing around warily as the abomination leads me deeper into the labyrinth. Through corridor after corridor, the sound of hissing grows louder. Through passage after passage. And at last, there they are. Around this final corner, stood in the middle of a wide intersection of varyingly sized corridors, are my trio, Bryce, Blue Hoodie, and the girl. They stand in the shadow of another marble Titan statue. The ceiling is higher in this section of mall, and the Titan towers up towards it. Its upper chest, head, and shoulders are above the mall's next level. It looks like there are more stores above us, but there's no way to reach them. The Titan's fists are balled in rage, an emotion frozen in time. The abominations are creeping their way around almost every visible surface. There must be at least 50 or more. Bryce is hurriedly reading through the pages of a small notebook. Blue Hoodie and girl are standing on either side of him, sweating and anxious, watching the encroaching abominations. Blue Hoodie spots me first, and he nudges Bryce. The three of them look over to me, and Bryce grimaces, stowing the notebook away in his pocket. "Why are you still following us?" he asks, his voice echoing around the space. I cringe and glance from abomination to abomination. "They aren't gonna hurt us," Bryce says, though he doesn't sound too convinced. "I know what they are, what they used to be." "You don't know jack shit," I reply. "Now what do I have to say to convince you to come back? There are people who care about you, you know. Not me, but people." Bryce half smiles and raises his voice. "Typhon," he shouts, to a sudden shiver of hissing around the room. "I want to make you an offer." I shake my head with gritted teeth as a cool draft blows down the nearest corridor. "Hello," Typhon replies. All eyes look up to see him leaning over the rail of the floor above us, peering down with that grin stretched wide across his face. He's taken the form of Bryce, an altered Bryce, of course, pure white, with those black, unblinking eyes. The three kids draw a little closer together. "What do we have here?" Typhon asks as he drifts down the rail like smoke, settling on one of the Titan's knees and resting there. "Two young gentlemen and a young lady." He looks over to me. His gaze is, as always, cold. "These fine folks with you, Minus." "Typhon," I mutter, raising a hand. "Just let these ones go." Typhon laughs, and the abominations, all perched in wait around us, echo the sound with a series of hisses. "Let them go. I'm not keeping them." Typhon's attention drifts back to Bryce, and he leans forwards, resting his chin in his hands. His snake-like tongue flickers out from his mouth. "You think you have an offer to make me, young man?" I know you like to make deals and bargains." Bryce begins, reaching into his pocket, but Typhon interrupts. "Oh, do you? Do you now? You must know all sorts of things. How clever. A clever man." His grin stretches wider still, cracking the corners of his mouth. "Clever," echo the abominations, hissing. "Clever and cleaver meets to be cleaved. 4-leaf cleaver." My blood chills. "And what kind of deal and bargain would you like to make with me today?" Typhon asks, staring down into Bryce's face. Bryce swallows and draws from his pocket the key to Tartarus, his brother's key, glinting purple in the light. "What the hell are you doing?" I hiss to him, but he ignores me. "I'll give you this key, Typhon." Bryce begins. He's doing his best, but he does not sound as confident as he did before. I'll give you the key to Tartarus in exchange for something of equal value."
"And what would that be?"
Typhon asks, the purple-silver shine of the key reflecting in those black pools of his eyes. Release all the abominations attributed to R. Just let them go."
"Now that is an interesting request,"
Typhon replies after a pause, slithering around the Titan's knee and standing instead on its foot, a little closer to us, but still a meter or so above ground level.
"Attributed to R, you say? Well, I don't have the first idea which of my playthings were the responsibility of your brother."
"You're a liar," Bryce replies, though still trying to keep his composure.
"Ah, so R is your brother then?"
Typhon grins, flickering his tongue.
"I thought I picked up on a family resemblance. Noted. So you stole his key. Are you sure that it's really yours to offer in trade?"
Bryce falters. Typhon chuckles and speaks on.
"And I'm not lying to you. It's so difficult to keep track of who sends me my playthings. And why would I care? It matters not who allows them down."
I watch this back and forth with white knuckles and a clenched jaw. I do not know if Typhon is truly interested in the key. He's never expressed any particular interest in mine, though it's possible Bryce knows something I don't. Bryce grips the key a little tighter, holds it a little tighter. "Let the abominations go. That's why my brother keeps doing his job, year after year. It's because he can't forgive himself. He can't forgive himself for all the people he's let through, and he'll never stop coming here until they're all free." Typhon starts making his way towards Bryce. His steps are slow and lazy, but his eyes remain fixed resolutely on the boy.
"Do you know what I would do with this key? I would use it as bait. Your brother will come down here to try and retrieve it from me. I don't know how he'll get down here without a key, but he's a smart lad. He'll find a way. I doubt his employers would accept such a loss."
He grins.
"If they know that you were able to steal his key in the first place, well, the damage might already be done."
Bryce lowers his hand a little. He stutters. His employers?
"Ah,"
Typhon says, his eyes flashing.
"So you don't know everything then? Interesting. So very interesting."
He's standing right in front of Bryce now, looking directly into his eyes.
"Your offer is a fun one, but I don't accept offers made by mortals. Allow me to propose one of my own."
Is this Bryce's plan, I wonder? A bargain, and a dangerous one at that. I rack my brain as to how to get them out of this. But the next phase kicks in, even as I mull it over. Typhon's attention flickers back to the key. That same violet light shines in the void, and his tongue darts out past his teeth. And in this moment, Bryce suddenly raises his voice. "The lower levels are worse," he says. "There are worse levels below." There is a rumbling of hissing from around the room, but my stomach drops. "That's not going to work on Typhon, kid." I shout at him. "You have no idea what you're doing. Enough!" But Bryce carries on. He holds the key in the manner that one would hold a cross in the face of a vampire. "The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below." Typhon is entranced, fixed on the key. He does not move, and I do not believe what I'm seeing. No, surely not. This simple trick, it wouldn't work on Typhon. It couldn't. It barely works on the abominations. "The lower levels are worse. There are worse levels below, and I will send you there." Bryce finishes, and in this exact moment, the kids to either side of him, the boy and the girl with their eyes downcast and barely moving, extras even, not worth a second look, completely devoid of Typhon's attention, jump suddenly into action, and two sharp blades, long knives drawn from inside their clothes, are stabbed into Typhon's chest. There's a sudden scream and a blast of icy Arctic wind. The abominations and the kids and myself are all knocked backwards as the screech echoes round and round the hall. The elbow of the great marble titan creaks and the dust rains down from its joints. Typhon twitches in agony, and he collapses like a stone to the ground with a thud. And for a moment, we are stuck in stunned silence. The abominations are likewise frozen. No one dares move. And then a dark grin spreads out across Bryce's face. He looks to me. "You see?" He begins quietly, then louder. "You see what I told you, old man? It worked." He looks down to Typhon's corpse. The tension now eased. He releases a laugh. "You couldn't help yourself, could you?" He taunts. "That's when you're at your weakest, when being offered something you want." Bryce laughs and hugs his friends, drawing them close. He's giddy with excitement. "That was for Rex," he shouts with glee. He turns to the abominations. "You're free." But the abominations do not rejoice. The mood cracks. "Rex," Typhon whispers with delight. Bryce spins around in alarm to find Typhon standing behind him, hands clasped behind his back. The corpse vanishes in a burst of mist. Bryce panics and stumbles, shoving the key into Typhon's face. Typhon pushes it aside with a sigh, his tongue running quickly over his teeth, as if it had a mind of its own. "I don't want your key," Typhon hisses. He twitches. "I don't need it to lure your brother down. He comes down all the time. And Rex, you say? His name is Rex." Stay back," Bryce splutters, his courage completely shot. The lower levels are worse. There are worse." Typhon laughs in Bryce's face and increases his height. He's still using the boy's form, but it grows now, stretching upwards like a snake. "Rex." Typhon laughs feverishly, drunkenly almost. He looks up to the sky and laughs all the louder. "Rex, a noble name. What's in a name? Bryce." He stares suddenly down into the face of the boy, his black eyes shining and terrible. I've begun my retreat, careful and slow. I beckoned to the others, to Blue Hoodie and the girl, and they've begun to creep towards me. But Bryce is trapped, transfixed. "This was fun," Typhon says airily, tapping Bryce on the head. "But I think we're done now, Bryce." Typhon has begun to salivate grotesquely. Saliva spills from his lips and splashes against the cold floor below.
I can't wait to meet him. We have so much to discuss.
Typhon's neck slithers around, and his eyes meet mine.
I made him the same offer that I made you, Minus.
He whispers.
I wonder if he'll be more inclined to agree when his brother lies below, especially now that I know his name.
I take a step back as the abominations close in. What have you done, kid? What have you done? Typhon giggles with glee, frothing at the mouth, and his twisted form, his pale copy of Bryce, stretches further up above our heads like a monstrous cobra.
Rex,
he repeats over and over, and he points carelessly down at the quivering Bryce below.
I'm done with this one,
he says to the waiting, watching crowd with a wave of his hand.
Bryce can be taken.
Hissing and salivating, the abominations scurry towards him. I leap from my position and close the gap in seconds, grabbing the boy by the collar of his sweater and hauling him out of there, roughly pushing aside the abominations as they cluster around us. They are more cautious of me than they are of Bryce. I knew that much already. But still, there's just too many. I struggle under the growing weight of the creatures, their cold, clammy hands all over my face and body. I feel their hot, wet breath against my skin, their hissing in my ears. I can feel the sting of their teeth as they bite my arms and legs to keep me in place. To keep me in place so as to undergo the process. I can feel one of my hands starting to become numb as their paralyzing saliva begins taking effect, and I can feel them tugging at Bryce, pulling at his joints as he cries out. There's too many of them. There's just too many. They're wild, unfocused, frenzied and riled up by their master. In fact, I realize a truth about the chaos. They're getting in each other's way. I can probably get myself out of here, but to do so, I'll have to let go of the lad. He screams louder. Just let him go, I think, and you can escape, Matthew. Shit. And you know what? I prepare to do just that. I make my decision to abandon him. It's brutal, but tough decisions have to be made down here. I curse and release my grip, bitterly ready to leave behind the boy for whom I've already risked so much. My name is Emma Ray, calls out the girl just ahead. Jackson, calls out Blue Hoodie just off to the right. My name is Jackson. And confusion bubbles amidst the ranks of the abominations. The clustered crowd around me thins as their attention is diverted and displaced.
Jackson,
Typhon repeats from up high.
Emma Ray.
He grins and dismisses them with a wave of his hand. The mass of abominations split. The ones further back go for their new targets, for the boy, or for the girl. I swallow a great breath of air as the pressure against me is reduced. I shove away the gaping, gnawing mouth of an abomination on my arm, drawing blood as I do so. And I briefly turn around, reaching back for Bryce, grabbing him and hauling him out of there as fast as I physically can. Jackson swings round his blade. I catch it flashing in the corner of my eye. Emma Ray does likewise. But there are far too many for me to help them now. There are too many abominations between us. Get back to the corridor, I shout to them. I glance back. Bryce has an expression of terror and bewilderment frozen across his face. His eyes are wide. One of his arms is bleeding, and one is fixed in place. hung awkwardly out from his side, paralyzed by the look of it. He limps, and a quick look down makes it clear that he is struggling to flex the muscles in one of his legs. I stop and stumble and hoist him up into a fireman's carry. No easy feat when one of your hands is basically fallen asleep, and begin barreling my way back to the corridor.
All right, on me, kids.
I shout, already exhausted, and now facing the prospect of running all the way back to the main hall with this teenager on my back. But the kids are in no position to join up with me. I shoulder away one of the screeching abominations, cursing as I feel the teeth from one of their massive mouths crunch into my leg. I stamp right into its throat and it chokes, struggling beneath my boots as it scuttles away.
Kids,
Hiss one of the nearest creatures.
kids today, gone tomorrow.
Tomorrow never comes. I mutter quickly in response, backing up and into the corridor. Looking to my right and to my left, I watch as the knives of the two brave children go flashing and slashing. I watch as they are gradually lost beneath a sea of the creatures. Tomorrow never comes. I continue. So lower your expectations.
Expectations. Salutations.
Lower your expectations. Lower your levels. There are levels below. The levels below are worse. There are worse levels below.
There are worse levels below.
The abomination repeats, slinking back a little, though keeping me within pouncing distance.
Guys! Bryce screams, writhing on my back. Guys, come back! But they cannot hear him. The hissing rises. Emma Ray's blade comes up above the tide of abominations for the final time, and she is lost beneath the monsters. Shit, I swear, still retreating, looking over now to the boy in the blue hoodie, to Jackson. I catch flashes of blue amidst the pale skin of the abominations. An abomination steps on the dropped blade, and it skids across the floor and away. The creatures have sensed these two kids to be the easier targets and have largely left us alone for now, and a quick glimpse through the crowd shows us Jackson's fate. He is the fate of everyone who gets taken by the abominations. The teenager is paralyzed, frozen. His legs are in the process of being swallowed up whole into one of the abomination's mouths. His arm is lost in the gullet of another. Jackson! Bryce screams out, struggling, but I do not let him go. The abominations fight each other, pushing and grabbing and throttling with their many hands, hissing and screeching, until one of them wins the fight, and Jackson is once again lost to view. They will take everything they can. The abominations will absorb all but his most basic core essence. He will be left as warped and distorted as the beings that surround us. It's time to go. I'm sorry, kids, I mutter, turning to take my leave. I catch Typhon's eye as I do so. The black eye and the white, now ringed with orange and rivers of yellow, like a hot, burning coal. The stretched and snake-like creature towers over us all.
Rex,
he mouths, licking his teeth, then loudly he speaks.
I'll be seeing you again soon, Minus.
I'm sure you will, Typhon, I reply, shoving to the side one of the bolder abominations as I flee the scene. No! Bryce shouts, doing his best to kick me with his working leg. You have to go back, please. I'm sorry, bud. Not this time, I reply as I make my hasty retreat through the distorted mall complex. A couple more corners, a touch further, and yes, there it is, the bookstore just up ahead, I can see the statue of the Titan through the glass. Bryce has begun to sob. There's no fight left in him now, poor bastard. Nearly there, I grunt, unable to keep myself from slowing at this stage. A bit further. I push us through the double doors of the bookstore with my good hand, and they swing quietly closed behind us. For a moment, there is no sound but that distant orchestra. And then, I nearly jump out of my skin as an abomination creeps round the corner ahead from between the shelves. It could well be the one from earlier. Perhaps it never left the store after all. Shit. Can you walk, kid? Yeah, he replies, and I set him down. He stumbles and staggers into the nearest shelf, and a book goes falling to the ground. The abomination cocks its head, hissing its great wet mouth as it creeps in a wide arc around us. Just get through the door. I'll be right after you. Go on now, I say to Bryce, and to his credit, he does so. He limps, and I make sure to keep myself between the abomination and he. It hisses as I draw back up through the store, still trying to catch my breath. I bump into a table and send another couple of books to the floor. I grab the Tartarus key in my pocket and hold it out in front of me. It's okay, I mutter, beginning the little trick. It's okay up here, but it's harder, lower. The abomination pauses. Hard. It'll be hard without you, Darren. It whispers. I hesitate, and a slow chill runs up my spine. What did you just say? As I mentioned before, the abominations spout nonsense. They react to the things around them, but sometimes they provide glimpses into their former lives. And this, too, you can use against them. I can hear Bryce behind me, breathing hard as he watches our interaction. The abomination hisses at me. It approaches, and I raise the key. What did you say? Where did you go? Who turns out the lights? Darren, I repeat quietly. Was that your name before? Are you giving me sentences you said yourself, or are you repeating what someone said to you once before, perhaps a long time ago? The abomination has stopped mid-creep, body angled towards mine. It does not reply, nor does it repeat or echo my words. Gritting my teeth, I step towards it. I'm gonna go for it. The penalty for screwing up is rough, but it would be good if I could save just one more. The abomination does not scuttle away at my approach, nor does it lurch forward to tear into my hand. It instead sits tensed as I place my palm on the pale, smooth skin of its head. Darren, I mutter, then clearer. Your name is Darren, and I free you now from the clutches of Tartarus. What follows is no pause, no moment to consider. Reacting instantly, the abomination rears up on its hind legs and dry heaves. It makes a strangled, gurgled screech and heaves again, this time with a torrent of saliva that splashes across the thready carpet of the bookstore. I watch, wide-eyed, waiting, taking a step back as the monster writhes. And at last it convulses violently and heaves up an entire person, naked, soaking wet, a man in his mid-20s by the looks of it, and all that is left behind is an empty skin, a twitching, pale, and crumpled pile of skin, like what a shedding snake might leave behind, if a little larger, and with more teeth. I wipe the sweat from my forehead and crouch down, nudging the expelled body. "Darren?" I ask quietly, and the body stirs. "What the hell?" Bryce mutters from behind me. "Great, more carrion," I grumble to myself as I hoist this disgusting, slippery, naked man up onto my back. Ugh. Bryce and I walk side by side and back through the mall, back past the statue of the coiled snake and towards the entrance to Gaia. The man on my back has begun to stir. It doesn't usually take him long. "Good," I say, as I set him down with a grunt. He slips and staggers to the ground, and I reach out a hand to help him back up. He stares at me, at Bryce, at his surroundings. "Don't worry about it, pal. You've been saved. You're welcome. You'll get your voice back within the hour. Now be a good lad and go through that there tunnel." Darren turns to look through the doorway for Gaia, at the long tunnel that burrows into the peeling green-blue wall at the back. "Go through first, Bryce. He'll follow," I say, and the boy nods. "Hey, kid," I say, and he pauses, looks to me. He looks awful, shell-shocked, broken. "I'm sorry about your friends." He pauses, then nods again, the reality of the consequences of his actions settling in as he begins to crawl through the tunnel. Darren looks to me, and I urge him forwards. He goes, and after one final glimpse around the realm below, I follow. "Till next time," I say to no one in particular, then head on in behind the others. It's significantly more effort on the way back up. You've got to put out your hands and knees to wedge yourself in place for the steeper parts. And Darren didn't really have any time to acquiesce before this little climb. So on several occasions, he crashes back into me. A decidedly unpleasant experience, but it's fine. I help him back up each time. I've dealt with worse. And at last, we ascend through the hole in the floor of Tartarus, hauling ourselves up into the abandoned old store of peeling red and faded black. The other kids are still up here. They stare at us in alarm, at all three of us. A new, strange, and naked man amongst them. Curly steps forward, puts her hand on Bryce's shoulder. "Bryce," she says quietly, concerned. "Where are the others? Where's Jackson and Emma-Ray?" And Bryce can take it no longer. He breaks. He doubles suddenly over as his body is racked with sobs. He can hardly get the words out as he falls against the nearest wall and collapses to the floor, face in his hands. "It's my fault," he says. "It's all my fault." "Come on," I urge, gently but firmly, as I step between them to unlock the door. "Everyone out." I point to the newcomer. "You too, Darren. There's an open-clothes store just across from here. Go grab a shirt and get some pants." I watch as the group help Bryce up, and they stumble out into the mall, and I shake my head. Teenagers. Thanks to Bryce, 2 of his friends now lie below. But then, it isn't Bryce's fault. Not really. It's mine. I am a guardian of Tartarus, and the instructions are clear. The responsibility belongs to me, even if you might, to an extent, disagree. I take full blame for this. But hell, you know what? I think my estimation of this particular age group might actually have gone up a little this evening. What those 2 down there did for their friend, what Emma-Ray and Jackson did to try and save Bryce, it was noble. Admirable, if nothing else. I rub a hand across my face. I'm feeling my age tonight. I watch as the teenagers settle onto a nearby bench, doing their best to console Bryce and to work out what happened. And I watch as Darren stumbles his way towards the clothes store. I turn. When I first stepped foot into the Tartarus store 5 long years ago, I'd counted 21 mannequins in total. 16 had been marked with names and initials. The other 5 were blank. The storeroom was also full of them. Well, the storeroom these days looks like it houses the same amount. But the number of mannequins all around me, stacked and clustered against the walls and the counter, have risen considerably since then. There must be at least 60 in here now. It's a wonder that there's any space for them. The world around me is quiet as I consider this. I can hear the distant murmur of the kids beyond the door, but overall, the sound is low. There is no faint and distant orchestra here. It's nice, calming, clear, refreshing, like drinking cool water after a long and beverage-free drive in the sun. I lick my lips. That's something else I could do with some water. I'll grab some in a minute, but first, I walk to the counter and pick up the marker, uncapping it. On the closest section of red wallpaper, on a part that can be easily peeled away, I write, R. Your name has been compromised. You cannot venture down into Tartarus from here on out. Typhon knows. I head next to a pair of mannequins leaning against each other in the middle of the floor, a male and a female. On the black canvas of the male's face, I write the following with a sigh. Jackson -M. And on the females, I write Emma-Ray -M. I'm sorry, guys. I mutter. I hope someone will find you again someday. Maybe it'll even be me. And finally, before departing for the night, I head over to the mannequin closest to the door, marked Darren -R. I cross out the name and initial with 2 black lines, marking an X shape over the mannequin's face. I cap the pen and return it to the countertop, glancing at the bottle of bleach and the rag as I do so. Once Rex sees that this soul has been saved, he'll use these things to wipe the mannequin's face back to blank. I hope this goes a little way towards alleviating your burden, man. I mutter, before clenching and unclenching the fingers of my bad hand, encouraging the blood flow to return. I stride out into the mall. The kids are all teary-eyed. Darren stands awkwardly at the side, wearing ill-fitting clothes and unsure what to do. Darren, I say, do you know where you are? Do you know your way home? The man nods, mumbles something incomprehensible. Do you know how long you've been down? He hesitates. Well, I can't say for sure, pal, but your name's been on that mannequin since Easter. I remember the displays the mall had set up. So you've been gone for about 10 months or more. He stares at me, and I nod to him. Best of luck, pal. I'll be seeing you. He nods once more, then wanders away. My approach might seem cold, but I've done this before. He'll be all right. Don't worry about him. I turn next to the kids. It's time for you guys to be heading home now, too, I say to them, gentler than before. But sir, Curly asks me, stepping forwards, what about Jackson and Emma-Ray? You'll see them again someday. I don't know when. It's rough, I know, and I know that none of you are likely to get much sleep tonight. But you need to be heading home now. I nod to Bryce. And you make sure your brother gets that key back. Don't ever tell him you were down here. Curly nods at me reluctantly, and she returns to the group. The group of 5. And I watch them leave. They catch up to Darren and walk with him, looking after him, perhaps. I wait to see if Bryce is going to say something. He turns back to me on his way out just once, washed with the others in the purple light through the sky windows, but he remains silent. And after they've left my field of vision, I return to Tartarus. I lock up the front door with a click, and I slide the key into my pocket. I hold down the metal sheet with a rattle, and I walk back to my chair, slumping down with a great, slow sigh. I reach down for my coffee and take a sip. It's cold now, of course. And so that's that. Lots of open threads, unfortunately, here at my little story's end. Sorry about that. But I'm still doing my job here in the mall, and trying to do it a little bit better, too. Or am I? On the whole, yes, I am more vigilant. I'm far more cautious. Nobody's been let in. And nobody's been let out. That being said, however, I have an occasional guest these days. A guest who comes by sometimes during my shifts. It's Bryce, of course. He comes alone, and he sits nearby on another of the massage chairs. I tried to shoo him away the first time, but you know what he's like. He's a stubborn bastard. So I let him sit with me, on the condition that he doesn't bother me. He's suffering, the poor guy, and I don't blame him. He's guilt-racked, nightmares and the like. He's wanting to go back down, you know. Back down into Tartarus. I haven't allowed it. He feels that it's his responsibility. I take the fact that he is actually asking me as a sign that he's truly returned Rex's key. That Rex is being more careful with it, or maybe that Bryce has developed some form of begrudging respect for me. Perhaps it's both. But Typhon will be growing impatient by now. I know that Typhon is desperate for Rex to return, to welcome my colleague back to Tartarus, and to throw open his arms, and to make the man an offer to beat the one made by our mysterious employers all those years ago. I shift in my seat. When Typhon is in a bad mood, he can be very unpleasant. Very damn unpleasant indeed. And I don't know what he would do to Bryce if he thought he could use the boy to lure Rex back down. He was careless before. He was willing to let the abominations consume him. He was arrogant, thought that Rex would come back down regardless. But Rex has done well. He's held out from his obsession. He's stepped up his game as well, perhaps. I haven't asked Bryce if the guy's still drinking. A part of me doesn't want to know. I suspect that he probably is to some degree, though hopefully he's at least cut back. Typhon won't make the same mistake. And so, I cannot allow Bryce back down as badly as he wants to go. Credit to the kid, he isn't whiny about it. He doesn't pout or beg. He just nods and settles back into his seat, staring bleary-eyed at the door to Tartarus. Sometimes he even drifts off. Through the sky window, the clouds roll gently across the moon, and the mall is bathed in shades of gently but ever-changing purple, indigo, to violet, to lilac, and back. The music comes crisp and clear through my headphones. Jolene again. Bryce had tossed this pair to me one night. Still in their box, brand new. They're not from me, he'd said. Avery brought them for you. They're the latest model of the shit ones you're using now. And damn, they sure are nice. They're more comfortable, too. Maybe kids aren't so bad. Frustrating, sure. Irritating and anxious and stubborn and emotional, but hell, don't mean they ain't good people at heart. Indigo to violet, to lilac, and back, the world turns, and Tartarus turns beneath. I saw the job ad a few days ago. Some radio station out in the desert was looking for a night shift DJ. The listing said 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Now, I had never heard of this station before, but I was your typical struggling actor hoping to make it big in LA. Even if it was just spinning tracks and chatting into a mic, it was a start, you know? Besides, the pay was way higher than acting. So I hit them up. They hired me right away. They said the station needed me to start immediately, in fact. They said they'd give me a bonus if I showed up that same night. I arrived at the station way before my shift was supposed to start. The desert went on forever around the small building. I would have missed it if it weren't for the massive radio tower. It was huge, especially for such a small station. It was old and covered in rust. It creaked every time the wind blew. A small sign next to the door said Radio Harmony. On the doorknob on the front door, there was a key labeled Ben. Now, the job wasn't glamorous, but I couldn't help but feel excited. I let myself in and looked around. The hiring manager told me I'd be alone at the station tonight. He also mentioned they never broadcasted during the day. Now, the inside looked exactly how I expected. Small and functional. The office was cluttered with papers and coffee cups. Next to it was an old DJ booth from the 80s. Off to the side was a tiny bathroom. Luckily for me, they had a working coffee machine. The place felt cozy, in a nuclear bunker kind of way. I wandered into the office, cleaning up random paper cups as I went. Figured I might as well tidy up a bit. I was going to spend the entire night here after all. On the desk was a manual on how to operate the equipment. I opened it, and I saw someone had left me a note. It was a piece of paper with my name on top in big, bold letters. Under it was a list of rules. I looked them over one by one. Number 1, do not ignore calls. Number 2, always play the midnight record at 12 a.m. Number 3, no dead air. Number 4, never open the door for anyone who knocks twice. Number 5, end your shift with the goodbye song. And number 6, do not leave the station during your shift. Okay, not too bad, seemed easy enough. I made my way to the DJ booth, flicking on the lights as I passed. The space was cramped, but it had this retro charm to it. A single window looked out into the desert. Papers were piled up in the corners, vinyl records lined the walls. An old mixing board sat on a desk. Connected to it was a phone, a bunch of different players, and a bulky old laptop. I sat down and put on the headphones. This was it. This was my domain now. Settling into the DJ booth, it felt like stepping into a different world. I noticed a copy of the rules had been taped on my desk. Huh, guess they're really hammering these home, huh? I said to myself. I checked my watch. Almost 9 p.m. I turned on the equipment, the lights and screen coming to life under my fingers. The laptop had a music database of the usual hits from 10 years ago. At the top of the list was the station ID. All right, showtime. I settled in and clicked play. It was old school. Just a simple 4-note melody as a woman called out the station's name. As soon as the ID ended, the phone rang. Rule number 1 flashed in my mind. I picked up the phone and said, "Radio Harmony, you're on the air." The voice that came through was unexpected. "Welcome, Ben Morris. Excited for you to start the night." I blinked, confused. "Thanks, but how did you..." But before I could finish, the caller was gone. The line went dead. Now, I hadn't said my name on the air yet. Maybe that was one of the station's staff? But I couldn't think about that now. One of the rules said no dead air, so I queued up Dancing in the Dark. Seemed fitting. "Here's a bit of the boss for you," I announced, pressing play. The first hour of my shift at Radio Harmony passed by smoothly. I found myself getting into a groove, introducing songs with a bit of backstory or fun fact here or there. I imagined I was talking to someone driving through the desert, or someone at home who needed company after a long day at work. I'd sip my coffee between tracks, glad the coffee machine did actually work. Occasionally, I'd look over at the rules and reread them. I wanted to be very sure I didn't break any on my first night. Then, in the middle of a Steven Tyler song, the phone rang. I cut off the music and took the call. It was the same guy who called me earlier. "Can you play track 86 for me?" he asked. "Track 86? I repeated, my eyes scanning our song list. He snapped at me, running out of patience. It was like a switch just flipped. "Yes, track 86, you idiot. It's not that hard, kid. Do I need to come down there and show you how it's done?" "Okay, sir, I'm just not sure what you mean," I said. I was panicking a little because we were still live on air. Being harassed by some random caller was the last thing I needed. On my first night, no less. "On the desk. Are you stupid or something? Track 86, the caller continued. I moved papers around until I found what he wanted. Buried under newspaper clippings was a cassette marked Track 86. I set it up as the caller continued to swear at me. I wondered if we'd get in trouble for broadcasting the kind of language he was using. But finally, the cassette played. It was a weird mix of woodwind instruments without lyrics. The angry caller's tone shifted completely once the music filled the air. Thank you," he said. His voice was now soft, almost sleepy, and then he hung up. Now that left me rattled. I glanced at the track length, 10 minutes. Well, if it kept that guy off my back, I would take it. It was a good time to make some coffee. But who the hell was that guy? I wondered if this was some kind of different station, the kind that attracted a dedicated fan base of weirdos. I wasn't even sure how far the station broadcasted. As I stood up, I couldn't notice how old everything looked. It was like nobody had come in here for ages. Dust covered almost everything. I remembered that I hadn't actually met anyone from Radio Harmony in person. The only one I talked to was the guy who hired me over the phone. Said he was a former DJ. Was he the one who wrote out the rules? I got back just in time to catch the end of the weird song. The very second that it did, the phone rang again. And it was him, the same caller. Before he could say anything, I beat him to the punch. "Who are you? You get a name, my man?" I asked.
"Yeah, I'm the caller. I've been listening since the very beginning," he said.
I was getting real tired of this guy, but he continued.
"Ben, do you know just how many serial killers bury their victims in the desert? I've seen them, you know. They're gorgeous. You want me to bring you some?"
I was losing my patience. "All right, listen, man, that's really sick, okay? I'm hanging up on you now, but you need to get checked in or something," I said. I slammed the phone down, much harder than I meant to. The wind outside picked up. I could hear the windows rattling as sand pounded against them. But before I could take a breath, the phone started ringing again. My patience was wearing thin, so I disconnected the phone from the console. I didn't want this guy on air if he called again. I knew I was supposed to answer every call, but from then on, I told myself I'd screen them before going live. Sorry about that, folks. Some interesting characters out there, huh? How about some stuff from the good old days? I said. No matter how weird things got, I still needed to do my job. I queued up a bunch of different songs, anything for some peace. And the whole time, the phone wouldn't stop ringing. Once I made sure the lineup was going to last me a while, I picked up the phone again. "What do you want?" I asked. The voice that came through wasn't just angry. It was downright pissed.
"You listen here, kid. You do not hang up on me. You're here for my entertainment. You went to a fancy college to be a performing monkey, didn't you? So start dancing."
Hearing those words, something inside me snapped. I was angry, but more than that, I was fed up with this guy. I wasn't someone's toy. No one had the right to treat me like this. Okay, I don't know who you think you are, dude, but you can't talk to me like that. This is my show, okay? And I'm not here to play games or be pushed around by... I was cut off by two loud knocks. They were coming from the other side of the booth door. But the station was supposed to be empty. I didn't hear anyone drive up. Then the caller started laughing.
"You got no choice here, Ben," he said, and then hung up.
Another pair of knocks echoed through the booth, louder this time. I slowly put the phone down, my mind racing. I looked at my phone, and I realized I had no reception. Just perfect. Alone in the middle of nowhere with a psycho. Desperate for some kind of protection, I found a metal baseball bat hiding under the booth. It was dented and covered in grime, but I didn't want to think about why that was. Two knocks sounded again. This time, they came from high up the door. It sounded like it was coming from the ceiling. I stood up from the booth, and I gripped the baseball bat with both hands. Whoever the hell was on the other side, I was ready for it. I yanked the door open, ready to strike. But there was nothing. Just the empty, silent station. The music from the radio booth drifted out to fill the empty space. I still had 20 minutes worth of songs left before I'd hit dead air. So I decided to use the time to investigate. The bat felt heavy but reassuring in my hand as I checked each room. The office was empty. Papers littered the desk, and the ancient coffee machine sat silently in the corner. Nothing out of place. My next stop was the bathroom. The door creaked as I pushed it open. But again, I didn't find anyone there. Just a dingy toilet and a sink. I could barely fit in there myself. I was about to shut the door when I saw something flash from the toilet. There was something sitting on top of the tank. I moved closer, wondering what it was. And you are not going to believe this, but in the dim light, I saw a small pile of human fingers. A silver ring glinted from one of them. Then I heard someone laugh. I spun around, bat raised. There was no one else in the bathroom, but I saw something on the wall, a pair of peepholes, and behind them were two bloodshot eyes staring at me. The caller's voice echoed in the bathroom, bouncing off the tiles.
Nice, isn't it?
I panicked. I bolted back to the DJ booth and I locked the door behind me. I sat at my desk and checked my phone again. Still no signal. But I did see that it was 5 minutes to midnight. I remembered the rule about playing a specific song at this time, so I found one labeled Midnight Record. Without thinking, I queued it up and hit play. The song that came through the speakers was different, to say the least. A combination of drums and a high-pitched noise that sounded like a drill. It was so loud it hurt. I tried to cover my ears, but it barely muffled anything. In the background, I heard screaming. And then the knocking started again. 2 loud bangs on the window. I turned and expected to see a person, but no. It was a goat staring at me. A big black and white one. One of its horns was missing. Behind the goat, I could see the wind had picked up. Desert sand swirled around outside in a storm. Over the speakers, the midnight track kept playing. My head started hurting from all that noise. The goat bleated, and somehow I heard it through the glass and over the music. It bleated again, and then I swear it smiled at me. It showed teeth that looked too big and too human. Its lips stretched wide in a way I didn't know was possible. And then the goat stood up. It raised one of its front legs, and at the end of its leg was a human fist. Its dark fur ended just below the palm, nails broken and filthy. It knocked twice before pressing its hand against the glass, leaving bloody prints. It smiled at me again before raising its other foreleg. This one ended in a hand too, and it was holding something. It took me a second to realize that it was holding a bloody human pelvis. Knock, knock. It banged the pelvis against the glass twice. Over the speakers, I could hear the midnight record winding down, so I grabbed the mic and I tried to keep my voice steady. If anyone's listening, I need help. This is Ben. My name is Ben from Radio Harmony. I'm in the middle of the California desert, and there's someone or something outside the station. Please send help, I said into the mic. I looked out the window again, and I expected to see that messed up goat staring back at me. But it was gone, as if it had never been there. Instead, all I saw was sand. The wind had kicked up a massive sandstorm. It made it impossible to see anything through the glass. Then the phone rang. It echoed out over the speakers, and it cut through the silence of the station. I glanced at the phone. I know I disconnected it from the speakers earlier. The free cord was lying right there in front of me, but it still rang. I hesitated, and the call went through without me even touching it. The caller's voice boomed through the speakers.
"Don't forget the rules, Ben,"
he said, as if we were just chatting about the weather. "What do you want from me?" I shot back.
"Entertainment. Play by my rules, and you may last longer than the others,"
he said before hanging up. I needed to do something. The sandstorm was still raging outside. I couldn't leave. Plus, I didn't want to know what that goat thing would do to me if I stepped outside. After queuing up enough songs to cover me for the next 30 minutes, I decided to take a closer look around the station. First stop was the office again. Dust covered everything. It was like no one had done any cleaning in decades. I started going through the papers scattered across the desk. Even those looked old. Some of them were yellow around the edges and fell apart when I touched them. Eventually, I found a record of past DJs who'd worked at the station. A long list of names with dates next to each one. The list went all the way back to the 70s. But what really caught my eye was how no one lasted very long. The longest anyone ever stayed was 5 months. The most recent one ended his term the same day I called about the job. I dug deeper into the filing cabinet. I uncovered more about Radio Harmony's past. Inside a folder were some old photos of the station. One of them stood out to me. It showed a group of people in front of the towering radio antenna. They were dressed in white, flowy outfits that screamed hippies to me. The women had flowers in their hair. In their hands, they held up a banner that read, "Children of Harmony." In the same folder were the old programming schedules. To my surprise, they were filled with religious content. It looked like Radio Harmony used to be an evangelical station. There were sermon schedules and worship hours. There were even specific times dedicated to prayer. But what really caught my attention was this one programming block. They named it The Great Calling, and it ran exactly during my shift, from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Soon I found more photos. Most of them looked normal. Stuff like the tower being built, 2 of the hippies in the DJ booth, that sort of thing. And then I saw one that was a group of people dancing in a wide circle. The desert around them was a blur of sand. They were out in the middle of a sandstorm. They didn't seem to notice the storm at all. It was like they were in a trance. The next photo was of 2 men with their backs to the camera, feeding goats. One of the goats had a horn missing. Then there was a photo of 2 women. They were sitting high up on the metal beams of the radio tower. The desert spread out far below them. They were both smiling. One of them looked like they were about to laugh, but their hands were tied to the bars with white ribbons and flowers. What the hell were they trying to do? What was this station really for? But I couldn't stay long and find out more. I knew my track list was about to run out. So I went back to the booth. Through the window, the sandstorm was raging like nothing I'd ever seen. The wind blew hard enough that it shook the walls of the station. Sand blasted against the glass. With not much else to do, I queued up more music. The last thing I needed was dead air, especially now. But just as the next song started, I heard it. 2 distinct knocks on the station door. And then came a voice from outside. "Hello there. Heard your messages over the radio. You alright?" the voice said. It sounded friendly. Relief washed over me at the sound of another person. Yes, I'm here. You don't know how glad I am you've come. Everything, it's been crazy," I called back, moving closer to the door. But then the voice changed. I don't know why you'd want to leave, son. The children of Harmony, they're good people. Foolish, but nice. All they wanted was to communicate with what's out there. He knocked twice on the door again. That's when I remembered. There was a rule about not opening the door for anyone who knocked twice, and the voice was the caller. "You want to know, huh?" the voice started. "The children of Harmony, they put up that tower to talk to God, but instead, they got me, and now I'm trapped here in this station with nothing to do." He knocked on the door again, 2 at a time. "There's a whole lot of bones buried out in the desert, Ben. Pretty soon, I'm gonna add yours," he said. He started banging harder at the door, but still in that repeating 1-2 pattern. In the background, I could hear the sound of goats. In a panic, I grabbed the mic. I needed to call out for help. But the voice outside just laughed. "It's no use, you idiot. The radio tower's been busted for ages. You've been off air this whole time. I have collected a lot of DJs over the years, and now I want another." I looked out the window and saw those goats. There were more of them now, all smiling at me. They crowded around each other, their bloody hands pressed against the glass, like hungry children looking into a candy store. One of them brought up a half-eaten foot and started chewing on it. Inside, the pop music blaring from the speakers cranked up louder on its own. It was so loud, I could feel the beats sounding in my chest. And the whole time, the caller kept banging on the door. I could hear the wood splintering now, and I knew it wouldn't last much longer. "Come on, Ben, time to meet the kids," the caller said through the storm. The loud music, the banging, the goats, I couldn't think. I started flipping switches and disconnecting cables, anything to make the music stop. But it didn't do anything. Pop ballads blared from the speakers. I reached for the main plug, and electricity went up my arm. The goats laughed as I crumpled to the floor. God, even their laughter sounded human. A whole crowd of them cackling as the wind howled. As I fell, I knocked over a stack of papers. Under them were some old vinyl records. I sat up, and I saw that they were gospel music. Wait a minute. I looked around, and I saw an old record player sitting in a corner. It was worth a shot. I put one of the records on. The needle dropped, and powerful organ music filled the station. I felt the bass vibrate in my chest. It was beautiful. Then the lyrics kicked in. A low, soulful verse about protection and deliverance from evil. The knocking stopped. The loud pop music cut off. I looked out the window,
and I saw that the human goat things had disappeared. It was just me and the gospel music. It continued to play, filling up the empty station. Even the sandstorm looked like it was easing up. I sat back in my chair and I let out a long sigh of relief. I let the record play. As it was winding down, I heard the wind pick up again, and I quickly switched to another record. The desert calmed back down as soon as the first worship song started. For the rest of the night, the phone stayed silent. No more calls, no more banging. There were no more goats either, thank God, just peace. Eventually, I could see the sun start to rise. I looked at my watch. Nearly 6 a.m., almost the end of my shift. And that was when I remembered the last rule. Play the goodbye song. I started cleaning up, reconnecting wires, and turning the laptop on again. I found the track named The Goodbye Song, and I queued it up to play right at 6 a.m. The track was odd. It was just static, with a voice repeating, "Come out," over and over again. As soon as I finished, I walked right out the door. The desert was calm, and the morning sky was clear. And that was when I found a white envelope lying on the ground. My name was scrawled on the front, in the same handwriting as whoever wrote those rules. I picked it up and was surprised at the weight of it. Inside, I found a huge stack of bills. It was more money than I'd ever held in my life, enough to last me rent for months. Along with the cash was a note signed by the caller. All it said was, "This was fun. See you tomorrow."
Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thanks to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter and get the audiobook early access version of upcoming stories, there's a link to my Patreon below. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.